A very good morning, everyone. We welcome you all to the 5th academic session of the International Seminar on Morals Matter, Ethics and Human Behavior. In this session, we have 3 speakers: Professor Aditya Mohanti, Professor of Philosophy, Tripura University; Professor R.P. Goldman, Distinguished Professor Emeritus, University of California; Professor Amita Chatterjee, former and first Vice Chancellor, Presidency University, Kolkata. And this session will be chaired by Professor Rakesh Chandra, Lucknow University. I request all the speakers and the chairperson of this session to come to the dais.
Is it on? Is it on? Yeah. Good morning. It's an honor and privilege to be chairing this session with extremely distinguished scholars. I also take this opportunity to remember one of the greatest teachers of philosophy in the country and our revered Professor Pranab Kumar Sen, who would have been 91 today. So it's a great opportunity that we are having this seminar today on themes which also had great interest for Professor Sen. Without much ado, I would like to welcome Professor Robert P. Goldman to present his paper. We know that he has a very distinguished career. He has a large number of publications, including many which have Indian themes. He is also a winner of the Sanskrit Award for 2017 by the Indian Council of Cultural Relations, as well as a fellow of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences till April 1996. He is a William and Catherine Magistrati Distinguished Professor of Sanskrit at the Department of South and Southeast Asian Studies at the University of California, Berkeley. So, sir, over to you.
Yes, thank you, and good morning to you all, and my thanks to Tadbrata Swami and Swamiji and Professor Chakraborty for asking me to join humbly in this Vidvat Sabha that is going on your side. Can I share the screen, by the way?
Yeah.
Is that working? Yeah, can you set it up so I can share the screen? So, is that going to work now? It's disabled. Well, while you get that set up. So I just wanted to talk to you a little bit this morning about, I've done a great deal of work on the Sanskrit epics in particular, which, as most of you know, are works which deal very, very heavily with the issue of dharma. But dharma, of course, means a lot of different things in a lot of different contexts. And the epics are very expert at sort of sorting out these questions, large questions of cosmic dharma, and then specific forms of dharma and conduct, which people are urged to or obligated to adhere to. And the epics offer plentiful examples of extraordinarily dharmic characters and extraordinarily adharmic characters, but they do so in rather different ways. I don't want to go too much into Mahabharata this morning because that's a huge issue and I don't have a great deal of time. But it's very noteworthy that the kind of ethics that are central to the two epics are rather different. Whereas the Mahabharata works on a kind of profoundly consequentialist ethic, I should say, in which Lord Krishna serves as the principal interpreter of what is appropriate at which time. That is, for Krishna, the ultimate goal of the epic story is to be the restoration of Dharma writ large, because the universe is entering a kind of chaotic period. But in order to do so, he urges the characters over whom he has a great deal of influence to subvert many of those dharmas. So if you look at two central issues in both these royal narratives, two of the central issues on the human plane are Kshatriya Dharma and Kula Dharma. Now, just briefly looking at the Mahabharata, if you look especially at the Bhagavad Gita, we see that when Krishna urges Arjuna to stand up, to fight, in other words, to uphold the role of the Kshatriya by doing his Swadharma, which is the Kshatriya Dharma. Arjuna, tries to back away from that by reverting to his devotion to Kula Dharma. He says this will be the destruction of our family. Family comes first. We mustn't kill our own relatives. And then, of course, Krishna skillfully leads him through a series of arguments, philosophical and other arguments, and persuades him that, in fact, it's more important for him to observe the strict code of the Kshatriyas, to get up and fight, to do his duty as a warrior. But when it comes down to it, when the fight begins, Krishna realizes that Arjuna, for all his skill and the skill of the Pandavas, cannot actually win this war, in that they are heavily outnumbered. And he then begins to subvert the Kshatriya Dharma. And as you know, there are all these specific ways in which he leads to various warriors, to the deaths of Bhishma, to Drona, to Karna, and ultimately to Duryodhana. Now, if we look at the Rāmāyaṇa, we see a very different picture in the representation of the Avatara, because Rama is an exponent of a very strictly what we would call deontological form of ethics. That is, one actually must perform the strict rules of Dharma, the strict rules of society. One must always be in accordance with Dharma. And it doesn't matter even if you lose in that effort. So for Krishna then, the ultimate goal is Jaya. And that is Jaya by any means necessary, no matter what rules you have to break of the Kshatriya Dharma. If you look at some of the lesser known episodes in the Rāmāyaṇa, you see a rather different picture. For example, in the Yuddha Kanda, when Rama and his army are being decimated by the arrows of Indrajit, who is fighting from an aerial chariot invisibly. He cannot actually be fought against. And as all the Vanaras and finally Rama and Lakshmana begin to be overwhelmed, Lakshmana says, "Brother, we're being wiped out here. We're going to lose this battle. Please give me permission to deploy the Brahmastra, which with one blow will exterminate all the Rakshasas of the earth and save the day." Rama says, "No, I don't give you that permission." Why? Because there's a Shastra that says you may never engage in battle with someone who's not engaged in battle with you directly. You may never fight with someone whose back is turned. You may never fight with someone who's suing for peace. So Rama's right there willing, apparently, in the name of the Kshatriya Dharma, to even lose the battle. Now, of course, we know he's not going to lose the battle, that that's not a real issue in the epic, but there's the statement made, which contrasts so starkly with the way Kshatriya Dharma is represented in the Mahabharata. So there are a number of these episodes which generally pass almost unnoticed unless people get really deeply into reading the text of Vālmīki, which is a marvelous text. And I've spent quite more than 40 years working on this text, and it struck me as a brilliant piece of literature as well as a profound moral guide. So the issues then are truth, and how do these epic ethics get played out in a text like the Rāmāyaṇa? Rama has to have foils. There has to be, if there's a hero who is dharmic, you have to have figures who are adharmic, who are evil. Well, of course, it's easy to see the contrast between Rama and Ravana. Everybody knows that you have someone who's wholly righteous and you have someone who's wholly evil. By the way, did we ever get the screen share going, folks? Ah, yes. Let me get this up for you, because I want to just, as I talk, so you don't have to just look at me, you can look at pretty pictures as we talk about these things. So these are all scenes from the well-known Mewar Rāmāyaṇa, a little invocation to Ganesh and Saraswati. So it's the people who are not radical opposites, rakshasas, asuras, monsters, who point up the way in which we can understand some of the actions that Rama takes in the epic, because he's contrasting himself not just with monstrous figures, but with figures within his own family. And one of those figures is Dasharatha, his father. Now, Dasharatha is represented in the beginning of the Rāmāyaṇa, in the Balakanda, as an extraordinarily powerful, righteous, virtuous king. But is that really the case? Well, we have a hint of that in the let's see. Or can we see this on the screen? In the beginning, in the Balakanda, we know this about us, but there's a slightly awkward moment, as some of you may recall, that when Vishwamitra comes to the court at Ayodhya and asks something of Dasharatha, Dasharatha says, "Ask me anything, Maharishi. I will grant you anything." He says, "Okay, thank you. Please give me your son to help me fight off these rakshasas who are despoiling my sacrifice." And then Dasharatha starts to plead the case. "No, Rama is just a little boy. He's not strong enough," and so on and so on and so forth. And the sage grows very angry. First you say something, then you take back your promise. And it's only when Vasishta, as you see in the picture, in the center left here, negotiates this, that Dasharatha avoids a terrible curse from the enraged and irascible Vishwamitra, who was first promised something and then the promise was withdrawn. So that's a little bit of a background. But then if we fast forward to the Ayodhya Kanda, there's a very interesting scene at the very beginning. The first thing that happens in the Ayodhya Kanda is Bharata and Shatrughna leave to visit their paternal relatives in Rajagriha. And here you see them taking leave at the court of Rama and Lakshmana, and there they are. They're proceeding with their entourage, going through quite some distance from Ayodhya, all the way up into what is today Punjab. So what's the significance of that? Well, Dasharatha then convenes his ministers and he says, "I wish to propose the coronation of my son Rama, my beloved son Rama. He's virtuous, he's wonderful, etc., etc., etc." Okay. And then he says something interesting to his counselors. He says, "Besides, this is a very propitious moment since Bharata and Shatrughna are out of town, are out of station. And it's a good time to appoint someone when there's no threat of anybody contesting that appointment." Why would Bharata contest that appointment? He wouldn't. He's the junior brother. But, as you know, famously, Kaikeyi wheedles and compels, finally, Dasharatha, by throwing herself down on the ground, to change his order of succession from the eldest to the junior prince, Bharata. And what happens when he does that? Here's another thing that's very interesting. First of all, as I'll get back to in a minute, why does he say it's a good time to do this while Bharata is out of town in particular? And here he is arguing, trying to console Kaikeyi. And he says, if you read the text, some rather extraordinary things to her for a righteous king. He says, "My lady, who has insulted you? What rich person should I impoverish? What pauper shall I make rich? What convicted felon shall I release from prison? What innocent man shall I put to death?" These are not the words you would expect from a righteous monarch. So why is this going on? Because the poet wants to show something like a realistic, in a way, issue in the story of a character who uniquely in Vālmīki, that is Rama, who is uniquely, among all Ramayanas practically, the only one in which the poet insists on the fact that Rama is not supposed to know that he's actually an incarnate divinity, because to do so would be to violate the famous boon that Lord Brahma had given to Ravana, that Ravana could not be killed by any god, Asura, Rakshasa, Naga, Yaksha, etc., etc., etc. Only creatures that he considered inferior, humans, and of course animals, would be able to bring about his undoing. So Vālmīki more or less sticks to that in very, very poignant ways. And I think that's part of his way of creating his epic poem as a moral teaching and an ethical teaching, because Rama actually serves as a credible, in a way, human ideal. And that's why people urge people to, Ramadiva nivartatvam natu Ravanadiva, etc. So here he is summoning his ministers and so on and so forth, announcing the consecration. Rejoicing is there, but here you see, as the scene went before, that finally he's a broken man, compelled by his previous promise. But we never know what that promise is until the very end of the book. There are these two promises that he made her that were sort of blank checks, which did not get called in again, until she then said, now I want you to fulfill the two boons that you promised me once long ago when I rescued you in battle, and so on and so forth. So Rama is in fact then denied his consecration, exiled as a pauper to the forest, and here he is living happily the simple life with Sita and Lakshmana here. And here comes Bharata, who now has returned and will have none of this unrighteousness that his older brother should be displaced for him, the younger brother. But he comes with a big entourage and an army. And when Lakshmana spies the dust kicked up by that army, he says to Rama, get into a cave with Sita. Here comes Bharata to kill us so that he can claim the kingdom for himself. Well, of course, that's not at all Bharata's intention. But Lakshmana thinks in this way. It makes sense to him. Why is he coming with this army? And Rama says famously, no, he would never come to hurt him. I know my brother. He's also righteousness. But if he truly wanted the kingdom, why would he fight me for it? I would gladly give it up. So here's Rama, willing as he was when he's first exiled, completely to renounce, in the interests of the Kula Dharma, to renounce the Kshatriya Dharma, because the Kshatriya Dharma means you should fight for your kingdom. And the Kula Dharma says you should always respect your elders and defer to your elders, which is Rama becomes the kind of paragon of that sort of ethical deference. Finally, after many arguments back and forth, famously Bharata is persuaded to go back, not to rule, because he will never rule in place of Rama, but merely to take Rama's shoes, famously, back. You see him, he's going back with his shoes on his head, to go back to place those shoes, those slippers, those chappals, whatever you want to call them, on the throne of Ayodhya, and he will rule as a regent. But what is it that persuades Bharata to give up the argument finally, because they argue fiercely over who should be king. Not I should be king, but you should be king. No, you should be king. And what is it? Again, a very little noticed passage in about the 80th sarga of the Ayodhya Kanda. Bharata says, he takes him apart and he says, I'll tell you a secret, my brother. When your father was interested in forming a marital alliance with your mother, he made her and her father a promise. And that promise was Rajya Shulka, that the bride price should be the kingdom. In other words, he promised to Kaikeyi that Bharata would be the king. And now, while Bharata was out of town, he's gone back on that promise. And the commentators, if you read, as I have, many Sanskrit language medieval commentators, they immediately leap to the defense of Dasharatha. They're saying, no, the Shastras say it's permissible to lie to a woman under the following circumstances. When you're negotiating a marriage. So that according to the Shastras that they quote, it's legal to lie, which is again a very kind of interestingly casuistic approach to the ethics. But there are all these kind of interesting passages that most people don't see. And there you see the ruling. Then Rama then passes through a series of trials which bring him through two other zones of ethics, you might say. And one is this animal zone of Kishkinda, where he makes this pact with the would-be king. And notice now, where in Ayodhya, in the idealized Dharmic society, the poet will not countenance any fraternal rivalry, any sibling rivalry. Each one wants to defer to the other. But here you have exactly that in Kishkinda, because the younger brother has been banished by the older brother, Valan, and he wants Rama to help him get the throne for himself by killing his older brother. And there they are, fighting. Famously, Rama refuses to fight at first to shoot Valan, because he couldn't tell them apart. The painter didn't seem to know that, so you can see it's very obvious which one is Valan, all dressed in royal robes, and Sugriva, who is naked. But if he gives him a garland anyway, just to make it clear, we should say. And there it is. Finally, he lies dying. King Valan and Sugriva will take over the throne. So again, there's this odd fraternal violence in which the junior brother kills the older brother. But this is the kingdom of the animals. And the animals are not so moral. And we see that. Even though, it's interesting that the monkeys, as well as the Rakshasas, for all of their debased status, they all practice the same Hindu rituals. This is the samskara, this cremation of Valan. And you'll see the same thing as the cremation of Ravana. But then, you see, the monkeys don't keep their promise. Having promised to go search for Sita, Sugriva immerses himself in various sybaritic pleasures, drinking, eating, carrying on with his concubines, etc., 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 until Lakshmana has to go and threaten to kill him if he doesn't stick to his orders. And then, of course, he will go on. Other issues are interesting that people have brought up. One is the famous Agni Pariksha. And the thing here is, I think, that the important point to get apart is that Rama stands as this model of deontological ethics. He wants to do what was not the case with his own father. He will always sacrifice his own personal good, his own emotional life, his own personal pleasure to the duties of kingship. And principal among those duties, as he understands it, is you must have the faith of your people. As he says in the Uttarakanda, a king who does not have the confidence of his people goes to hell. And that's why he will allow Sita to be subjected to this ordeal by fire, in which the Agni, the fire god, actually comes out and scolds him. How could you subject your wife to this? She who is purer than fire, how could you have her purified by fire? But he knows what the truth is, but he needs everybody to see it. And that will, of course, come back, even in these strange cases of interpolated passages, the famous passage in which, as a magistrate, he actually conducts a trial between a Brahmin and the dog in the favor of the dog. I don't want to go into the details, but it's quite interesting. I don't want to take too much time. There's the famous Shambhuka Vadda. But again, here's someone who, however pitiful, Shambhuka is violating the dharma of the realm, the dharma of the yuga, according to the sages. So therefore Rama has to sternly execute him. You'll note that in later literary versions of this story, say in Kalidasa's Raghuvamsha or Bhavabhuti's Uttaramacharita, the poets there have a lot of sympathy for Shambhuka and turn him into a kind of divine figure, which is interesting. But that's not in Vālmīki's idea at all. And the same goes now for the abandonment of Sita. Rama, it's wrenching, emotionally wrenching for Rama. It's destructive to him, but he will not violate the sense of dharma that obligates him to obey the people, so to speak, because this is the duty of a king. Finally, she is brought back. Kusha and Lava sing the Rāmāyaṇa, and Sita then, when offered to take a sacred oath in the middle of the assembly, a shapatam, famously says, if I have been faithful to my beloved husband in word, thought, and deed, may my mother take me back. And here you see the Madhavi, the goddess of earth, coming up on a Naga-supported throne and taking Sita back. So these are some of these critical moments. And I think that's all for that. Let me just stop the share. And I don't want to take too much of your time, but I wanted to say that if you look closely at this text, and it's a big, big text, as you know, it's 50,000 lines of Sanskrit, you really see the poet honing in on specific issues of kingly authority, on familial deference, and so on, to show Rama as a unique character who embodies the strictest rules of truthfulness. As Rama says, Rama never speaks twice. Against a world in which even within his family there are these, what you might call leakages of dharma. It's nothing gross, you might say, but it's not like Ravana and so on. But still, there are these issues that need to be looked at. And it's one of the reasons why Vālmīki's text is so outstanding, because many of the later texts soften a lot of these episodes with such devices that you all know, like the Chaya Sita and so on, in which Sita isn't actually subjected to an Agni Pariksha at all. Or they excise the entire Uttarakanda, so Sita is never banished. But Vālmīki has this way of telling you like it is to illustrate what an extraordinary character his hero is, and how he can serve as a model for all of us suffering humanity. For, as the commentators say, if the people and Rama realized he was a god, nobody would emulate him, saying, we're only humans, we can't emulate gods. But if they think of him as an exemplary human, then they at least try to live up to that standard. So thank you for your attention on that.
Thank you very much, sir, for your wonderful presentation, which displays remarkable scholarship of epics and the commentaries. As the speaker mentioned, the two royal epics discussing the Kshatriya Dharma, Kul Dharma conflict, and where he represented primarily Ram as deontological. I was just reminded when Matilal had once called Rama's position to be caricatured Kantianism, and the narrative is faithfully represented with many, many commentaries that there are in terms of the conflict of the kingly authority, the familial responsibility. I'm sure there would be many questions, and I'm sure that right from the 11th century till now, when there has been a long commentarial tradition, one of the things that we as philosophers have always worried is that the main sutra texts have little of ethical guidance, but it is only in the epics that we find them. And there where you have the epics, you have a lot of creative recasting. And as you ended, you did mention the Kshepaks of Chaya, Sita and the others. And there the difficulty always has been for us that whether Chaya or not, the model to the world was shown in terms of that the woman needed to be tested. So whether she was the real or the other one. And therefore, as philosophers of religion, as against theologians, we do have a lot of difficulty. Also, as you remember, sir, we have this difficulty in Krishna's response to one of the things where he was asked that you could have stopped the war. He said that though I may be mightier than the rest, I am not omnipotent. So how do we reconcile that? That has been the kind of discussion that we've been having since yesterday. Also, I think yesterday Streba was discussing this question about God. I am sure there are, as rich as the text is, as ancient as the text is, it does demand a huge amount of continuous deliberation. We are, in fact, all of us would agree that this was a really charming presentation with these absolutely beautiful illustrations and scholarship. Now, can we take the questions right now? So, please. Professor Mohanti.
Professor Goldman, I must admit that that was a very clear presentation of your of the positions in the Rāmāyaṇa. I have only one problem which I leave it to you to think about or solve. The problem is, I mean, like for example, in Gita, many questions have been unanswered. In Rāmāyaṇa also, this question has been unanswered. Why did Rama kill Bali in the way he did? I mean, surreptitiously. He would have fought Bali on the face to face, but he didn't do that. He hid behind a bush and killed him. That is something which is very intriguing. And then the other thing also which you have mentioned, and that also is intriguing. Why did he kill Sabujkoli? He was the reason was he was performing tapa or meditation, which was not his swadharma. Now, what is this? The a priori division between swadharma and paradharma. Actually, swadharma and dharma was formulated on the basis of guna and karma. So, if Sabujkoli was capable, worthy of performing meditation, he should have been allowed to do that. Why did Rama kill him for this? So, these are the things which remain unanswered for your response for this speech.
Yeah, Professor Chakraborty, I think could you take the questions together, sir? So, Professor Chakraborty, Chandadi.
Yes, the audio is a little difficult actually, so it's hard to hear what people are saying.
Can you hear me? This is Chanda.
Yes.
This is Chanda Chakraborty. Hello. Wonderful presentation and very, very pointed and precise. So my question is that usually deontologists are charged with that they are low on justice, that while being righteous, they do a lot of unfair things. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? So I think some of the incidents that you also mentioned, which Vālmīki presented as they are, without softening. So does that show that the character of Rama may be perfect in his duties, but there are questions about fairness which can be raised? Or are there ways to even answer those?
Yeah.
Did you hear me clearly?
Well, yes, there are certainly questions of fairness.
Yeah. Can you take all the questions together? There are two more questions, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah, of course, this is a wonderful presentation, but I have a small reservation in the first assumption you made, that you're saying Krishna advocates a kind of consequentialist ethics. And my mind, as for my reading goes, that Krishna actually advocates a kind of rule deontology, not consequentialism. So that's what my reading is, but I want your clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Goldman, for a very rich presentation. A simple question, which is this classic conundrum between the tussle between Kula Dharma and Kshatriya Dharma. Now, someone who's looked at the text inside out in the epic traditions for so many decades, did you ever encounter, for a lack of a better word, some incident where Kula Dharma comes first? It is in some ways that it hasn't been sanitized adequately, and Kula Dharma, by chance or for lack of whatever, cleaning up, continues to be dominant. Has there at all been any episode that you have encountered? Thank you.
Yeah, well, let me try to deal with some of those questions.
Manoj, Dr. Panda.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you, Professor Goldman, for a wonderful deliberation. I have a small question. I was wondering about, as we all know, Rāmāyaṇa is also a political text. So I was wondering how politics contributes in Rāmāyaṇa to understand the moral dilemmas that are there in Rāmāyaṇa. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sir.
So, yes, we have more questions. So, well, let me try to answer generally some of those questions. Yes, I mean, both epics are political in nature, but the Mahabharata much more so, because it actually deals with a real struggle for power between two claimants to a throne. So what you have there is actually a civil war that's going on. The Rāmāyaṇa is the radical opposite of that. The Rāmāyaṇa, every time that there's a potential tension that could lead to a struggle for the throne, it's diffused because everybody important, perfectly follows the Kula Dharma. So Rama doesn't hesitate to give up his rightful consecration just on the word of his, not even his father. He says, to Kaikeyi, he says, mother, Kaikeyi, mother, if you had merely asked me to leave, you wouldn't have to have tortured my father this way. I would happily have left just on your word. So there's an almost excessive kind of filial deference there. And the same thing happens between Bharata and Rama. Because when Bharata is now presented with the succession to the throne, he refuses it, runs out to the forest, and he says to Rama, this was wrongly done by my mother. You please come back. Rama says no. So at every turn, the poet tries to diffuse any possibility of fraternal struggle, which is what the Mahabharata is functionally all about. The only way that gets worked out in the Rāmāyaṇa is one in the world of the monkeys, right, where the younger brother enlists Rama's aid to kill his older brother, and in the world of the Rakshasas, where the righteous Rakshasa and Ram Bhakta Vibhishana betrays his own family duty to get Rama to kill his older brother and put him in place. So you have that tension between self-aggrandizement, perhaps, and obedience. So this is why, as you say, Ghore Shotru Bibhishon, right? Bibhishon is a traitor in your own house, right? A Shotru, Ghore Shotru. So the only way, and the way Vālmīki, if you like, plays with that, in a sense, is with the character of Lakshmana. Lakshmana serves as a kind of radical foil emotionally to Rama. Where Rama is calm, Lakshmana is fiery. It's Lakshmana who wants to overthrow the king. He wants to kill Bharata, he wants to kill Dasharatha and put his bhaya on the throne. Rama, of course, doesn't let him do it. So when Rama is agitated, the one time when Rama gets really agitated, when Sita is abducted and gets very wild and says he's going to destroy the world and so on and so forth, then it's Lakshmana's turn to take the opposite role. He says, Bhaiya, please calm down. This is not like you. Please. And then finally he calms down. He says, let's do something practical. Let's go search for Sita, and so on. So he's very keenly aware of it. In Mahabharata, to respond to some of those other questions, Krishna is a very clever politician, you might say, on that level, right? Because what's his main role in that epic? He's not a warrior. He doesn't fight with the enemy. He's the diplomat, right? He's the final diplomat in that really understudied and quite interesting Udyoga Parvan. It's Krishna who's sent as the last of the ambassadors of the Pandavas to negotiate a settlement with the Kauravas, right? But is he really trying to settle that? Because his mission as an avatara is to destroy all of these kings. This is what he came to earth for, as is claimed in the framing narrative of the Mahabharata, that Lord Vishnu was appealed to by the earth, who was being overwhelmed with too many demanding, rapacious kings. And he came to earth to actually exterminate a large percentage of them, right? And yet here he is negotiating a peace settlement. But peace is not what he came to earth to negotiate. So there's a certain interesting contradiction almost in the way in which he's working. You know, my old friend Bimal Krishna Motilal wrote that book called Krishna, a Devious Divinity, because he's a kind of a trickster, a moral trickster, and he manipulates the war so that he gets the right outcome. And in fact, at the end, when the Pandavas are desolate because everybody they loved has been killed, he says essentially, you know, stop whining, you know, face it, you could never have won this war if you fought fair. So get over it. And, you know, that's the attitude he takes. So, you know, there are all kinds of interesting twists in both epics, but one can't, I think, go into all of them.
Thank you very much, sir, for an extremely brilliant paper and educative for all of us. Thank you very much. May I now proceed to the second presenter of this session, Professor Aditya Mohanti. Professor Aditya Mohanti is a former professor of philosophy at Utkal University, Bhubaneswar, and presently a professor of philosophy at Tripura University. His research interests include philosophy of value, analytical philosophy, Indian philosophy. He is the author of several books, including Philosophy of Values, Concepts and Issues in Indian Philosophy. May I now invite Professor Mohanti to present his paper.
To all of you. For me, it is indeed a great moment of fulfillment. Not only to be part of the panel where Rakesh Chandra is presiding, and Professor Amita Chatterjee, whom I also take as a role model in academics, is a co-panelist, and you have seen Goldman. I didn't know him. Really an inspiration that a person who is nurtured and on a different socio-cultural ethos could imbibe so much. He remains a paradigm for all of us. I'm not sure whether we have imbibed or assimilated our text so intimately, so faithfully. I'm grateful to all of you. Really, I'm trying to look for words to express my, no, it's not a formal gratitude. to be here in the midst of the monastic order, the missionaries who are out to perpetuate the great legacy of Ramakrishna Paramahansa and Swami Vivekananda. I'm pretty sure that we are really inspired by their unseen presence, but a felt presence. And all of you brothers and sisters, the delegates from different parts of the country. I'll be thinking aloud. I have a paper handy, but I would love to share my ideas as such, without going between the lines in the text. Now there are three aspects, or three parts of my paper. The title is entitled as Moral Dilemma, Nature and Resolution Must Be Having. First of all, what is morality? And then, what is a moral dilemma? And the genesis and resolution of the moral dilemma. There are three distinct thematic parts. Now, needless to say that the moral issues, now the title is Morals Matter, how profoundly it is entitled. Now, why do morals matter? And in which domain they matter? I have tried to spell it out, pen down few lines, trying to show that moral issues are significant, are live only in human domain. Moral issues cannot be raised in respect of animal behavior, because human existence is more psychic than physical, whereas animal existence is more physical than psychic. By this I mean that in human actions or in human domain, mind is in command. But in case of animal domain or non-human domain, though they have psyche, though they have mind, a pet dog can distinguish between a master and a stranger and so on. And there have been several experiments to show that the plants have also mind, they respond to stimuli. But the difference lies in the fact that in human beings, the psyche is in command. And the instinctive propensities are recessive. Human beings' psyche can control, regulate, harness, sublimate the instinctive promptings. And because of this, human beings came to be have two distinct possessions, that is rationality and freedom of will. These are the two privileged possessions of human beings, on account of which human beings have added leverage over the non-humans. Whatever you say, science, philosophy, religion, they owe their origin to human ability to ask questions why, what and how. If man would not ask questions why, what and how, there would not be science, there would not have any philosophy and religion. Animal behavior is morally blank because they are driven by instinctive propensity, propulsions. And since human beings have a capacity to think and to choose, on account of rationality, human beings can think. Rationality is nothing but an ability or a capacity or a faculty or acumen by which you distinguish between right and wrong, end and means. So rationality is, by and large, a discriminative faculty which tells us what is right, what is wrong, what is the end and what are the different means available, and which means I should adopt to achieve a particular end. And freedom of will tells me what to follow. I am free to follow the wrong and give up the right, or follow the right, pursue the right and eschew the wrong. So freedom of will tells me that I can choose to do what I want to do. And intellect or rationality helps me right and wrong. You know, Christianity, there is a very important thing which tells us that the same key which holds the gates of heaven also holds the key to the gates of hell. The same key which unlocks the gates to hell also opens the gates of heaven. So rationality is a double-edged sword. If you depend on rationality only, things will not do, because a devil can quote scriptures. You have seen Paradise Lost when Milton says, the Satan is trying to legitimize his ways, evil's ways, and haranguing these Satans who complained that had you followed gods, would have got victory. He said, no, it is better to reign in hell than to serve in heaven. It is mind which makes hell of heaven and heaven of hell. So if a person is taking to wrong ways, he can also legitimize. They also invoke reason to legitimize even the wrong ways. We have talked to many terrorists, those who are working in the remotest part of Odisha. They have 101 reasons as to why they have taken bombs. And if you are not rationally sensitive, you will fall into the trap. And many youngsters have been very brilliant and very vigilant youngsters who have joined the brigade, having been won over by their logic. Logic as such, reason as such doesn't take you anywhere. Reason needs to be regulated because it can be like a double-edged sword. It can heal and it can kill. The same knife in the hands of a surgeon which restores health to a ailing patient, in the hands of a dacoit, it can slit his throat. Same. So, reason is a mere capacity. And having decided this wrong and right, distinction right and wrong, it is the freedom of will which tells you what to do and what not to do. So, these are the two privileged positions of humans on account of possessing a developed psyche. Now, because I have the capacity to choose from among alternatives, right and wrong, we remain accountable to what we do. If I am the doer of action, I have to own the responsibility of what follows, right and wrong. So, freedom of choice and rational cogitation go hand in hand with moral accountability. In the ethical plane, it has another dimension, ontological plane also. In the ethical plane, if I do something right or if I do something wrong, and I should be responsible for the aftermath of my action. Now, ontologically, I run into a karmic bondage. Now, why do you call it ontologically? As there is any causal order, cause and effect follow, there is a nexus. So, in moral order also, there is a action, karma, pratikarma, action, reaction, they also constitute nexus. As deterministic as the causal determinism. As there is a causal determinism in the state of nature, there is also determinism in respect to actions and reaction, karma follow. So, this causal order in nature and the moral order in the karma, they are two variants of a fundamental order, that is Ruta. If you go to Upanishads, you will find Ruta, Satya and Karma interchangeably used. Dr. Chakraborty, I don't know who is here, he was referring to Ruta yesterday. So Ruta is the cosmic order. Because of Ruta, the wind flows and the river flows, and there is a causal. You can predict what is going to happen when the solar eclipse is going to happen 100 years ahead. So that is a uniformity. Similarly, there is a karmic uniformity. If you do a particular action, certain reactions are awaiting me. If not in this life, next life in Prarabdha, I have to undergo the consequences. So I get ontologically rooted by doing an action in space-time axis. By doing an action in a space-time axis, I remain ontologically rooted so that in form of the causal chain, the karmic bondage. So karmic bondage refers to an ontological dimension of karma, whereas if I do an action, I am morally accountable, this is an ethical dimension. So I am free to do good or bad, but once I do or bad, I cannot choose my consequences. So human beings are free to choose from among the alternatives, but once an action is done, you cannot choose the consequence, because consequence of action are causally netted or bonded, or you can say connected. So it's a causal nexus, karmic nexus. So that refers. So moral order and causal order are two variants of the fundamental order, Ruta. That is why Upanishad says, Satyam Bada. When you speak according to the cosmic order, you are wedded to truth. Dharmang chara. Dharma is to practice. So when you conduct your action according to dharma, according to the Ruta, it is dharma. So Satya and Dharma are the verbal and actional expressions of the fundamental order. This is how the action-reaction dynamics are spelled, time constraints. So I'll be going very fast. Now this is morality. So morality, first of all, makes sense in human domain. Good or bad, you remain accountable for what you do. Now, when we perform action, sometimes we are under the grips of a dilemma. So every action has a moral dimension. Now, what about inaction or non-action? Someone was referring yesterday. If Arjuna would not act, just imagine that Lord Krishna is not present in the scene. Arjuna lays down the arms, having been overcome by a sense of despondency and despair at the prospect of possible whether victory or defeat. Both the alternatives are unpalatable, unacceptable. So it's been a case of a dilemma, moral dilemma for Arjuna. Supposing he would not have acted, whether he would attract moral provisions or not. Yes. Because when action is called for, not to act is a case of bad action. When action is called for, being a Kshatriya, it is Swadharma or Kuladharma to fight, and here is an occasion to fight, and the Dharma of Kshatriya is to fight, and there is a necessity, exigency to fight. If he would not have fought, perhaps he would have failed in his bounden duty. Suppose a son is grown up and he said, I will take to sannyas, ignoring the willing parents. I will not do anything, I will only meditate. When action is called for, not to act is a case of bad action. So inaction and action, non-action are also instances of action. So in a case of a moral dilemma, the second part is moral dilemma. What is a moral dilemma? In a moral dilemma, the moral agent encounters alternatives. Most of the literature on moral dilemma you will find that they say in moral dilemma all the alternatives are equally unacceptable. No. For Arjuna, all the alternatives are unacceptable because he becomes victorious, it will at the cost of the doing harm to the kith and kin. So he cogitates on pros and cons and says that both are unacceptable. But there could also be alternatives that are equally acceptable. For example, a boy or a girl or a young man, when in the prime of his career, he wants to choose whether to be a doctor or a teacher. He's really in a confusion. Dilemma is basically a state of moral confusion. So he is not free to whether to do or not to do. You have to do. So moral agent is constrained on two accounts. First of all, he has to act. He cannot escape from action. Second is, he cannot act in all the ways. He can only act in a particular way. These are the two constraints. So moral agent is handicapped on two accounts. First of all, he cannot escape action. Second is, given different alternatives, he has to choose one from alternatives. These are the two constraints, inherent constraints in moral situation. And moral situation is essential and existential situation because moral issues make sense or significant life only in the human domain in case of human actions which are consciously performed. There is a dilemma. Should I be a teacher? Should I serve a greater humanity by taking to a saffron roads? Should I be a doctor? All the alternatives are equally good, acceptable, laudable, worth pursuing. If I become a teacher, I am engaged in man making. Whether doctor, engineer, advocate, even a sannyasi, they are not a product of a classroom. We prepare them in the class, so it's a man making. What about a doctor? Healing is a mission. Healing is more a mission than a profession. So that is also a noble mission. And being a sannyasi, yes, apparently they appear to do not have a family, but they have embraced to address the cause of a bigger family. Just taking entire life, prospects, career, everything to serve the entire cause of humanity. So what to do? This is also a dilemmatic situation. So alternatives could be equally unpalatable, equally acceptable. But now how to choose, how to legislate for ourselves, what to do and what not to do. If I do this, now there is a poem, the road not taken. He says, you decide and as you choose a path, that makes all the difference for the rest of your life. All the difference. If you become a doctor, or if you become a teacher, you cease to be a doctor. Even if you want to heal, you cannot do because you don't have the expertise which could have cultivated by your care. So how the alternatives has to be, in moral situation, reason comes to our help. So the entire moral dilemma, genesis of the moral dilemma and resolution of the moral dilemma revolves on the axis of or pivot of reason. Every moral judgment is a rational judgment. If you say it is good, then there are reasons to ask why it is good. Every pronouncement in jurisprudence is a reasoned judgment. Every judgment is a reason. That is why it taken as a precedence. When there are overriding reasons, maybe a particular judgment is overridden. But once a judgment is given, that remains as a precedence because it has the backing of reason. Now, this very interesting thing is this. In a given dilemmatic situation, different individuals may act differently. Why? Because they reason differently. Because they reason differently. For example, a terrorist, he has a very noble, you will say that he has a very noble objective of bringing about equitable society. Some are filthy rich, some are, subject to impoverishment, some die of indigestion, overeating, some die of starvation. Why this glaring? If you live in a democracy, if this cosmos is our patrimony, if you proclaim it, how come that you appropriate the major chunk of the wealth at the cost of the people who don't get square meal a day? So they are imbued or they are inspired by the idea of ushering in an egalitarian or equitable society where the economic disparities are not so glaring, despite the fact that we differ in respect to capacity, nobility. A social act. So what does he do? He said there is no way that they will abdicate they will give up their fortunes in favor of the lesser fortunate ones. So the only way is snatching them away, a revolution, application of force. Here there is another social activist, a grassroots activist, said, yes, this can be also done without taking to violence. It can be done by trying to raise the public awareness, sensitizing people about the unjust system, and gradually there will be the public resentment. As a result, there will be systemic change, and when the systemic change and the economic system changes, so there is no room for exploitation. So that will also pay. There are two ways. Goal is same. But one takes to violent means because he thinks that the only way. The other says, no, there are alternate ways of achieving it. So the moral questions can also be asked not only with regard to end, but also with regard to means. But whatever you do, the right and wrong questions are legislated eventually by the scale of reason. By the scale of reason. If I follow this, why do I follow this? 1, 2, 3, 4. But the moot question is, if X and Y are facing the same dilemmatic situation and they have also their reasons in favor of what they choose, how to settle it? This is a very, very core concern, not only in ethics but philosophy in general. You will see Dvaitavadins and Advaitins, they argue and argue. Satkarjvadins and Asatkarjvadins, they have the respective arguments. So the philosophical controversies also take place on the axis of reason. There is no possibility of resolution because reason is not autonomous. This is a great important thing which we should also address ourselves to, that why do philosophers differ? Why do philosophers marshal the reasons, adduce the reasons in different ways? It means before you adduce Advaitin, before he adduces reasons, he knows what he is going to establish. The conclusion is preconceived. So he will try to adduce those arguments, marshal arguments in a manner, invoke those arguments which will support a monistic position. And on the other hand, the Dvaitavadins will have their own battery of arguments to substantiate their position which they have already conceived. That is why the philosophers never, philosophical arguments move at like parallel lines without no conclusive end. This is one of the reasons. So how we manage our reason, how we adduce our reason, how we marshal our reason depends on what is our conviction. So ultimately reason is not a steward. Had reason been steward, then we would reach at a particular point. Given a moral situation, we would act identically, but we act differently. And you say, why do you act? You have your own reasons, respective reasons, cogent reasons, coherent reasons to substantiate, that tend to substantiate to conclusion. So reason is, as a matter of fact, reason is very rarely autonomous. Because we are carried by, we drive our reason, we drive our cognitive apparatus according to the convictions. Now reason is like an antenna which is fixed to a pole. If the pole tilts and the antenna tilts and there is blurred vision in the screen. So the reason as a capacity is fitted into our framework. So that is what Jainists point out. Just as is the framework, the world that you see is your own world because the world that you see from your perspective. So there can be no knowledge which is perspective neutral or framework neutral. And as is the framework, so is the sarvam khanikam. Everything is momentary. Someone says the ultimate reality is permanent. The process metaphysics and substantive metaphysics, they have their own arguments. You cannot say that one fine moment they sit together and they say, let us agree with one, let us have. No. The nature of the reason is such, it will take two alternative ends because the reason is being tempered by your convictions. So reason is not autonomous. But one thing I would like to underline before this learned audience, though reason is sometimes plays its allegiance to emotions, sentiments, fond beliefs, dogmas. Do you think that IS, those who chop off the head, they don't have their legitimate, they have their arguments. If you go by arguments, by logic, you reach at different, if you go with the different ends. But one thing is, reason is such a thing, such a potential man, reason has that inherent potency to liberate itself from non-rational factors. So reason has the inherent potency to attain autonomy and not to play the word. Instead of playing the steward, it plays like a word, serves like a word. Reason can also be in command. Reason can help you to extricate itself, liberate itself from the fetters of non-rational factors like emotions, sentiments, dogmas, preconceived notions, and the things which have been infused in you, and you acquire them unawares, you can free yourself from those. So reason has that ability. When reason tries to make itself immune to the spell of these non-rational factors, then perhaps it helps us. It is like a searchlight or a torchlight. It shows the way, the path. Why? Because the way of the reality is also rational. I am not alluding to real is rational, rational is real, but in some sense, Hegel is very profound because the way of nature is also reason. It doesn't, nature doesn't play dice. As you think, or as you argue, or as you reason, things take place as per with that precision. So the way of nature is also the way of reason. So if Tagore says, where mind is without fear, where the clear stream of reason has not lost its way into dreary desert sand of dead habit, to that heaven of freedom, let my country have that sentence is there. I'm an English rendering of it. So reason has to be made freed from the fetters of the dogmas, sentiments, and so now the question is, though reason is taken for a ride, mostly we have to be vigilant, we have to rationally awaken, so that reason also needs a direction. Buddhi has to be regulated by what? Bodhi. So here comes the role of another faculty, is the same faculty. When reason graduates itself, then it becomes conscience. Reason tells me right and wrong, my conscience prods me, goads me, prompts me, urges me to do what is right. And I pay price for morality, as some of our students are saying. So, reason has another capacity. It has a coercive force. If I say it is good because of 1, 2, 3, 4 reasons, you have to accept because there is a reason is a universal presence. That also have to. Reason is a universal presence, which can't also talk in a different way. Rational will is the good will, but reason is the universal presence in everyone. That is why when I say anything with the support of reason, with the backing of reason, you accept it because reason has a compulsive. Reason is a compulsive force, a coercive force, because the reason in me which tells me this is good because of this makes you accept it. So your acceptance of my anything I say with reason is because of the fact that you have also reason, and reason has a universal presence in everyone. So now comes the role, supposing there is a moral dilemma, how to solve it? Another 10 minutes? Give me 5 minutes latitude. Otherwise, I'll remain half complete, so that may get confused. Or I'll be trying to be as brief as possible. Now, a resolution of the moral dilemma. Now, when you are trying to settle in favor of one alternative rather than another, what should be the criterion? First of all, there are three criteria. Expediency should be given up in favor of virtue. Anything which is good in the short run is to be given up, anything which brings good in the long run. I should not take to alcoholic dose of alcohol because it immediately makes him very active. There are great singers who can sing very well when they are under spell of liquor, but in the long run, it doesn't yield result. So anything which is expedient, this is what Kant says, expedience is to be given up in terms of virtue. So second is, anything which benefits a minority is to be given up in favor of the majority. Arjuna was reluctant to fight because it will spell, if he comes out victorious, who will be vanquished? His own kith and kin. So it will harm their interest. Lord Krishna says, this is the criterion. He said, look here, this is not a war between families. It is a war between good and evil. And by exterminating the evil, you pave the way for rule of dharma, a greater humanity, greater chunk of humanity benefit. And if the evils rule, then the interest of the majority will become a casualty. So short term, long term in favor of short term, majority interest in favor of the minority interest. Now the question is, who come under moral dilemma? There are two categories of people who do not have moral dilemma. Duryodhana did not have a moral dilemma while denuding Draupadi. Ravana did not have a moral dilemma while abducting Sita. Kaikeyi did not have moral dilemma, should have had, while asking for a boon in the nick of the moment, when he knew that if Dasrath yields, decides to keep his commitment, then my son will be the king, to satiate the ambition that our son should be enthroned. They didn't have a moral dilemma. And IAS who chops off the head, keeps full line, they don't have moral dilemma because their actions are driven by non-rational factors. Rationality is so dormant and latent that it's not open to deliberation. Second category of people. Sabari did not have moral dilemma in offering offal to Sri Ram. Whether to give or not to give. Should I give offal? Or should I give him not? Sweet or sour, let him know. Because the values of Atiti Deva Bhava was ingrained in her psyche. Buddha did not have a moral dilemma whether to live in the palace or to become a sannyasi, because his conscience was awakened. For the humanity, he had to go to find solution to the universal problem, that is why human beings suffer. And Vivekananda did not have a moral dilemma to take to sannyasa, because the mystic touch, look of the master, even the eye contact was enough to leave everything, all prospects, so-called prospects. They didn't have. So in one case, the morality is not awakened, therefore moral dilemma doesn't appear. In another case, morality is so very awakened, conscience is so very awakened that they don't have moral dilemma. Moral dilemma appears to, complete 2 minutes, moral dilemma appears to people who are confused, do not know what to do and what not to do. For example, Arjuna. A case of Arjuna can be taken as a typical human dilemma, whether to fight or not to fight. Now how it is solved? When he has clarity. Who gave the clarity? Because of the discourse of Lord Krishna, he got the clarity. And in the beginning, he is in despair. At the end, he said, Lord, I will do. He takes Gandiva and said, I will fight. So the passage from genesis of moral dilemma and resolution of dilemma is a passage from confusion to clarity. In the beginning, he is confused as to what to do and what not to do. At the end, when clarity is there, then you choose in favor of one alternative. So this is a moral passage. The genesis of the dilemma and resolution of dilemma refers to a moral passage. It is quite possible that Lord Krishna is not there with everyone explicitly, but there is another self in us. The higher self has a dialogue with the lower self. I desire this. I know that anything which I desire may not be desirable. How to legislate? The awakened reason helps me to control, regulate and harness my lower promptings so that I gain clarity and I overcome confusion, so dilemma is addressed. Namaskar.
Thank you very much. The paper had many important things to highlight, how all rational cogitation and ethical discourse are related to each other, and every action has a moral dimension. Also, a very interesting thing that Professor Mohanti brought out was that reason has the potential, though reason is guided by conviction, it has the potential of becoming autonomous, and reason elevates to become the conscience, as he mentions. Also, a very interesting thing by which he concluded that moral dilemmas do not hamper people who are completely driven by something like evil, or also, on the other hand, by the morally awakened. So, and as he mentioned, the story of the Mahabharata's question. Yeah, can we take it right away? Yeah, and one more, as I was just wondering before we take this question, was that, the whole idea of reason giving and reason as a capacity to find orderliness, the distinction that we often draw between practical and theoretical reason, like something like obedience to the law of non-contradiction in case of theoretical reason, and the means-end synchronization in practical reason. If we take all of that together, then perhaps we would have a more nuanced understanding, because every reason-giving exercise cannot be taken as rational. Sir.
So it's a very interesting deliberation, I must admit. And I enjoyed very much your speech, sir. So let us not beat about the bush. I want to ask you one question, sir. Are you a philosophy professor by choice or by chance? You are a philosophy professor by choice or by chance?
By choice or by chance?
By choice.
By choice.
If that answer would suffice, then I will stop here.
And who made the choice for you? You did the choice for you, or your parents?
Myself.
Yes.
My parents were not that educated to distinguish to know whether philosophy is a perspective. Rather, I was dissuaded.
And you are wiser than them. Very nice. And I think the best choice is not to choose at all.
Okay. Not to choose at all.
Not to choose at all. Let others choose for me, those who are superiors. So that option I value most. I value most. Because we did choose so many things, not by ourselves. Since superiors order us, you do this, you do that, it is good to obey the superiors, seniors, those who have the knowledge about the thing, about the alternatives. When it comes to us to choose, it's very difficult, because we are not that mature in a way. So when you say that Dushasana, Ravan, Koiki, they didn't have any, say, dilemma in their choice, I feel that even Buddha, even Vivekananda had the dilemma. But for Buddha, the problems are solved by himself. By himself. There was none to guide him. But for Vivekananda, the problem, whether to give up or to be in the world, that solution, that dilemma was solved by his teacher, Sri Ramakrishna, in a major way. And his conscience was clear in that sense. So that's why I say, let my superiors make the choice for me.
Okay, I'll respond.
Thank you.
Any other question?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I have two questions. The first one is, when you assume that morality operates in the human domain, I baffle, what do you mean by morality in human domain? Is it like morality as a recipient or morality as a donor? So if you say, for example, suppose I am choosing to kill an animal or not. So in that case, I am the actor, and my moral consideration, the recipient of my moral consideration is an animal, right? So when you are saying that morality, operates in the human domain, in which sense you are using? And I'm afraid you are definitely not choosing as moral recipient, because in that sense, we talk about animal rights, and if you say that animals do not even are eligible to moral consideration, then I beg to differ. And if you say that, okay, they do not have that potential to act, and therefore they cannot do moral actions, but they can be recipient of moral consideration, then it's okay. My problem will be solved. So this is one. And the second one is, I was baffling when you say that rationality is an instrument, and your conviction actually directs rationality in which way it should decide or act. But the question is, from where that conviction is formed, how that conviction is formed. Is it so arbitrary, whimsically, that your conviction is formed and then you decide what rationality is to do? And if it is, then I fear again that there is a problem. Thank you.
Well, that was a good presentation, and I know Professor Mohanti. He has his own convictions and he speaks well, presents his facts very convincingly. I will only point out two things. One is your ontological aspect. When you talk of that in that ontological level, everyone has to reap the consequence of his karma. Now that is all right, and then karma has to assume rebirth. If you cannot reap the consequence in this life, then you will have to reap the consequence in some other life. So that is where I find little bit uncomfortable, because across the supposed lives, that he has started smiling, across lives, what will determine personal identity? What will determine that the person who is said to suffer or enjoy the consequences of his past life, is there really the person who did that? Because in the absence of physical continuity, we really have precious little to determine whether he is the same person or not. Okay. And the other thing is a general observation. I'm from the previous speaker. Krishna has been, you said that Arjuna, after Krishna explained things to him, Arjuna's dilemma was removed and he fought. I'm sorry, I cannot agree with that, because Arjuna really was not, I have a feeling that Krishna did not meet his logic. He simply, persuasively said that you have to do this and all that. Now, in this way, sometimes Krishna has been misunderstood. To be fair to him, I would like to say that Krishna was only saying that yes, Swadharma, the dilemma was between Swadharma and Sadharana Dharma. Arjuna said, okay, I should do my duty as a Kshatriya to fight, but as a human being, I should not kill. That was the dilemma, major dilemma. And Krishna went on telling him, well, you do your Swadharma. He did not explicitly say that you should not do your Sadharana Dharma. He did not explicitly say that, and that gives him a kind of general impression, I think mistaken impression that Krishna, and he was only talking about one Dharma. That is not the thing. Dharmas, both of them, Swadharma and Sadharana Dharma, they are categorical imperatives, normally inviolable, but under the demands of the situation, as long as it doesn't affect the spirit of the ethical principle, one should remain suspended. So here, Krishna was, to be fair to him, Krishna was suggesting that in the interest of the righteous war, Dharma Yuddha, your general Sadharana Dharma remains suspended, your Swadharma as a Kshatriya is the right thing that you do. So that way you should be fair to Krishna. Instead of saying he skillfully did this and all that, I was feeling very uncomfortable. Okay.
Yeah. Can I just, by the permission of Professor Chakraborty, can we now, because we are running out of time, can we now request Professor Chatterjee to start a presentation, and then maybe, if we have time, then take that on.
Professor Mohanti can respond.
If you can give a very quick response to it, very quick.
First of all, by our esteemed chair, the theoretical reason and practical reason. There is, except the reasonings that we undertake in the classrooms, every reasoning in an existential context becomes a practical reason. There is no different species. The same rational faculty, when is applied to address an existential impasse, that becomes a practical reason. Now, Swamiji is here that the choice should be exercised with the help of the superiors because they are more enlightened. There is I don't know this time, Double Bates, when he wanted to be a poet, when a 5-year-old, his father wanted him to be an engineer. He bet him and he cried, "Father, father, pity take, I shall never verses make." A 5-year-old child crying, and that cry, that ye is an destined to a poet. If there are superiors, they should also take into account the native dispositions, knack and ability of the child. So they are facilitators. Ultimately, if I'm not interested in be a physician to force me because I'm going to fulfill the dreams of my parents, then I neither become a good physician nor become a good singer, for which perhaps I'm otherwise programmed. So the superiors are definitely a momentous role to play, because the child may not be matured enough to take decision and to cogitate on the pros and cons of the thing. And for example, Swami Vivekananda, yes, Swamiji, you are ahead into the core of the system. But what I was trying to do is, you see, Buddha saw 4 sides and became sannyasi. We saw, every day we see those sides. His sanskar was ripe. And there are others also, maybe many followers who would not have become sannyasi, they were also coming to Dakshineshwari. But why it is Vivekananda who became and went ahead, take the mission ahead? The flag ahead, because he was a ripe soul. He was preeminently fit for it. That needed trigger. Unless the wood is dry, you cannot make it put fire. And if the forest is dry, one matchstick is enough to convert the entire the forest into ashes. One. To put the year on fire, if it is dry forest, one matchstick is enough. So he was prepared for that. So that is what I mean, that there you are driven to that. You need only a trigger. You need a catalyst. You need a facilitator. You need a guru. You need a mentor.
Sometimes you have to surrender.
Yeah. So you see, everyone doesn't surrender. You are programmed to surrender. Programmed to surrender. So then Patipavan says, you see, in moral deliberation, in moral system, there are 3 factors: the agent, the action, and the intention. What is intention? In form of the envisaged consequences, isn't it? Agent, action, agent, intention, and action leading to envisaged consequences. It is always the intention that is taken into account while determining the ethical merit of an action, not consequences. So, if the intention is good, if the agent is rewarded or is lauded, because doesn't matter, maybe the envisaged consequences are not, do not really take place, because the consequences are determined by many extra essential factors. So it is not the recipient who is, it is the intention what you do. And as you rightly said, not only that, even the plants and animals need our protective care. And man, being the most evolved creature on this planet, just as a most able-bodied person in a family takes care of the younger ones, so man bears the onus of extending stewardship or protective love to all, flora, fauna and everything. They become an object of moral consideration. That is how we justify ourselves to a moral agent, in doing our duty to the... Now, ontology of karma, sir. So actually, when we do, and there are a lot of studies on that, I don't have time to dilate upon that. So when you do a karma, you intervene in the state of nature. So, just as you bend a wire, it needs a counter movement to make it straight. So see, by doing a karma, you intervene in the state, good or bad. So by only when you undergo the pratikarma, the balance is restored. So ontologically, when I do something bad, even if I escape the tentacles of justice, human justice, you are bound to reap the consequences sooner or later, whether you want it or not, because you get yourself bonded in the karmic nexus, whether you want it or not. About there is no personal identity. There is a loss of memory, loss of nervous system, no memory, but the psychic wave, that moves with its characteristic wavelength. Now they have a lot of experiments how it descends into an embryonic base depending on the parallel wavelength. This physical psychic wavelength waits for an appropriate physical wavelength where it descends as nucleus, and that zygote determines that he is going to a sannyasi or a indulgent person in the later life, or a singer. So that psychic wave, that is why it said it awaits for a suitable body to come, because if I want to be a great singer, I must descend myself, embryonic consciousness in that womb which supports a vocal cord. So there is a continuity of lives, no physical identity, but nonetheless there is a chain. Punarapi janamang, punarapi maranam, punarapi janam. So there is a big science they are trying to unfold. Thank you. So there is a continuity. We'll discuss.
Thank you very much for both your presentation and the very clear responses. Now it's my honor and privilege to invite Professor Amita Chatterjee, who is our teacher, in fact, of most of us. She's a philosopher of science and logician and a professor emerita at the School of Cognitive Science at Jadavpur University in Calcutta. She studied at the Presidency College and was a professor of philosophy at Jadavpur University from 1979 to 2010. And during this time, she coordinated the Center for Cognitive Science in Jadavpur University and was head of the Department of Philosophy. From 2010 to 11, she was the first Vice Chancellor of Presidency University, Kolkata. After this, she returned to Jadavpur University from 16 to 19. She served as the second Vice President of the Division for Logic, Methodology and Philosophy of Science and Technology. She served as the editor for numerous academic journals, among them Philosophy East and West, and has been an important member of the Calcutta Logic Circle, a group of logicians from mathematics, philosophy, and computer science in West Bengal. She's going to present her views on moral dilemmas, sources, and ways out. Ma'am.
Thank you, dear Chairperson. May I know how much time do I have at my possession?
I think with the permission of the organizer, you do have all the 30 minutes that you
So, respected Chairperson, revered Swami Shupananandaji and revered Tadbajanandaji, my fellow panelists, my dear students, and respected distinguished members of the audience. My paper is very short, and as Professor Mohanti has deliberated on most of the aspects of moral dilemma, especially the ethical and philosophical dimensions, so I can skip even the part of my paper. Let me start with summary of my paper. And today being 20th of May, I would like to extend my humble offering in the memory of Professor P.K. Sen, who was the teacher of many of us and also my mentor. So, topic of my discussion that has been assigned to me is moral dilemma, and I'm, very, what shall I say? It's not very comfortable with the topic because there is no algorithm. Being a logician, I tend to find out an algorithm everywhere, but there is no algorithm to solve moral dilemmas. And therefore, I would follow in the footsteps of my senior teachers, and especially Professor B.K. Motilal. The late Professor B.K. Motilal edited Moral Dilemmas in the Mahabharata, which was published from Indian Institute of Advanced Studies, Shimla. The book came out in 1989. Around the same time, he wrote about the moral dilemmas in our epics in Bengali magazine Desh, which were then collected in a small volume named Niti, Yukti, O Dharmo, and was published by Ananda Publishers in 1988. These essays generated a lot of discussion. As a result, whenever we think of moral dilemmas, we get influenced by Professor Motilal's analysis. I shall also take the help of Motilal in understanding the nature and kinds of moral dilemmas. My focus, however, will be on tough choices that we have to make in our everyday life and how we are supposed to handle situations which life often presents to us and sometimes keep us stranded. The issue that I want to address is, why do we have this feeling of helplessness, a sense of crisis while faced with moral dilemmas? The root of that lies in the most quoted statement of the Mahabharata regarding morality by Yudhishthira in response to one of the queries of the wise heron. Yes, all of you have guessed correctly. It is dharmasya tatyam nihitam guhayam. That is, the essence of morality is hidden as if in a cave. Indeed, moral principles are esoteric and moral problems are sometimes unfathomable. Of course, there are established norms of behavior enjoined in the scriptures and preached by the sages. But in problematic situations, scriptural texts and wise sayings fail to be our beacons. Unlike Arjuna, we are not always guided by a friend and philosopher like Sri Krishna. So we fumble, we grope in the dark and try to find our way, following our own moral sense. Unfortunately, for most of us, our moral sense is not sufficiently developed to handle the issues. So inevitably we succumb to moral temptations and take up a wrong course of action. Moral dilemmas therefore call for acute philosophical deliberations. Now I would like to point out one thing that in the last session and during the presentation of the last paper, it appeared that we have, any conflict situation is a kind of moral dilemma. But all moral conflicts are not moral dilemmas, and moral dilemmas, even when there are, moral dilemmas, ethicists think that all of them are not genuine moral dilemmas. And therefore, I would like to begin with a tentative and workable definition of a moral dilemma. According to Motilal, a moral dilemma is a conflict when an agent is committed to two or more moral obligations But circumstances are such that an obligation to do X cannot be fulfilled without violating an obligation to do Y. When grounds of such obligations are equally cogent and equally strong, it is not possible to make any rational choice between them. So in a genuine moral dilemma, we find certain characteristic traits. One, the alternatives must be equally strong. That is, there should be adequate moral reasons for each choice. Two, the agent must have the ability to perform both actions to which the moral choice will lead, because in moral sphere, ought implies can. Third, no matter which choice the agent makes, someone will suffer or something bad will happen. Here I differ, as you can find from Professor Mohanti. And so the fourth feature is genuine moral dilemmas do not have right or wrong answer, and therefore the agent is bound to feel remorse or guilt for choosing one alternative over another. Fifth, in case of non-genuine dilemmas, ways of resolutions may be difficult to find, but nonetheless one can hit upon a way or find some precept to support one's move, but genuine moral dilemmas remain unresolved. The nature of a genuine moral dilemma will become clearer if we consider some examples. I will not take example from the Mahabharata, the Rāmāyaṇa, you had plenty of that. So the first example that I am going to take up is from the Bible. You remember that Herod was the ruler of Palestine, and on Herod's birthday, his stepdaughter Salome danced before the king and his guests. Herod was so pleased that he promised to grant her any request and would give her whatever she desired. Salome asked for the head of John the Baptist on the advice of a revengeful mother. Though Herod was dismayed by the request, he could not go back on his promise and therefore reluctantly agreed to have John executed in the prison. This is definitely a moral conflict situation, but it's not a genuine moral dilemma because the alternatives are not equally strong. Promise keeping is a virtue, all the more so for a king, but killing some innocent person to satisfy the whims of someone or supporting unjust revenge, it's definitely wrong. Another familiar example that we come across of moral dilemma in, say, ethical books, textbooks, is a hit and run situation. That imagine late one night you are driving home in a bad rainstorm. All of a sudden, a trunk reels out in front of your car. You try to stop, but hit him. The roads are deserted, and in that section of the road, no camera is fitted, so nobody sees you. The guy looks and smells as if he is homeless. You check to see how badly he is hurt, and to your horror you realize he is dead. You have never had a speeding ticket before. You are a reputed, upright professional with a family and are respected in your community. What do you do now? I mean, what would be the right course of action for you? Is there a right course? Would you give an anonymous phone call to the local police station? Would you confess your crime or drive home and forget about it, knowing that the death of a homeless trunk is not going to be pursued by anyone? On the other hand, if you confess your crime, you may be behind the bars and reputation of you and your family will be at stake. Is it a case of genuine moral dilemma? Apparently, yes. But it is not unresolvable. At least two well-established moral principles would demand that you should surrender and take punishment for the offense. Usually, ethicists prescribe 3 alternative resolution principles to justify one's decision under such circumstances. But the problem is that all the 3 generally do not point to the same direction, and most of the time they point to different directions. You have some solution though, and something is better than nothing. These 3 resolution principles are first one is end-based. So it says, do what will produce the greatest good of the greatest number. It is the utilitarian principle. On this principle, you may seem right by not reporting the case, for reporting the case will harm larger number of persons. Besides, you are not in a position to undo the harm, what has already been done. The second solution is a rule-based one, which is very much Kantian and definitely will point to a different direction. Kantian principle may be described as stick to your principles and let the chips fall where they may. It definitely tells that reporting an accident to the police is a duty, and you must report it to the police and then face the music. And the third way out is a case-based solution, which tells us to follow the golden rule, do unto others as you would have done to you. So what are you supposed to do here? You are to place yourself in the shoes of the homeless person, and think, if you were him, what would you want? Would you not want that your body be cremated properly after your death? Therefore, you should not let the case go unreported. The third alternative that was there was also, that was to report anonymously, might appear less risky immediately, but you never know whether you will be implicated once the police starts investigation. Now, of these 3 principles, 2 of the resolution principles make it obvious that you should report to the police. So this dilemma is not completely unresolvable, though the choice is really tough. This instance, though, incorporates all other marks of a genuine moral dilemma. Since there are ways of resolution, it should be branded as an instance of moral temptation rather than an instance of a genuine moral dilemma. I'm now going to give you a list of prima facie genuine moral dilemmas. Prima facie, because maybe after deliberation, you may suggest that after rigorous moral reasoning, you may suggest that these are not genuine moral dilemmas. But as of now, these appear to me as genuine cases of moral dilemma. Case 1 is an elephant versus the peasants. Very near a habitat of the elephants, the rural peasants have cultivated their field of crops. Every year when the crops ripen, the elephants come to eat the crops and vandalize the fields. Both the elephants and the peasants have right to survive. So both the horns of the dilemma are right. How would you solve the problem? Second one, imagine you were the head of a state and you get the report that in a neighboring country, many people are being unjustly persecuted. Now, it is right to refrain from meddling in the internal affairs of sovereign nations, and it is also right to help protect the undefended where they are subject to slaughter. What would be your stance? This is definitely a dilemmatic situation for the head of that state, and also for any other morally thinking persons. Then think about the law against sedition, which has raised a furor recently, and we know that the law against sedition is a useful tool to suppress public disorder and to defend one's country under some kind of emergency. But the law also infringes the liberty of the citizens. How would you decide which will be the correct solution? Consider again the pro-choice and anti-choice debate over abortion. The conflict is between women's right to make decisions affecting her body and the right to protect the lives of the unborn. Next comes to my mind the arguments around reservation. It is right to ensure equal social service to everyone, regardless of race or ethnic origin. And the right to pay special attention to those whose socio-cultural background may have deprived them of past opportunities. And many a times we find that these are in conflict. Our constitution makers provided a solution, but that has not been followed, and so we are having more and more dilemmatic situations. Another case is it is right to speak up in favor of a minority viewpoint, and it is also right to let the majority rule. All these are critical moral dilemmas which are burning issues of today, and these are difficult because here the debate is between one right horn and the other right horn. It is not the right versus wrong, but it is the right versus right. Now let us see how the kind of dilemma arises. A dilemma may arise due to conflict between two moral values, like truth and non-violence that you have seen in case of the dilemmas of the Mahabharata. Maybe the conflict is between an individual duty and social responsibility, maybe between two spiritual injunctions, between tradition and reason, and between the dictates of reason and dictates of one conscience. Now, though there are possibilities of innumerable genuine moral dilemmas, R.M. Kidder, in his 1996 and 2005 book, How Good People Make Tough Choices, Resolving the Moral Dilemmas of Ethical Living, reduces these conflicts under four heads: truth versus loyalty, individual versus community, short-term versus long-term, and justice versus mercy. Let us now contemplate on the ways of resolution. In most of the above dilemmas, where the conflict is between two right principles, the problem appears acute because such situations are taken as either-or cases. But to resolve such crisis, we need to look for a third option, which might create a win-win situation. And then we will have to act accordingly. We might hit upon a win-win situation, but still may not be motivated to act accordingly. How do we proceed in such situations? To answer this question, I shall take help from the theory of decision-making as proposed by the Nobel laureate Daniel Kahneman in his famous book, Thinking Fast and Slow. Since moral decision-making is also a kind of decision-making, and Kahneman was talking about any kind of decision-making, therefore, I would like to pursue this track. In his book, Kahneman has presented the basic elements of his two systems approach to decision-making, judgment and choice. He has elaborated the distinction between the automatic operations of our System 1 and the controlled operations of System 2. He says that we have two systems at the back of our mind which are operative in the ordinary times, and the System 1 is related to automatic operations, and System 2 relates to controlled operations. He and his collaborator, Amos Tversky, raised the question, are people good intuitive statisticians? We already knew that people are good intuitive grammarians. At the age of 4, a child effortlessly conforms to the rules of grammar as she speaks, although she has no idea that such rules exist. Do people have a similar intuitive feel for the basic principles of statistics? That was a question raised by Kahneman and Tversky, but I would like to extend it to the question whether people have similar moral intuitions or not. According to Kahneman, System 1 thinking is quick and impulsive, and System 2 is slow and analytical. When an ordinary person faces a morally challenging situation, he or she need to draw upon resources of both systems. There may not be time for a full-scale analysis of the options at hand. Then a person naturally rely on a gut feeling or a moral impulse or moral sense. Kahneman documented how people often make mistakes when they rely solely on quick thinking and what their hearts tell them in that moment. However, people can reap great benefits from activating the slower System 2 processes when weighing alternatives. Those who rely too heavily on System 2, however, may become passive in situations that call for rapid responses. It happens that by the time an act has been thoroughly considered, it is too late to take any correct course of action. In face of a moral dilemma, people should fall back on resources of both System 1 and System 2. System 1 resources comprise moral beliefs, intuitions, and convictions, while System 2 offers opportunities to engage in ethical analysis so as to identify alternative courses of action and test which of these options are justified. However, even after deploying all these resources, ordinary people might not be satisfied with their chosen course of action and suffer from guilt feeling or remorse. This Kahneman solution actually is very similar to the one spoken by R.M. Hare. According to Hare, in case of moral conflict, two courses of actions are open to an agent. He either sticks to the traditional moral principles or tries to resolve the conflict by resorting to a higher type of critical thinking and reformulating the moral precepts. Hare admits that in the moral context, it is possible to employ two types of reasoning: prima facie intuitive reasoning and higher level critical thinking. Ordinary men offer prima facie intuitive reasoning in favor of their decision to a conflict situation, while a man with extraordinary moral sensibility resorts to higher level critical thinking and suggests progressive revision of the moral precepts, realizing the nature of the conflict situation. In the Mahabharata stories, Arjuna is an example of the first type of moral being, and Krishna is an anachronistic exemplar of Herian archangel. Matilal pointed out that in some cases, in the case of promise keeping, when the conflict was between promise keeping and killing of the elder brother, Krishna did not suggest that Arjuna should give up promise keeping as a moral obligation. The solution provided by Krishna was in tune with Arjuna's moral sentiment. In a way, Arjuna kept his vow, and Krishna, with his superior moral insight, restored the value of truth in the best possible manner, commensurate with the situation. Before concluding this paper, I would like to draw your attention to another important point. Usually it is thought, and also this has been asserted by Professor Mohanti very strongly, that in a conflict situation, rational intuition or critical reasoning shows the way out of the predicament. That is correct. But that does not lead us to action or act accordingly. In all cases, reason cannot convince one to act in a decisive way. Where reason fails to convince or motivate one to take up a particular course of action, sympathy and fellow feeling helps to clinch the issue. If you read the treatise of Ram Mohan Roy, arguing against widow burning, his final quote of appeal was daya or compassion for the women whose destiny was to be burnt alive, an act of cruelty and indignity. If you remember Vidyasagar's reforms of widow marriage, etc., you will find that having procured counter-arguments from Parashara Samhita in favor of widow marriage, against the dictates of Manu on the same, Vidyasagar was also appealing to be ruled by the heart and not by the head. In resolving moral dilemmas, as well as inducing one into action, emotion, co-feeling, reverence for others also play a key role. This co-feeling has been called by Swami Vivekananda Shraddha. So, reason, imagination, and intuition, together with respect for others, show the light in dire indecision. These principles, when internalized, not only strengthen the foundation of a civilized society, but also provides a basis of self-realization. The more we face such situations, more we realize our own selves, the ultimate end of all philosophical inquiries. It is evident from this discussion that there is no universal moral rule or heuristic to guide our actions to avoid conflict in every case. Every agent has to find his or her way out depending on situational constraints. But whichever way one opts for through heightened moral sense or through continuous deliberations or both, in every case, the overarching moral principle that cannot be flouted is this, that the solution must contribute to the good, hita, shubha, or mangala of the all concerned. Thank you.
Brilliant and educative as always. I think that Professor Amita Chakraborty Chatterjee kept on reminding us about many, many important things in the discussion of moral dilemmas, the critical moral dilemmas, as she mentioned, with the examples of animal and man, national issues of sedition, the questions of abortion, etc. And the three principles that she brought to our notice, the greatest good of the greatest number, the rule-based thing, and the case-based approach. And finally, I think it was brilliant the way she brought in the ideas of decision theory to talk about the two operating systems of automatic operation and control operations. And talking about it, how she also brought it back to philosophical scholarship of R.M. Hare, where she brought in the two cases of sticking to the old as well as the creative, higher order critical intuitive thinking in a progressive model, as was suggested. No moral guidance comes, and yet we have to use what she reminded us in terms of intuition, reason, and critical thinking together. Before we go to this, I just wanted to remind Professor Chatterjee that despite what she talks about as Krishna's progressive, critical, intuitive model as opposed to Arjun, her teacher, and also our revered Pramatila, does talk about the dark deeds of the dark god in the same text. And also I think when you talk about reason, imagination, and intuition, it would be interesting to remind ourselves that Kant, when he talks about the moral applicability of the categorical imperative, apart from reason, imagination, intuition, he also talks about taste. So that kind of thing which brings in a certain element of subjectivity into the whole application of the general rule to specifics. I'm sure this very, very educative paper would invite questions and clarifications. So,
no question.
One question we have.
Yeah, it's working. It's a wonderful paper. I was just wondering about your response towards a particular case. So we are talking about moral dilemmas in the context of single-person case. I'm sorry I'm bringing in again the collective thing here. But what about the multi-person moral dilemmatic situation? So here's a case. Suppose P1 ought to do X, P2 ought to do Y, and each can and should do that obligatory action respectively, but it would not be possible both for P1 and P2 to do their respective obligatory action at the same time. So I was wondering about how do you see these sort of issues, because moral dilemmas raise serious issues about the consistency thing in a particular moral theory, because moral theories always try to give a solution that things can be arranged in a particular way and the values have their own status and there's no conflict, there's no contradiction. So within a theory, within a particular theory, how do you see this sort of case where you have multiple agents? So here there are 4 points. In the case of a typical single agent moral dilemma case, you have two choices and one subject. So here you have two different choices and two different subjects. So how do you see this sort of cases in the context of a particular moral theory?
Actually, what I feel is this, that when you were raising this question, you were vacillating between two standpoints, because the question that you were raising, it is, you are pinpointing the contradiction or conflict individually. Say you were saying that X cannot choose some alternative, Y cannot choose some alternative, and as a group, how will they act? And so here you say that once again you are considering the problems individually and want a solution at the collective level. So unless and until you can show that this is really a conflict related to the group or the collection, then I don't have any solution in my hand. Because the question that you raised, or the way that you put your question, it appeared to me that you were actually operating at two levels.
Yeah, I think this requires a lot of discussion, especially I think, Amita, this would perhaps help that when you were discussing the question of reservation, for instance. So two group rights coming in a sort of a conflict. So that's the kind of thing, and within those groups about individuals. So both of that. I'm sure this is really, as I said, we always learn enormously from our teacher, Professor Amita Chatterjee. And I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to be, in fact, part of this extremely distinguished and educative panel discussion, where we had three very, very educative papers, from the first paper to the last paper. I am always famously a very bad chairperson who keeps very bad timing because I love to listen to all these, not only the papers, but also the deliberations, which I value very deeply. So I'm sure the organizer would be warned by putting me into this situation in future. But on my part, I am deeply grateful and extremely humbled by this opportunity, and I thank the organizers as well as the panelists for brilliant papers. We will get together because I think we've already overshot the time. We will discuss during the tea time. Thank you.
go in the communicative ethics. The technical solution might be in the probability theory itself by looking into the social trust. Okay. No, that's all. There is a presentation also.
The sixth academic session of the seminar. In this session, we have three speakers. Professor Sabujkoli Sen, former Vice Chancellor, Vishwabharati University. Professor Amitabha Dasgupta, former Professor of Philosophy, University of Hyderabad. Professor Nirmalya Narayan Chakraborty, Professor of Philosophy, Rabindranath University, Kolkata. And this session is going to be chaired by Professor Amita Chatterjee. I request all the speakers and the chairperson of this session to come to the dais. Please.
Good afternoon. We are going to start our sixth academic session, and we have three speakers in the session. Professor Sabujkoli Sen, Professor Amitabha Dasgupta, and Professor Nirmalya Narayan Chakraborty. All of you are requested to finish your paper by half an hour, and then we will have, say, 5-10 minutes discussion. Professor Sabujkoli Sen was the former Vice Chancellor of Vishwabharati University, and she had many publications to her credit, and she has been teaching in Vishwabharati for a long time, and is especially interested in Ramakrishna movement and folk religions of Bengal. Today she is going to present Revisiting Buddhist Ethics, Ambedkar's Interpretation.
Good afternoon. Professor Amita Chatterjee, Professor Amitabha Dasgupta, Professor Nirmalya Narayan Chakraborty on the dais, and off the dais, distinguished professors, ladies and gentlemen. First, I express my sincere gratitude to Swami Tadvratanandaji Maharaj for giving me a chance to participate in this seminar and to present a paper. Dr. Bhimrao Ramji Ambedkar, popularly known as Baba Sahib, was a jurist, social reformer, and politician. He was the chief architect of Indian Constitution and is also known as the father of Indian Constitution. His effort to eradicate social injustice, social evils like untouchability and caste restrictions were remarkable. Throughout his life, he fought for the rights of the Dalits, women, and other socially backward classes. Ambedkar belonged to Mahar community, who were subjected to social discrimination in society. This was because of the social structure and the caste system of Hinduism. He had to face great difficulties, great humiliation in his life. However, fighting all odds, he attained higher education, and soon after completing his studies, he launched himself politically, fighting for the rights of the depressed classes and against inequality practiced in the society. It was 2 months before his passing away, Ambedkar took a pivotal step. This was the time when he adopted Buddhism, he converted to Buddhism. On October 14th, 1956, he adopted Buddhism along with several lakhs of his followers in a simple traditional ceremony at Nagpur. Ambedkar's conversion to Buddhism was not impulsive. It was much an endorsement of a new way of life for the country's Dalit community, as it was a total rejection of Hinduism and the oppression it came to the people of the so-called lower castes. In May 1956, a talk by Ambedkar titled "Why I Like Buddhism and How It Is Useful to World in Its Present Circumstances" was broadcast from the BBC London. In his talk, Ambedkar said, I quote, "I prefer Buddhism because it gives three principles in combination which no other religion does. Buddhism teaches prajna, understand against superstition and supernaturalism, karuna, love, and samatha, equality. This is what man wants for a good and happy life," unquote. Ambedkar throughout his life dreamt of a just society. According to him, a just society is that society in which ascending sense of reverence and descending sense of contempt is dissolved into the creation of a compassionate society. He stood for a social system in which man's status is based on his merit and achievements, and where no one is noble or untouchable because his or her birth. Buddhism, in its pure form, puzzled many people with its radical outlook and rational approach. Morality is said to be its basis and, quote-unquote, a pure democratic criterion of happiness and welfare to many as its motto. He exhorted bhikkhus and bhikkhunis to wander all over the world carrying the Dhamma to people and not to rest on one place. Even by thus, he did not mean spread of his creed. It was essentially an expression of his concern he had for suffering humanity. Buddha had repeatedly advised people not to take his word for granted, but test it on the touchstone of their experience and intellect before accepting or rejecting it. Ambedkar's attraction to Buddhism is basically on account of its moral base and absence of irrationality. He found variants of humanism in the Indian civilization through Buddhism. Ambedkar was a religious person in some ways. He considered that religion is absolutely essential for the development of mankind, and he diverged from the Marxist atheism in that respect, though he was influenced by Marx in his thinking. Ambedkar's vision of religion was overdetermined by social and moral considerations. It is to be noted that he reconstructed Dharma and Buddhism. His Dharma and Buddhism cannot be properly understood unless it is seen in the context of his politics. Ambedkar wanted to emancipate the Indian people from the clutches of casteism, capitalism, and communalism. He was aware of how the capitalist mode of production had perpetuated the class distinction within caste, thus making it extremely difficult to mobilize people along either caste or class lines. He made a very significant observation in this context. I quote, "Just as the Hindus are divided into so many castes, castes are divided into different classes of castes. The Hindu is caste conscious, he is also class conscious. Whether he is caste conscious or class conscious depends upon the caste with which he comes into conflict. If the caste with which he comes into conflict is a caste within the class to which he belongs, then he is a caste conscious. If the caste is outside the class to which he belongs, he is class conscious. Ambedkar was not positivist or utilitarian in his approach to religion. His understanding of religion was, to some extent, influenced by Marxist insights, though he was not essentially a Marxist. Ambedkar realized how the interests of the Brahmanism and capitalism go hand in hand. He thought, therefore, that neither capitalism nor communalism could be fought unless Brahmanism was attacked and destroyed completely. Thus, Ambedkar's concern for emancipatory politics led him to develop serious critique of religion in general and of Hinduism in particular. Very briefly, let us see how did Ambedkar scrutinize Hinduism. He scrutinized it on the basis of the principles of justice. He defined justice as another name of liberty, equality, and fraternity, and asked, does Hinduism recognize liberty, equality, and fraternity to all? The answer is no. Ambedkar concluded that Hinduism is devoid of any set of principles that would guide the moral conscience of the individual. It is therefore incapable of providing the ground of morality on which a sound egalitarian social system could rest. He also observed that Manoj's code was anti-women. It denied education, equality, and freedom to women. Thus, Ambedkar saw that there was a total denial of principles of justice in Hinduism, and hence he rejected Hinduism. I am not going into detail the arguments against Hinduism he gave. Ambedkar's construction of Dhamma. His historical understanding of religion made him realize that religion works as both a social force and a motive force. As a motive force, it inspires the individual to act upon an event, to rise above ordinary conditions, to withstand difficulties and accept failure with a sense of detachment, and above all, to guide the moral conscience. As a social force, it offers a community of purpose. It gives collective identity, social security. It operates as a balancing or counterbalancing force within society and thus works as a source of power. Religion without morality, to Ambedkar, was bound to be a blind force, disrupting the social fabric, which is a precondition of survival as a social being. And morality without collective sanction was impotent and incapable of shaping the moral conscience of the people. It was merely a thought having no relation with social reality. Religions in modern times, according to Ambedkar, had been reduced to dogma. They avoid critical inquiry, gave false consciousness, and were merely rules. They were devoid of principles and even of morality. Therefore, Ambedkar thought it futile to situate morality in some new religion, as most of the 19th century social reformers did. Instead, he preferred to locate it into the modern state by way of adopting a democratic constitution guaranteeing liberty, equality, and fraternity to the people at large. Thus, our constitution declares, we, the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign society, sovereign socialist, secular democratic republic, and to serve all its citizens. Justice, social, economic, and political, liberty of thought, expression, belief, faith, and worship, equality of status and of opportunities, and to promote among them all fraternity, assuring the dignity of the individual and the unity and integrity of the nation. At times, it seems that Ambedkar looked at democracy as a Western creation that he learned from outside, took inspiration for drafting the Indian Constitution. Though a good part of ideas later he found in the Indian civilization through Buddhism. Ambedkar says, in the Buddhist religion, 75% bhikkhus were Brahmins, 25% were the Shudras. But the Lord Buddha said, "O bhikkhus, you have come from different countries and castes. Rivers flow separately when they flow in their provinces, but they lose their identity when they meet the sea. They become one and same. The Buddhist Sangha is like an ocean. In this Sangha, all are equal." Buddha said, "No man is noble by birth. No man is ignoble by birth." Ambedkar studied Buddhist texts and interpreted them in his own way. This reading of Buddhism does not only have social implications, it also has political implications. Considering that the religion of Buddha gives freedom of thought and freedom of self-development to all, Ambedkar argues that the rise of Buddhism in India was as significant as the French Revolution, a political event in the first place. In an All India radio broadcast speech on 3rd October 1954, he declared, "Positively, my social philosophy may be said to be enshrined in 3 words: liberty, equality, and fraternity. Let no one, however, say that I have borrowed my philosophy from the French Revolution. I have not. My philosophy has roots in religion and not in political science. I have derived them from the teachings of my master, the Buddha. In his philosophy, liberty and equality had a place. He gave a highest place to fraternity as the only real safeguard against the denial of liberty or equality or fraternity, which was another name for brotherhood or humanity, which again another name for religion." In this sense, Buddhism is a democratic religion, and Ambedkar eventually found in this religion the societal values he had tried to promote via political democracy. This rediscovery of Buddhism had important implications. If the teachings of the Buddha was democratic, then democracy is not an invention of the West, as claimed by the Western thinkers who had great influence on Ambedkar, but it is a product of the Indian history. In his historic speech of 25th November 1949, where Ambedkar presented the final draft of the Indian Constitution to the Assembly, which was to pass it on 26 January 1950, he pointed out that by becoming a parliamentary constituency, quote unquote, again India is back to its Buddhist root. He said, "It is not that India did not know parliaments or parliamentary procedures. A study of the Buddhist Bhikkhu Sanghas discloses that not only there were parliaments, for the Sanghas were nothing but parliaments. The Sanghas knew and observed all the rules of parliamentary procedure known to modern times. They had rules regarding seating arrangements, rules regarding motions, resolutions, quorum, whip, counting of votes, voting by ballot, censor motion, regularization, res judicata, etc. Although these rules of parliamentary procedures were applied by the Buddha to the meetings of the Sanghas, he must have borrowed them from the rules of the political assemblies functioning in the country in his time. Such an quote-unquote invention of traditions, to use the word of Eric Hobsbawm, shows that even his interpretations of the historical impact of Buddhism over India, Ambedkar remains deeply interested in political ideas. In order to understand the ethical aspect of Ambedkar's Buddhism, it is important to take into account his main ideas related to the development of the human beings and of society. In the first place, it is his assumption that there is no justice in the world. Second, it is his urge to find a way to eliminate this injustice. The Buddha, Ambedkar said, realized that there were two categories of problems. The first problem was that there are sufferings in the world, and the second problem was how to remove this suffering and make mankind happy. That suffering and unhappiness in the world, Buddha thought, was incontrovertible fact. It is therefore on this problem, how to remove suffering and unhappiness, that he concentrated his mind. Ambedkar demanded to reconstruct the unjust world. The Buddha realized that it was wrong for him to sit as a sannyasi with folded arms and allow things to remain as they were. He realized that what is necessary is not to escape from the world. What is necessary is to change the world and to make it better. Ambedkar felt the necessity of obtaining freedom for the individual and the society. Without freedom, individuals cannot realize themselves in their life. What is the use of man's existence if he is not free? For him, the most important thing was the relation between people and not between an individual and God. This he considered as a real meaning and significance of a true religion, which he called Dhamma. Ambedkar says every religion preaches morality, but morality is not the center of religion. Religious beliefs are in the center and morality rotates around it. But in his work, the Buddha and his Dhamma, Ambedkar makes morality the center of religion. In his words, in Dhamma, morality takes the place of God. Although there is no God in Dhamma, morality is the essence of Dhamma. According to Pradeep Gokhale, this was a Copernican revolution in the relationship between morality and religion that Ambedkar tried to bring about. Both theistic and atheistic religions justify morality in terms of karma and rebirth and lead to a kind of individualistic consequentialism. But in the Dhamma, in reconstructed Buddhism, morality is justified in terms of universalistic consequentialism. Ambedkar, in his reconstructed Buddhism, tries to justify morality without reference to transcendental religious beliefs. Second, because the concern for universal well-being of humankind is itself a moral consideration, morality in a scheme does not depend upon external considerations and hence becomes autonomous. Ambedkar makes such a morality the basis of religion, which he construes as Dhamma. To him, Dhamma could be the guiding principle of social conscience. According to him, to maintain purity of life, to reach perfection in life, to live in Nibbana, to give up cravings, to believe that all compound things are impermanent, and to believe that karma in this life is the instrument of the moral order is Dhamma. Ambedkar also explains what Dhamma is not. Belief in God, belief in soul, belief in sacrifice, in the infallibility of the books is not Dhamma. He further says that Dhamma, to be Saddhamma, must promote Prajna, Maitri and Karuna. It must pull down all social barriers. It must promote equality. Now, if the doctrine of Dhamma is internalized and practiced, it will promote social conscience, and the social conscience will secure morality more effectively than the institution of religion or the state. Thus, Ambedkar's doctrine of Dhamma does not situate morality in a transcendental domain. Neither does it think it adequate to situate morality in a civil association, including the state. It situates morality in the day-to-day life of the people. Dhamma is a social praxis. It originates in and thrives only through praxis. Through Dhamma, Ambedkar transcends the limits of both religion and state as depositories of morality and aspires for a communitarian social structure transcending the limits of modern civil society. Ambedkar's notion of Dhamma thus rejects religion, demystifies morality, and secularizes social relations. It transcends the limits of fraternity as understood in bourgeois society by promoting Maitri and establishes equality on a wider scale. Since Dhamma constitutes the core of Ambedkar's Neo-Buddhism, it is absurd to treat Neo-Buddhism as a new religious sect, as some people do. Intentionally or not, Dhamma is a part as well as a goal of Ambedkar's religious discourse. Philosophically, Ambedkar's reconstructed Neo-Buddhism, Navayana, might be seen as a deviation from the traditional Buddhism. According to him, several of the core beliefs and doctrines, such as Four Noble Truths, no self, were flawed and pessimistic and may have been inserted in the Buddhist scripture by wrong-headed Buddhist monks of a later era. Navayana abandons karma and rebirth as superstitions. They also reject the traditional Buddhist practices and precepts such as the institution of monks after renunciation, belief in afterlife, samsara, meditation. Ambedkar's new sect of Buddhism rejected these ideas and reinterpreted the Buddhist religion only in terms of class struggle and social inequality. This neo-Buddhist perspective was criticized by many contemporary scholars, including Buddhists and Hindu. They could not accept these approaches of Ambedkar. Jivaka, a scholar from Mohabadi society, commented about Ambedkar's book, The Buddha and His Dhamma, that Ambedkar's Buddhism was based on hatred, while the Buddha's on compassion. It is true that Ambedkar's Buddhism narrowed down the scope of Buddhist ethics and Buddhism. But to conclude, Ambedkar was a social revolutionist, a political leader, a sociologist, and advocate of Neo-Buddhism in India. He turned to Buddha as a path of liberation due to its doctrine of equality, liberty, and fraternity for untouchable people of his country. He will be remembered as the person who revived Buddhism in its own country after 2,500 years. Thank you.
At how Pragya, Karuna, and Samatha are the ideals which are sure to lead to a just or a compassionate society. You have also distinguished between the Marxist approach to moral society and to the Buddhist approach to a moral society, and why Marxist approach could not deal with casteism. And you have also pointed out that how Ambedkar has upheld that morality is autonomous, and his new Buddhism actually is not a new religion, but it is a route to remove class struggle and remove all kind of class discrimination and social inequity. Of course, I know that there are a lot of questions, and I also have a few, but we will take the questions together after all the presentations are over, since we are running behind schedule. So, I now request Professor Amitabha Dasgupta to give his presentation. Professor Dasgupta is a former professor of philosophy and former dean, Central University of Hyderabad. His research interests include philosophy of science, epistemology, philosophy of language. He has authored many articles and books, and his latest book is Meaning, Agency, and the Making of a World. It's come out from Routledge in 2019. Over to you, Professor Dasgupta.
The respected chairperson, Professor Chatterjee, and my fellow speakers here, let me first express my deep gratitude to Institute of Ramakrishna Mission Institute of Culture for giving me this opportunity to present this paper. And in this context, I particularly am grateful to Swami Tadvatananda and Nirmalya, Professor Nirmalya Narayan Chakraborty. My presentation will be on Sri Aurobindo's conception of ethics. In fact, I have titled my paper Sri Aurobindo on Ethics and Beyond Ethics. Because to talk about Sri Aurobindo's conception of ethics is not an easy task, because he did not show much concern for ethics. He didn't write much about ethics. That's the problem. Because he was not a moral philosopher in that conventional sense where, he was engaged with such problems like today morning we were discussing ethical dilemmas or the weakness of will. These are the genuine moral problems. Now, he never showed any kind of interest towards this sort of problems. However, to say that he was indifferent to ethics, I think will be a gross error. Okay, so what we have to do is basically we have to try to see that how he brings ethics in the very core of our life. Okay, and that presence of ethics in many occasions. Okay, you will see that it is really implicit. Okay, may not be explicitly always present. This is what I would like to do, and also I would like to try to understand his position that when he says that we need to go beyond ethics. Okay, now what did he mean, or what does he mean by this? Okay, now that probably needs a certain kind of reconstruction, which I also have tried in a very brief way to do it. Okay, now it is like this, that okay. My presentation will be concerned with three issues. First, the place that occupies in Sri Aurobindo's conceptual scheme. Second, the role that ethics plays in our life, both at the individual level and at the level of society. Third, the idea of ethics that Sri Aurobindo envisaged forms the part of his integral conception of man. It qualifies to be rightly called, as Jain Mohanti says, a chapter in philosophical anthropology. Note, these issues are not discussed here separately, but as an unified theme constituting Sri Aurobindo's idea of ethics. Now, before going to the paper proper, I start this paper with a kind of two conflicting attitudes that we find, apparently the two conflicting or contrasting attitude that we find in Sri Aurobindo. First, at one level, we find ethics and values are overwhelmingly present in Sri Aurobindo's philosophical concern for man and society. At another level, he recognizes ethics to have only limited significance in our life. It has a transitory nature. Its importance is felt at the particular stage in the spiritual evolution of mankind. Ethics is thus perceived by him as a mental product, and as a mental product, it is conditioned by rational considerations. But once the mind goes beyond the domain of the mental, ethics loses its importance. Sri Aurobindo holds these two contrasting attitudes in the two periods of his life. The former corresponds, that is that where we will find the overwhelming presence of value and ethics in his nationalist phase of his life, and the latter, okay, that where he is saying that we need to go beyond ethics, okay, the latter to the Pondicherry phase of his life. Now, unless these two conflicting attitudes are resolved, it is difficult to talk about Sri Aurobindo's conception of ethics in relation to individual and society. This was a problem I faced, okay, because people can always say that, look, why are you giving so much of importance in the context of Sri Aurobindo on ethics? Because he himself is saying that ethics loses its importance once the mind goes beyond the mental, that is, in his language, it is supramental and all this. Okay. Now, this is where Sri Aurobindo's position needs to be reconstructed. This will help us to understand his position on ethics, particularly his plea for going beyond ethics, why we need to go beyond ethics. His plea for going beyond ethics is not a negative move. This is what I want to say. He is not undermining the importance of ethics. Rather, he is trying to put ethics on a strong foundation so that it can really be effective in our life. In his later Pondicherry phase, ethics was thus conceptualized by him differently. It becomes a part of the inner self. This makes the ground for the true ethical behavior to be possible. The entire focus of ethics is thus changed. Instead of looking at ethics only as an external system of moral rules, it is now conceived essentially as a part of human nature. To deny this will lead to a moral predicament. To explain our contention, we will bring here humanism as a point of reference to see what could be Sri Aurobindo's critique of it, critique of humanism. He did not he did not develop it, but this is what we can really try to construct. This will make us understand why we need to go beyond ethics. Okay. Humanism rules out that there can be higher destiny of mankind because its sole concern lies with human needs and conditions. But the problem lies with humanism is that it fails to see its limited perspective. Instead, it tries to judge the entire universe, including making moral assessment of right and wrong from the narrow perspective that it adheres. Sri Aurobindo finds this view is unacceptable. His critique can be presented in the following sequential order. I mean, this he developed in the Life Divine, Volume 2, Part 2. First, the very attempt to judge everything from your limited perspective is self-defeating. As Sri Aurobindo says, the attempt of human thought, quote, the attempt of human thought to force an ethical meaning into the whole of nature is one of those pathetic attempts of human beings. Second, Sri Aurobindo considers this attempt to be pathetic because it is an attempt by a person, as he puts it, to quote, to read himself, his limited habitual human self, into all things and judge them from the standpoint he has personally evolved, unquote. Third, this egocentric perception towards the universe leads to a consequence that, as Sri Aurobindo puts it again, quote, prevents the individual from arriving at real knowledge and complete sight. Now, I think this phrase, real knowledge and complete sight, is centrally important here. Now, this critique shows two things. One, how we are caught in a moral predicament due to our limited perspective. Hence, there is need for going to a larger conception of ethics. Now, Sri Aurobindo provides that through his theory of evolution. Now, I don't want to go into that theory of evolution, but it is really central to his entire metaphysical scheme. It is a kind of a backbone to his system. And in order to talk about ethics, I think I need to say one or two words about theory of evolution. Now, as you all know, I don't have to repeat, okay, that Sri Aurobindo's theory of evolution is based on the double principle of evolution and involution, or what he calls ascent and descent. Okay. Now, you see, first there is this involution of the Supreme Spirit, which means the Supreme Spirit wants to come out of itself, and ultimately it descends into matter. Now, from matter, actually, the evolution or the ascent really they start. So from matter, the spirit goes to the next higher stage, life, and farther to soul and mind. Now, all these stages are distinguished by the gradation of consciousness. Ultimately, the Supreme Spirit returns to itself. As a result, it becomes identical to itself, and thus there cannot be any further evolution possible. Now, with this kind of evolutionary background or metaphysical scheme that he has drawn, okay, it's very, very brief, but I thought that I must have to point out. Now, at the background of this metaphysical scheme of theory of evolution, we come back to ethics. In Sri Aurobindo's view, ethics follows the same evolutionary structure. In the Life Divine, he explicitly makes the following distinctions. The world has three layers. Again, to quote, the world has three layers: infra-ethical, ethical, and supra-ethical. Unquote. These three layers are different, but there is something common found in all of them. The common element is the spirit. It goes through all these stages to attain self-expression. The initial stage from which it starts is non-ethical. It then comes to the infra-ethical, which is partly anti-ethical. Then the next stage is ethical. It is conceived under the rubric of mind and rationality. The final stage is the supra-ethical. This is a stage which comes when evolution will reach a stage higher than the mental. Okay. This shows going beyond ethics does not depend on our choice. In the morning we were discussing. The reason is that it is an inevitable outcome of evolutionary necessity. At this point, a couple of questions arise. One, what purpose does supraethical serve? Why did he talk about supraethical? So what purpose does supraethical serve? Two, why not the idea of ethical be adequate to decide moral questions? And three, what limitation does ethics as a system of normative reasoning has. Sri Aurobindo did not give answer to any of these questions directly. However, his position on these issues can be worked out parallel to the three-level distinction of the ethical, that is infra-ethical, ethical and supra-ethical, okay, three-level distinction of the ethical. Sri Aurobindo makes three-level distinction of the rational. Okay, so one is this three-level distinction of the ethical, the other is the three-level distinctions of the rational. Thus, for him, the mind consists of three strata: the infra-rational, which consists of bodily sensations, vital instincts, and unconscious region of the mind, which is, very much discussed in Freudian psychology. Then the rational, which assumes tripartite division of the mind, the cognitive, the ethical, and the emotional. The last is the supra-rational, within which there are various stratifications exist. Now, from this typology, it is evident that ethics arises only at the level of the mental, which is coextensive with the rational. By following the evolutionary movement, when the rational goes to the higher stage, it becomes supra-rational. Correspondingly, ethics too goes to the next higher stage and becomes supra-ethical. Now, coming to the question, what purpose does supra-ethical serve? The answer is twofold. First, the failure of reason in ethics. Due to the presence of infra-rational in us, our prejudices, interests, and impulses play a crucial role while we make moral assessment. This is reflected in our use of reason. Reason is largely used for defending our interest and faith. Its role is changed from what it should ideally do. We thus see reason is used as a tool for competing with others and not as a principle for establishing harmony between individuals. The reason thus fails to fulfill its purpose. Thus, an inner compulsion arises to go upward. That is the next stage, which Sri Aurobindo calls supra-ethical. Okay. But one thing I must clarify, that Sri Aurobindo also is saying very much the importance of reason. Okay, he is not undermining the importance of reason at all, but then he's saying that reason is not something which is be all and end all. Okay, so that's why these remarks should be seen in that at that background and in that perspective. Okay, now this will be now thus an inner compulsion arises to go upward. That is the next higher stage, which he calls supra-ethical. This will be a state where there will be enlightenment of reason or emancipation of reason that Habermas used. Okay, but of course in a very different way. Reason will not be used for selfish motive, but the one that will be based on natural sympathy. That is love for our fellow beings, which, as Sri Aurobindo says, is ingrained in us. It is ingrained in us, but somehow it is not expressed. It will be a state where moral injunctions will get its legitimacy by an inner law within ourselves. Okay, in Sri Aurobindo's word, in the human cycle, which I have discussed in my third section, the more the outer law is replaced by an inner law, the nearer man will draw to his true and natural perfection. So this is the way I look at this transition, that is the ethics and beyond ethics. Okay. Now from this I really come to Sri Aurobindo's preoccupation with ethics in the nationalist phase, where he was very much involved with ethics and values. Okay. Sri Aurobindo's idea of ethics cannot be seen isolated from his political thought and religious belief in the early phase. The three, namely politics, religion, and ethics, form a link. But the underlying thrust of his involvement in the nationalist struggle was ethical, as Sugata Bose, the noted historian, argued. Sri Aurobindo's idea of nationalism can be seen as reconceptualizing the link between religion and politics through ethics. But this was ignored largely by the theorists of nations and historians. They have interpreted it as religious or Hindu nationalism. This was not only wrong, but also a biased and unfortunate reading of Sri Aurobindo's conception of nationalism. Of course, Sri Aurobindo was partly responsible for this. His overtly religious approach to nationalism was found in his writings such as Bhavani Mandir or Uttarpara's speech. But underlying to this religious stand, there was an overpowering ethical ideal. That formed the main objective of his nationalist discourse. In this context, it is important to note here Swami Vivekananda's influence on Sri Aurobindo. I particularly mention here Swami Vivekananda's maxim that inspired a generation of nationalist thinkers, not only Sri Aurobindo, which reads as Atmano Mokshartham Jagat Hitayo. The meaning of it roughly follows as, for your own salvation and for the service of humanity, that was to be life's goal. The important concept that is involved here is the expression service of humanity. It has a wider meaning, that service of humanity. It includes, as Sugata Bose observes, the service of one's own country. Further, the expression service in this context has a deep ethical meaning. It is a composite term constituting of three component terms. They are Shiva, Shraddha, and Tag. That is service, respect, and sacrifice. Sri Aurobindo looks at nationalism from the same ethical perspective. He thinks that nationalism demands certain value commitments on the part of individuals. In this respect, he especially talks about selflessness. He argues that selflessness is the need of the hour, because without this ethical ideal, nationalism can't stand on a firm ground. No other political or economic strategy, such as boycott, Swadeshi, nationalist system of education, can save the country. The reason is they are mere political strategy without requisite moral involvement on the part of the citizens. Further, on clarifying the ethical ideal of selflessness, he said that selflessness is not based on any rational understanding. It is, on the other hand, based on faith. But to say it is based on faith, the question arises, faith on what? It will be baffling if no clarification is offered in this respect. Sri Aurobindo did it in his own characteristic way in his paper on what is nationalism. I just read out, can I have some? Oh, 5 minutes. Oh, okay. So now I will stop there then. Okay, no problem at all. 5 minutes. I mean, basically he's saying, it's no problem at all. What he is saying is that no, basically he's saying that his idea about nationalism is that things like naturalism, which has come from God, and all kinds of things, and so what I am trying to say that in fact he's saying that nationalism is a Shantaram dharma. Now you see, people have misunderstood it highly, and this is where I try to say that no, his idea of Jagat Hitaya, that was very, very central component in his entire idea of nationalism, and it was no way, anywhere near to the Hindu nationalism. That was a very gross kind of characterization of Sri Aurobindo. And now then in the third section, what I have done is that I have tried to see this whole relationship between individual and society, because Sri Aurobindo has an idea of ideal social order. That is his book called The Human Cycle. It offers an alternative civilizational discourse. Now there he talks about an ideal social order. And this is a kind of an account where he is giving giving psychological account of social development. That means society passes through various stages, corresponding to different psychological stages. Now, individual and society, he's saying that individual is basically a kind of, society is basically an elaboration of the individual. That means a strong kind of interdependence between society and individual is there. And the present age, he actually characterizes it as subjective age, right? Now this is very, very, again, paradoxical, because to say that the present age is subjective is rather very remote way of, or paradoxical, because the present age is known for its robust technological and scientific orientation. Now he is saying it is subjective because of the again, that evolutionary kind of trend that he is bringing here, that society passes through various stages, and he's saying that individualism he said that there was, before individualism there was conventions, age of conventions. That was mostly, you take lifeless kind of conventions as stereotypes. Then individualism, reason was a dogma at that time. Then there was individualism came. That was a revolt of reason against dogma. But then the individualism also suffered because of the because of relativism in truth and all this. And then ultimately, from individual, but then individualism ultimately saved itself because of the two things. One is the development of science, and second is socialism. But then because of science and socialism, the problem that individualism suffered, because the entire individual was nowhere in the picture, because socialism took actually the entire life of the individual, and science took really the, individual became the mere shadow of such certain universal laws. Now then the whole question of subjectivism actually came into the picture, and there he's saying that there he took lot of, this is a very interesting thing, sorry for the time, shortage of time. There he's saying that in literature, art and music, we find the real, emergence of subjectivist age, because how the kind of deeply penetrating psychological novels, and there he referred to Russian novels. I suppose Dostoevsky probably was in his mind. And then, so this is one, that subjectivism. And then he's saying that, but this subjectivism has its one-sidedness. It is not really taking care of this integral conception of man. And similarly in society also, he says that there is some kind of subjectivism, that he's saying that national soul, there he's mentioning the Nazi Germany, That was the period when Sri Aurobindo wrote that already Hitler came into picture, but no Holocaust, So, but he could see that the impending danger that Europe would be facing, but there he's saying that that was a false kind of subjectivism which we find in Hitler and all this, not true subjectivism. So ultimately he's saying that the true subjectivism is really required, when the conflict between the individual and society will not be there, and that will be the, though he did not write it, but that is very evident, that will be the period when the inner nature will really come into prominence in ethical questions. Sorry for this.
Thank you, Professor Dasgupta, for making this extremely difficult propositions of Sri Aurobindo somewhat intelligible to us. And Aurobindo's conception of ethics, politics, and religion, the interlinking amongst them, and how nationalist Aurobindo's ethics is different from the ethics of Aurobindo the yogi. And you have shed light on all these things. There are many intricate philosophical points that you have referred to, but because of shortage of time, we may not be able to ask you for some explanation, but it was really, really very beneficial for all of us, because Aurobindo is really a difficult philosopher. May I now request Professor Nirmalya Narayan Chakraborty to present his paper. Nirmalya doesn't want an elaborate introduction, and therefore I just tell you that, as you all know, that he is one of the organizers, the most important person behind this seminar, and he is a professor of philosophy at Rabindranath Bharati University, and he has quite a number of books and papers to his credit, and both in English and in Bengali. So this is all that I'm going to say, because I have with me a 4-page long curriculum vitae of Nirmalya, which I'm not going to read.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Amita. I would like to speak on Rabindranath's attempt to answer the question, what is it to be moral? What constitutes being moral? Now, as you might all know, that Rabindranath himself refused to be labeled as a philosopher. Kobi ami torko nahi jani. But still, many scholars have deliberated on many philosophical insights scattered in all of his prolific genius that he has bequeathed to us. I shall confine myself to a few lectures that he delivered in many places in India and abroad, which directly address some of the philosophical questions, some of the philosophical issues that have been there in the philosophical literature, since the time immemorial. Now, obviously, Rabindranath's handling of this issue and his attempted solution to these philosophical questions are heavily colored by his poetic, aesthetic sensitivity. So obviously the way I shall formulate the question and the way I shall present Rabindranath's views would be very different the way Rabindranath himself would have formulated. So but still I think as a student of philosophy we can always engage ourselves with these thinkers in philosophical terms. So the question that I pose is, what is it to be moral? And what could be Rabindranath's response to this question? It is commonly held that answers to practical questions like what shall I do or what should be done could be given by referring to a point of view that can be formulated as a principle. For example, in case whether a traffic detour could be introduced at a certain intersection could be looked at from the perspectives of motorists or that of pedestrians or that of traffic management experts. Each of these perspectives might clash with each other. The traffic detour might be in the interest of the motorists, but not in the interest of the pedestrians, etc. But when traffic experts look at this, their primary concern is to ensure traffic flow uninterrupted. The traffic experts do not gain any personal advantage out of the perspective that they advocate. This could be an example of a quote-unquote disinterested point of view. Now the question that we encounter is, could we make sense of the moral point of view as an example of disinterested point of view? The question haunts us with great intensity, especially when we get to know the staggering amount of human cruelties and violence all around us. Rabindranath was not an exception. His poetic sensitivity and aesthetic perspective get shaken by the ugly face of humans, especially in the 2 world wars. The pain and anguish that he experienced prompts him to ask whether the devil in man will have the last word. As we shall see shortly, Rabindranath hopes that man, in and through his journey of ups and downs, shall set himself free from the clutches of the Satan. Rabindranath accepts that evil is imperfection. And he also acknowledges that creation is necessarily imperfect. So the question, why there is evil, is identical with the question, why there is creation. It is futile to ask why there is any creation at all. Perhaps the reason why it is futile to ask such a question is the attempt to ask this question implies one's attempt to go beyond the limits of language and thought. All our thoughts and its related activities act only within the limits of our conceptual repertoire that we come to acquire through evolutionary process. Any attempt to find out the cause of such a process would imply moving beyond our conceptual scheme, going beyond language and thought. The philosophically important question for Rabindranath is whether this imperfection, namely the presence of evil, is quote-unquote absolute and ultimate. Rabindranath's answer is a resounding no. Rabindranath's treatment of the problem of evil reveals the following arguments that he could be said to offer as a sort of justification of evils. Rabindranath brings in the imagery of a river. A river has banks on both sides. In a sense, the banks obstruct the flow of the river. But is the bank that is all what we mean by river? The banks help the river flow. And flowing is the ultimate goal of a river. The river acquires perfection only by keeping its flow intact. The surprising phenomenon is not that the river has banks, but the river keeps flowing. I quote, "The idea of God that man has in his being is the wonder of all wonders. This is from Sadhana. The idea of God is an idea of a perfect being. Man who entertains the idea of a perfect being is himself an imperfect being. But then how could an imperfect being entertain the idea of a perfect being? Rabindranath's answer is that it is only because man views all his imperfections as ever moving towards perfection that an imperfect being could entertain the idea of a perfect being. Imperfection here is a journey to perfection. Imperfection gives up its limitations at every turn and gets closer to perfection. This forward-moving dynamics is always working within the idea of imperfection. Thus, imperfection is only a partial or limited vision of perfection. To quote Rabindranath, imperfection is not a negation of perfectness. If it is a paradox that an imperfect being possesses the idea of a perfect being, that this paradox could be solved by looking at imperfection as perfection in waiting. Pain is one of the evils that affects us directly and has the power to overwhelm us. If pain is regarded as an imperfection in this creation, then like imperfection, pain is also a preparation for joy. Pain is not a permanent state. It is a stepping stone to joy. Rabindranath urges us to look at the history of science. The development of science is marred with several mistakes and errors. But this does not make us see science as a study of mistakes. Rather, we are inclined to look at science as a progressive movement toward truth. Error is not final. It makes room for truth as soon as its life is over. If intellectual error is not final, so is evil in any form. Rabindranath draws our attention to the fact that evil cannot be a permanent state. There is somehow a tension between evil and the whole of our existence. The totality of things, the way things move, cannot tolerate the permanence of evil. Evil, however strong its presence might be, cannot block permanently the flow of life. The earth, with its varieties of elements, keeps on moving and remains sweet as ever. Statistical show of painful events misrepresents what is dynamic as static. Man overemphasizes one aspect of life, ignoring the holistic perspective. If a detective, while focusing on the individual facts, loses sight of the total scenario, he will fail to get at the truth. In our struggle for existence, there is violence and failure. But there is also love for children and friends. There is sacrifice of one's own life, etc. And all of these spring from love. And I quote, "And this love is the positive element in life." Death is one of the most painful experiences that man has to undergo. Rabindranath has faced death of many of his near and dear ones since his early age. Rabindranath's songs and personal reminiscences are full of references to his struggle with confronting death. Rabindranath acknowledges that a statistical account of death would make the world look like a huge charnel house. But this does not deter us from thinking of life, looking at the world as an expression of life. Death does not have a permanent grip over our mind. And Rabindranath's explanation of this is that death is not something positive. I quote, "It is the negative aspect of life." Death is only an occasional absence of life. Life as a totality does not take death seriously. It is only our limited, narrow vision that gets blurred by this occasional disturbance in the flow of life. We blink our eyes, and while we shut our eyelids, everything is dark for a moment. What is important is not occasional shutdown of eyelids, but the opening of our eyes. If we look at the piece of cloth through a microscope, we see a net with big holes that might frighten us. Losing sight of the big picture makes people tense and worried in the face of death. Death is not the ultimate reality. Our failure to see life in its totality is due to our failure to see beyond the immediate present. This blurs our vision and misleads us in getting the taste of what we do have instead of what we should have. But consciously or unconsciously, we have the feeling of infinity, and this feeling carries us beyond the realm of what we have achieved to the realm what is achievable. I quote, "Evil has to grow into good, for it threatens the very existence of the world, everything included in it." Rabindranath's assumption is that existence by itself is a positive thing. It is valuable in itself. And this positive existence cannot leave a permanent room for evil. Pessimism is only an occasional state. Existence itself cannot be an evil, declares Rabindranath. Viewed in this way, what we see as imperfection is really a gradual progress toward perfection. We are continuously marching ahead from error to truth. This is equally true of our physical and moral life. Our physical body is continuously working to sustain its life. Our moral life is continuously working to strive at what is good. I quote, "The direction of humanity is from evil to good." Then the question is, what is good? What is it to say that man's essential moral nature consists in striving at attaining good? Rabindranath answers that when man attains a wider vision and realizes that he is not confined to the immediate present, he is much more than that. He starts becoming conscious of his moral nature. To be moral is to be free from the bounds of immediacy and taking what is yet to be more real than what he is right now. By making a distinction between will and wish, Rabindranath proposes that we must move beyond our wishes that are confined within the narrow bounds of presence to the realm of will of what we could be. With the cultivation of will, that which is beyond the present sight becomes more real than the immediate present. And here comes the conflict between the lesser man and greater man. The lesser man wants to be happy with his wishes, and the greater man wants to break out of the chain of wishes and sets his vision onto the good. I quote, "Good is that which is desirable for our greater self." Thus, our moral life strives at good. And this moral life emerges when we widen our horizon. With the emergence of moral life, man realizes that what we could be is more important than what we are now. And then alone, he is ready to sacrifice his wishes at the altar of the unrealized future. Here man becomes great and realizes the truth. Even a selfish man must recognize this truth. So we are compelled to be moral, according to Rabindranath. This moral sense in man makes him feel that his self is much more than what he is right now. There is a continuity in his present self and the self that lies beyond. He belongs to selves that are not included in his personality, whom he might not ever know. A feeling of greater self looms large. This accounts for our feeling pleasure even after undergoing some loss or pain. For this act helps or pleases somebody else. Rabindranath points out that even selfishness must involve some amount of unselfishness. A band of robbers must conform to some moral code to act as a group. I quote, "To make an immoral intention successful, some of its weapons must be moral." Here Rabindranath makes a distinction between unmoral and immoral. Since animal is confined within the bounds of immediate present, his life is unmoral. Animal cannot be said to do an immoral act. Man has the privilege of performing immoral act. But then this immoral act has a moral foundation. Thus, what is immoral is only imperfectly moral, as Rabindranath says. Similarly, what is false is true to some extent. Even in an action of a selfish man, morality is involved. A selfish man willingly undergoes pain and discomfort because he knows that what is pain now is opposite of what it looked at from a larger perspective. Thus, a selfish man begins to see the moral nature in him. To live a good life in the present sense, in Rabindranath's view, is to welcome pain. Pleasure seeks one's own comfort. Goodness seeks the comfort of all. In order to live a good life, one might avoid pleasure and welcome pain. Death might make man's life significant. Pleasure and pain lose their edge. Martyrs have proved this. We are constantly proving this in our daily life. Often the baggage of pleasure and pain gets so heavy that we feel burdened. But one who leads a good life does not feel the burden and stands calm, even in the face of turbulence and agony. Thus, to live a good life is to live a life in the infinity. Good life, moral life, and the life in infinity are situated on the same plane. Cultivation of moral life leads one to lead a universal life where the burden of pleasure and pain gets lightened and the place is filled with unspeakable joy springing from immeasurable love. In this state, man's activity is heightened, but not keeping any interest in mind, rather out of sheer joy. Buddha's cultivation of moral power, Christ's heavenly kingdom, and Karma Yoga of the Gita point to this stage, according to Tagore. All the classical Indian philosophical systems aim at freeing oneself from pain. In face of pain, often we are troubled by the feeling that I lose all my power, all my individuality, as if I am a helpless onlooker. At the same time, I in me tries to assert its authority. Rabindranath analyzes this situation in terms of relation between I and not I. All the while I tries to establish a relation with not I. In order to have such a relation, we must have a medium that is common to I and not I. The fact that our individuality strives at the universal proves that the idea of universal is very much present in our individuality. It is the very nature of personality that it does not remain happy by being confined within the limits of the boundary that it has created by itself. So the only alternative left for our personality is to deal with the realm of the universal, following their laws and not creating its own laws just as one wishes. This conformity within the dynamics of the universal might hurt us occasionally, just as the firmness of the floor might hurt the child while he falls down learning to walk. As it is the firmness that helps the child learning to walk, so also our following the laws of the universal relates our personality to things outside our immediate present, widening our vision, making it possible for us to lead a moral life. This brings joy to us, for in this way the I opens up a channel of communication with not I. We must realize that things behave in their own ways and our wish is not their law, and because of this it's possible for us to have knowledge of those things and their behavioral patterns. If man is essentially directed to the universal, then for the communication between them to take place, a common medium is needed, and for this man has to follow the law of the universal. If man was to cut off any relation with the universal, then he would be imprisoned in the worst possible way. This merger of the individual into the universal makes man greater and greater. Any conflict with the universal law brings in pain. So, I'm not going to read the rest of the paper. I have tried to construct a metaphysics of man that emerges out of Rabindranath's approach to the question, what is it to be moral, through man's experience of occasional failure, occasional evils, and occasional imperfection. And I think that this larger metaphysics of man is shared by many of the classical Indian philosophers as well. So I look at Rabindranath as a member of that long lineage of classical Indian philosophical tradition. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So the crux of the entire thing is this, that infinite in us makes it imperative for us to be moral. And Nirmalya has said that all pain, all imperfections will be removed, and pains are, leads to joy in the end. So, your pangs of hunger, which is giving you pain now, will be removed very soon. We can't take any question on the 3 excellent papers, brilliant papers. If time permits, we may have some discussion on them in the afternoon session, but now we break for lunch.
Everybody, we are going to start the 7th academic session of this seminar. Here in this session we have 3 speakers: Professor Atashee Chatterjee Sinha, Professor in Philosophy, Jadavpur University; Dr. Anita Shantaram, founder, Ethics India, a legacies company, Mumbai; Professor Chirantan Chatterjee, reader in economics, University of Sussex. And this session will be chaired by Professor Amitabha Dasgupta. I request all the speakers and the chairperson of this session kindly come to the dais. And Professor Chirantan Chatterjee will be joining us online.
Hello everybody, good afternoon. I'm sure you are no longer hungry after this sumptuous meal. But please don't fall asleep, okay? Now we are...
Of the speakers.
Oh, it's speakers bio, acha. Right. Now... Just one line. Okay, that's okay. But they are dictating, what can I do? They're dictating terms, literally. Okay. So we are going to start now this session. This is actually healthcare and ethics in profession, healthcare and business. And we have 3 very illustrious speakers. One is Professor Atashee Chatterjee Sinha, and second is Anita Shantaram, and third is Professor Chirantan Chatterjee. Now, our first speaker is Professor Atashee Chatterjee Sinha. Atashee, of course, is Professor in Philosophy at Jadavpur University. She was the head also. Now, she has actually, her PhD work was in promises and obligation. That's very relevant for this kind of conference. She has a long teaching experience, and she works in ethics, feminist philosophy, practical ethics, Wittgenstein, and moral language, and so on and so forth. Now, she has published extensively, as I can see that, in things like Many Faces of Reason and Violence. Is a book she has published, Tradition and Modernity, Essays on Women in India. Then she edited also one Bengali book. I'm not reading it out. And then she has also a large number of papers, published in various journals. Now, with this brief introduction, because they also want it in that way, I request Atashee to present her paper. So I have to see my watch. My watch is 2:20. Okay. Right.
এটা খুলতে হবে, নাহলে দেখতে পাবো না।
Thank you, respected Chair, Professor Dasgupta. My sincere regards and gratitude to Swami Suparnananda, Swami Tadbhadananda, and my gratitude and pranam to Srimat Swami Bhajanananda Ji Maharaj. Sincere thanks to Professor Nirmalya Narayan Chakraborty for giving me the opportunity to speak here at Ramakrishna Mission Institute of Culture. I am not a philosopher, but I teach philosophy, and that's for a long time. So today I would like to just share my line of thought under this theme, that is professional ethics, and it will be my perspective, and the ideas are not so neat and not so organized, but my humble submission is that I am taking here ethics and moral philosophy in the same sense, although I agree that ethics deals with universal principles and morals are a matter of attitude. Also, I assume that human beings are human beings, not only because they are rational, but also because they are emotional, because they have several attitudes, intelligence, power to reflect, and so on. We can act morally both under the guidance of rational intelligence, our emotional qualities, calling them virtues, and sometimes for both. The context where we are talking ethics is really very important, and I will not go into the area where I am no expert, that is professional ethics. I would rather talk to you about some philosophical views which I connect with the understanding of professional ethics. Philosophy is primarily the study of the fundamental nature of the world, knowledge, human thoughts, and values. The primary purpose of a philosopher is to raise questions with regard to what exists, what is the real nature of the world around us, what we know, how we know, what is good and right, and how to achieve a good life through our actions. To these and similar questions, philosophers offer several answers and explanations, which in turn give shape to theories on metaphysics, epistemology, logic, psychology, ethics, and many other areas of human enterprise. If ethics is the normative study of human conduct on the basis of some universal standards or principles, we can say moral philosophy comprises of several queries like what is good, what is right, what constitutes good life, and what is justice or how to bring justice. Undoubtedly, morals matter, as suggested in the theme of the seminar, I mean the main title of the seminar. They are actually inseparable part of human life. There are debates with regard to whether it is pure nature of human beings to be good, or whether we learn it through biological and social factors. Nonetheless, we may all agree that living beings are social beings and relational beings. And so, in our everyday life, we cannot avoid making judgments about what is morally right and wrong, what we ought to do, and what is valuable. As human beings, we aspire to master several skills and learn how to solve our practical challenges. All over the world, we see that many of us are engaged in different kinds of work for our livelihood, of which some are specific jobs based on educational achievements, on special capabilities, skills, and personal characteristics. Any paid occupation which involves such formal knowledge, institutional qualification, and training, I would like to call a profession. There are various professions and different kinds of professionals: scientists, engineers, doctors, lawyers, firefighters, artists, teachers, actors, writers, and so on. Each of them needs special skill qualification and training. The word professionalism originally applied vows of a religious order, but it got its secular application since the late 17th century, as it was applied to professions like divinity, law, medicine, and later even to military profession. How the use of this knowledge should be governed when providing a service to the public can be considered a moral issue, and this is termed as professional ethics. One of the earliest examples of professional ethics is the Hippocratic Oath, to which medical practitioners adhere to. Professional ethics is the set of binding principles to which professionals ought to be committed in order to appropriately apply their special skills, perform their assigned functions, and blend perfectly with the working environment. In the practice of their professions, they are expected to consider interests beyond those of their clients or employers. Such expectations are embedded in the professional codes of ethics and rules of professional conduct. For instance, in the practice of law, lawyers are expected to serve the interest of employers or clients, but not at the expense of other stakeholders. In other words, they are expected to practice their profession in a way that promotes justice and fairness. Since professional ethics is the ethics of professional life, in other words, it is the ethics of work, so it refers to certain rules that we should follow voluntarily because we agreed to do a particular assigned job. In a professional domain, the collective and organizational identity is broader than the individual. In this regard, the new concept of professional ethics refer to certain purely ethical responsibilities of the firm or the organization, and this is more comprehensive than we can understand. Although there are some overlaps between business ethics and professional ethics, yet I would say that business ethics refers to a set of moral principles and standards of conduct by which business corporations operate in a fair, legal, and ethical manner. But professional ethics encompasses personal and corporate standards of behavior, and it is guided by certain principles which inspire us to talk about social responsibility of professionals. Also, I distinguish between personal ethics and professional ethics in the sense that, as Professor Jan Naverson said, that negative moral obligations like not to harm, not to hurt, so these can be one person's individual ethics, personal ethics, but for a professional, this is not enough. I would like to talk about ethical competence. Actually, I want to talk about professional competence, but under this professional competence, I bring in moral philosophy. What is competence? Competence means I'm taking a value-related approach because values help us grow as human beings. Values help us to understand our roles in a community, because we must live together with other fellow people and with the environment in such a way that both our daily functions and our special duties affect each other in a contributing manner, in a manner which can establish connection and mutual harmony. In the process of achieving professional competence through moral competence, one may be able to contribute not only towards the well-being of a family or the close ones, but also may participate in the larger order, which constitutes the society and the nature at large. If human actions are backed by thoughtful reflections, knowledge, several skills and values, we can expect our practices to be in consonance with the comprehensive human goal. And this comprehensive human goal is welfare of the individual and the society. Here, I would like to mention John Dewey's view in Democracy and Education, written in 1916. He connects between competence and professional practice. In his view, a democratic criterion requires us to develop our capacities to the point of competency in such a way that we choose and make our own career. It is arbitrary to separate industrial or professional competency from capacity of being good citizenship. Without going into any detailed study of Dewey's philosophy and especially his moral understanding, I would only outline that according to him, competency is the ability to create a livelihood through the pursuit of a career which is chosen freely by an individual, and it is the ability to relate one's mastery of professionalism to good citizenship. This good citizenship enables one to participate in a democratic society. His ethics teaches us the primacy of the philosophical endeavor to appreciate the implications of a person's attempt to cope with the world, to deal with one's needs and desires, to face the consequences of our actions, and to see alternative possibilities, and also to have the power of imagination to shape a different future. In contrast to traditional moral philosophy, which is often governed by purity of reason, by absolutism and universalism, Dewey actually felt the need for our individual lived experiences in society under particular historical conditions. We may object that Dewey's theory reduces to a form of human instrumentalism where ends are given by our desires or immediate likings, and the only question is how to satisfy them. Here, on behalf of Dewey, we may reply that the character and value of means and ends are reciprocally determined. We do not necessarily have an end in view. We lack a complete conception of our end until we have a complete grasp of the course of action that will take us there. Moreover, a judgment of the value of ends apart from the value of ends as mean, as things that have consequences of their own, cannot provide the basis for rational action. So, a full inquiry into the means needed to achieve the end may lead to a total re-evaluation of the end itself. Here, our practical judgment should be creative. I would let us note here that Professor Kumar Neeraj Sachdev and Professor Chirantan Chatterjee, they will speak about business ethics and healthcare morals. So I will not go into those technicalities, but on the other hand, the time which is given to me, here I would like to discuss how philosophy is important. What is the role of philosophy, especially moral philosophy, in professional competence, actually in professional life, if we say it like that. Now, the study of philosophy helps us to enhance our ability to solve problems, several communication skills, our persuasive powers, and many other skills. We can also talk about them in detail, but I will not do that. Rather, I would say that moral philosophy provides powerful resources for facing our difficult fundamental questions and problems of life, and also to resolve them, subsequently to make right decisions in our lives in several interactions and relationships. Any profession is a platform or a channel for participation by human beings in the larger order in pursuance of comprehensive human goal. It involves mastery in many things. Technical training or generalized knowledge is definitely there. Practical skills in a specific field, that is also there. Institutionalized mode of validating mastery of knowledge, and institutionalized means of ensuring that they will be put to service to the public good. As Professor Amita Chatterjee shortly before presented and talked about Hito Shubho Mongol, so I would like to refer to that. Professional ethics is concerned with the obligations and responsibility that arise out of a particular kind of service performed for individuals or groups. And in that sense, approximate obligations arising out of contractual agreements in themselves, the norms of professional ethics do not define our social or personal relationships towards each other. For that, we must turn our attention to philosophers. The task which are faced by professionals in this century is immense. So, how do we reach the goal? There are challenges to face. The challenges of discerning personal moral behavior and the common good. These are very serious matters. So, how do we reach that goal? Here, I would take recourse to the thoughts of two thinkers. And I'm deeply indebted to Srimat Swami Bhajananandaji Maharaj, because it is through his lecture that I got the insight of adding a particular viewpoint in this paper. I would mention the ethic of Mencius, which I believe could be a guide to professional life and to professional competence. Mencius was a Confucian philosopher. He came some time after Confucian, but just like Confucian, we do not have exact time period of his arrival. He was often referred to as the second sage of Confucianism. He was best known for his claim that human nature is good. He adhered to the unity of knowing and acting. And many of my teachers here present here and my colleagues and several speakers already talked about the unity between theory and practice, between knowledge and action. So he said, there never have been people who know but do not act. Those who know but do not act simply do not yet know. From a Western perspective, one of the noteworthy aspects of his view of extension is that he regards emotion as a crucial part of ethical perception and evaluation. Mencius holds that all humans have innate but incipient tendencies toward benevolence, righteousness, wisdom, and propriety. Employing a peculiar metaphor, he refers to these tendencies as sprouts. The sprouts are manifested in cognitive and emotional reactions characteristic of the virtues. For example, all humans feel compassion for the suffering of other humans and animals, at least in some occasions, and this is manifestation of benevolence. Similarly, every person has some things that he or she would be ashamed to do, or some forms of treatment he or she would disdain to accept, and these are expression of righteousness. However, as he carefully chose sprout metaphor, this suggests that human beings are not born with fully formed virtuous dispositions. Our nascent virtues are sporadic and inconsistent in their manifestations. In order to become genuinely virtuous, a person must extend or fill out his or her nascent virtuous inclinations. As Mencius puts it, people all have things that they will not bear. To extend this reaction to that which they will bear is benevolence. People all have things that they will not do. To extend this reaction to that which they will do is righteousness. If people can fill out the heart that does not desire to harm others, their benevolence will be inexhaustible. If people can fill out the heart that will not trespass, their righteousness will be inexhaustible. So one of the most intriguing issues in his philosophy is the way to understand his claim that we must extend or fill out our so-called innate, because I'm saying that so-called because it is not in the real sense that he is talking about innate, but incipient, I would rather call it potential, incipient virtual reactions. If the human capacity for goodness is rooted in our nature, isn't our capacity for evil equally grounded in our nature? Here Mencius says, we are the same in being humans, yet some become great and some become petty. Why? Those who follow their greater part become great humans, those who follow their petty part become petty humans. So we are same in being humans. Why is it that some follow the greater and some follow the petty part? It is not the function of ears and eyes to reflect, and they are misled by things. Things interact with things and lead them along. But the function of the heart is to reflect. If it reflects, it will get it. If it does not reflect, then it will not get it. This is what heaven has given us. This is his view. If one first takes one stand on what is greater, then what is lesser will not be able to snatch it away. This is how to become a great person. In modern philosophy, we primarily think of ears and eyes as organs of sensory perception whose characteristic errors are cognitive, as we follow Descartes' example of a square tower which appears round from far away. However, in ancient Chinese thought, ears, eyes and other sensory organs are primarily associated with sensual desires. For example, lovely sights, beautiful music, fine foods, etc. Physical desires are never treated as intrinsically problematic. They can mislead by leading us to focus on them to the exclusion of a more inclusive comprehension that includes ethical motivations. This is the view of Mencius. So according to the account Mencius sketches, our sensual desires can lead us to wrongdoing if we pursue them without also engaging our ethical motivations. This is an especially acute danger because our sensory desires always respond automatically and effortlessly to their appropriate objects, while our moral motivations are more selective. He suggests the mechanical responsiveness of our sense organs by describing them as simply things. Things interact with things and lead them along. In contrast, the full development of our ethical motivation requires that our heart engage in reflection. If it reflects, it will get it. The heart gets it, quote unquote, in that it engages the appropriate ethical motivations. I would like to draw, I found a similar kind of view when Swami Vivekananda talked about the secret of work, although they are different in several ways, but some similarities I understood. So I'm just giving a short account of that before I end. Vivekananda, in The Secret of Work, he talked about human suffering, and he said that the kind of existence which we have, or the kind of existence which we are ruled by, is the kind of work that we do in our lives. He speaks about physical help, intellectual help, and spiritual help. And he said that all the miseries of the world cannot be cured by physical help because man has to change his nature, because the physical needs are endless. As long as the physical needs arise, the miseries will be felt, and no amount of physical help can cure us completely. So the solution to the problem is to make us pure, to make mankind pure, humankind pure, I would say. So the question arises, how can we do that? The answer is by providing intellectual help and spiritual help. Let the persons, individuals, be pure and spiritually strong and educated, then only the miseries in the world will be stopped. We should not attach ourselves to work and then only we can keep away our soul from the bondage. As we know that morality is a matter of mind, and I would agree to that, Swami Vivekananda compares our mind with a lake. Like a ripple in a lake, every wave that rises in the mind does not die out entirely, but it leaves a mark, and there is a possibility of that wave coming out again. So, the possibility of the wave reappearing is called sanskara. Our actions, either good or bad, leave continuous impressions in our mind. The character of a person is determined by the totality of these impressions. So if good impressions prevail, the character becomes good, and if bad impressions prevail, then it becomes bad. He talks about a man of character. A man or a person of character can be compared to a tortoise. As a tortoise tucks its feet and head inside the shell, even if it is broken into pieces, it will not come out. In the same way, he asks our human beings to control their inner forces in such a way that nothing can draw them against their will. He also said that we have to work, but we should not allow the action to produce a deep impression on our minds, sanskar. Let the ripples come and go. Let huge actions proceed from the muscles and the brain, but let them not make any deep impression on the soul. We should have to remember only one thing, that this world is not our habitation. It is only one of the many stages through which we are passing. When Swami Vivekananda speaks about how we should work, he says that we should have to work like a master and not like a slave. We should have to work incessantly, but not enslaved. He says 99% of individual human beings in the present world are working like slaves, and that results in misery. Whenever we feel misery, it is actually selfish work. Work through freedom, work through love means it is a very difficult thing. Without freedom, we will not get love, and we will never feel love. There is no true love possible in slavery. So whenever we feel freedom, definitely we can work with love. Every act of love, according to him, brings peace and blessedness as its reaction. Real existence, real knowledge, and real love are permanently connected with each other. So working like slave results in selfish attachment, but working as masters of your own mind gives rise to the bliss of non-attachment. So work continuously without expecting anything in return with love. Vivekananda observes how our choices and actions shape who we become by saying that every work we do, every movement of the body, every thought that we think leaves impression on the mind stuff. Even when such impressions are not obvious on the surface, they are sufficiently strong to work beneath the surface subconsciously. So what we are every moment is determined by the sum total of impressions on the mind. This is really what is meant by character. Every human being's character is determined by the sum total of the impressions. He turns to the notion of good and bad as they relate to the architecture of our character through such impressions in the mind stuff. If good impressions prevail, the character will be good. And if bad, it becomes bad. If a man continuously hears bad words, thinks bad thoughts, does bad actions, mind will be full of bad impressions. And those will influence his thought and work without his being conscious of the fact. Such bad impressions are always working, and their resultant must be evil. So, the sum total of our impressions will create the strong motive power for doing actions which are bad. The person will become like a machine in the hands of his or her impression. Similarly, if a person thinks good thoughts and performs good actions, the sum total of the impressions will be good, and they will force the person to do good even in spite of herself. Vivekananda notes there is more important requirement for character than acquisition of good tendencies. The desire for liberation from attachment, freedom from clinging to the very notion of good and bad in work and life is very important. He says there are two things which guide the conduct of human beings: might and misery. The exercise of might or power is invariably the exercise of selfishness. All human beings try to make the most of whatever power or advantage they have. Mercy is heaven itself. To be good, to have all, to be merciful. Even justice and right should stand on mercy. All thought of obtaining return for the work we do hinders our spiritual progress. In the end, it brings misery. So, Swamiji at the end said, let the end and the means be joined into one. What we take from Mencius is that we should connect knowing and doing with the help of our ethical motivation. And what we take from Vivekananda is that a philosophical spiritual principle can guide us and actually form our character in such a way that be a professional, be an individual, we will actually endeavor to go for the common good. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chatterjee, for your very, I must say, for your very illuminating and thoughtful paper. But also, it has kind of given us a new kind of, situation is completely changed. The kind of topics that she has discussed here, because earlier, all through these days, from yesterday onwards, we are discussing very, abstract kind of problems of ethics. Now, this is the first paper, and this session is supposed to be like this, that she has really said that how ethics can be really, how ethics works at a practical level. And in this connection, I mean, the way she has discussed about ethics and profession, and the kind of ethical responsibility that each profession really demands. Okay. Now, so she has, she has brought out certain very important points, like personal ethics and professional ethics. Okay. Then ethical competence and the close connection between ethical competence and professional competence. A person who is professionally competent must be also ethically competent, because an ethically incompetent person, I mean, cannot be a very good professional, you see, at some point. I mean, of course, he or she may be efficient, but then he or she may lack certain things, and this is where I think the profession suffer. Now, her whole thing on John Dewey, that how really, John Dewey talks about competency and livelihood, and how it really connected to good citizenship. And then this point also that that Mencius, that Confucius thinker, okay, that if you know something but you don't work, that means that you do not know. I think this is very significant. And the role of emotion. But our last part of the lecture on, the last part of our lecture which is devoted to Swami Vivekananda's idea of practical ethics. I think this is very illuminating, and the kind of thing which Swami Vivekananda said, that how these three kinds of talking about help, like physical help, intellectual help, the spiritual help, and like ultimately the spiritual help can only remove our misery, and the kind of work culture that Swami Vivekananda is talking about. Then in that connection, freedom and love, the real knowledge and non-attachment, ethics of non-attachment. I think these are very illuminating ideas, and she has really brought out this very well in her paper, in her presentation. Okay, so again I thank Atashee for your nice presentation. Thank you. So our next speaker. Our next speaker is Anita Shantaram. Her paper is Business Ethics Matters. Okay. Now let me say something about her. about her. You just go there. I will. Yeah. Yes. Analysis from Bits Pilani in 2015. Thereafter, she founded this organization called ethicsindia.com that has since been very much active in giving legal service. Now she has done enormous work in the area of business ethics and training of business business ethics, training of people in business ethics, the professional in business ethics. She has postgraduate degrees from psychology from Bombay University, and then also also in places like she worked in IBS and UBS Business School abroad, and then also business ethics. She taught at business ethics at NIMHAS and also in IIT Bombay. Okay. Now she has a very wide experience working in various organizations and institutes all over the world. Okay. So with this very brief introduction, I request Dr. Anita Shantaram to present our paper.
Thank you so much. Opportunity till we get our slides working. I need someone to just see that it gets connected here. I have 3 incidents to share with you, which helped me believe that I'm in the right space. I need to continue working in the space of ethics. The first one, 2008, December 28th, was when my research proposal got accepted by BITS Pilani. Something happened in the first week of January 2009. Anyone? The Satyam scam. Till then I was studying Enron, WorldCom, all of that, and within 1 week of my having done this, I felt that there was a message in this. The second, completed my PhD, 2015, 2016, formed the company, took a few months to set up my website, ethicsindia.com. So November 6th, 2016, on LinkedIn, I put it, Ethics India goes live. 2 days later, something happens. Demonetization. People may have mixed feelings about it, but for me it was another message that what I'm doing is relevant. And my friend said that every time you do something, something happens. 2017, my company... I've done it now. 2017, my company gets acquired by Legasis, a compliance management solution firm, 1 year after I had formed it. That was the time my daughter went on an exchange program to Belgium. You're not allowed to go and drop them. You're not allowed to visit them in the first 6 months. So 2018 was when I was allowed to go and visit her. And obviously you want to visit your child and see that everything is fine. And it was February of 2018 in Belgium, and a news breaks out in India. So, anyone? The Nirav Modi scam. Now you'll say long shot, Belgium, he's from Antwerp. No, that wasn't the long shot. He was my direct neighbor back home. That's how close it is. 2 flats on a floor, and he's my direct neighbor. So my friend said, you didn't teach him ethics. I said, the moment I started ethics, he moved to Samudra Mahal. Only his mom and brother were using this. So why I share this story is, I felt the universe was giving me a message that whatever you can do in the space, do, and businesses need to work ethically and operate ethically. And that was also to wake you up, because stories tend to do that. So ethics is always looked at as a cost. When I started my PhD, that was it. Why are you doing it? It's difficult, it's challenging, it's not going to have an impact. But by the time I completed it, I felt full circle, and people felt that it's relevant, it's important, and it is something that we want to do. We don't know to what extent we are doing it in the organizations, but we want to do it. So it was looked on as a cost, but my whole belief in the space is that I want to show that it pays to be ethical, it's beneficial to be ethical, it's an investment to be ethical. So now a lot of research shows, and that's what this whole paper is, whatever I'm writing is about, business ethics matters, that there is an advantage to being ethical, competitive advantage, reputational advantage, attracting talent, all of that. Ethisphere, which ranks 100 companies annually in terms of ethics, and only 3 companies from India come in that list: Wipro, Tata Steel, and Infosys. And what they have seen, they've shown a market benefit to the companies which come in this list as compared to how the markets perform. They are 7.1% higher than that. But finally, we should come full circle. Till now, I am emphasizing that we need to believe that it's beneficial to be ethical, but we ultimately need to do ethics for ethics' sake. It's the right thing to do. But I'm sure that's still a long shot, because there are enough companies which still look at it as a cost. A lot of companies now looking at it as a benefit, but ultimately doing it ethics for ethics' sake. To convince you further that unethical behavior does not pay. So this paper of Harvard Business Review, which talks of how to scandal-proof your company, talks about when companies give bribes to get contracts in countries where the whole regime is full of corruption, you end up paying something like 10% of the contract value to get that business. So though you may be getting more sales or getting more business, your profitability actually comes down because of the high cost that you pay to acquire that business. Another insight is that individuals who are part of companies, or they have just left companies, or even after some time of having left a company which comes up with a scandal or a scam, tend to get on an average 4 to 7% lower salaries over a period of time, and not just the first or the second job. It can go on. So that's the kind of wealth erosion that takes place. So I think that data like this is convincing that it's unethical behavior does not pay. Another data from a company wherein you ultimately either are asked to leave. Companies sometimes don't fire you. They don't want to get into those challenges, but they just make it difficult for you to stay, and they ask you to leave. So whenever they have been found out about white-collar crimes, people have had to leave. Though I hope this data is not too much, that 13% still continue to stay. Yes, it's worrying, but a larger percentage are asked to leave and face legal action. So we have to create a culture which is an ethical culture. And how do you go about doing that? I say there is a role for an individual in that, and the role that the organization plays. I put a greater emphasis on the role that organizations play. Most of the time, you'll say that it's bad people who do bad things. But enough data is there to show that even if you want to do something wrong, if the processes and it's streamlined in an organization, you may be sitting on the fence, or you may be tempted to do something. Because of stringent guidelines, you will not do. So I would say that organizations need to play a bigger role in making sure that they do not create loopholes or leeway for individuals to do the wrong thing. So at an individual level, you feel, I'm way down. What can I as a single person do? But there's enough data, again, to talk about the power of one. Simply put, someone breaks the signal in front of you. Temptation, high temptation to follow the person. Someone stops, there's a larger likelihood that you would stop. So you would say that one person cannot influence, but there's enough. If you look at even Solomon Ash's experiment on conformity, the moment they got support of one individual, the number of people who stood by and said what they actually felt was very high. So ethical fading is the reason why individuals find it challenging. It no longer comes into the decision making. As businesses, we are told, look at cost and benefit, and we don't put ethics as a dimension in decision making. So if you're faced with an ethical dilemma, this is not related to ethics, but a lot of people quote him. He's an economist, Albert Hirschman. But if you're faced with an ethical dilemma, or you feel that an organization is not really supporting you in doing the right thing, you can leave. So exit is sometimes you can say that this is an easy choice that we are making. I don't want to be facing that dilemma, so I move out. Loyalty, sometimes sticking by and saying that I will fight another battle. I will choose the battles that I want to fight. You may not need to pick up every issue and say that a larger issue is what I will fight. And voice is actually expressing. When you see something going wrong, do you question it? Do you state it? Many times, because we keep silent, things perpetuate or things go on. I love Martin Luther King Jr.'s statement, our lives begin to end the moment we are silent about things that matter. I felt that that was one triggering thought which actually made me take action against someone which I was not doing, because I thought I'm being ethical, I'm not doing anything wrong, but letting someone else do something wrong is also not completely being ethics and true to yourself. And that was something which made me change my thought process. So individually it's about integrity, and why I put, because the word grit stands out. You can't be a person of integrity or character if you don't have the ability to withstand it or to stay by it or stick by it. So that's why when I look at this word now, grit stands out. And one of the best books that I've read is titled Grit, where it shows that it's not about intelligence, but it's about hard work, perseverance, and sticking to it. Now we come to the organizational role. Very interesting data. 80% of participants acting in a corporate capacity took a decision that 97% as a personal choice felt it was not right. So you're seeing this? 97% saying that, and it's in the book, Value Shift. You thought it's not, but you're doing it because you're part of a setup. You end up doing something even though you personally don't like it. So that's why my whole belief about that it's more important for organizations to set standards. A lot of wrongdoings happen, and it costs the company hugely because of breakdown in ethical culture. Today, we're talking of people, planet, profit, triple bottom line, ESG. All of that is working towards saying that it's not just about profit. We need to take care of people, we need to take care of society. So if we are only looking at profit, it would be like playing tennis with your eye on the scoreboard and not on the ball. And I think that this gives out the message very clearly that it needs to be more than just profits for organizations. So we say an organization with a conscience, but yes, organizations find it extremely, extremely challenging to keep the eye away from profit. But if you're having new ESG norms, or you're having business responsibility reporting, so it's no longer just about profits that are going to get reported. So I hope the annual report starts looking much more different shortly, so that it's not just about numbers and it's about what we actually achieve. I won't go in. How am I doing with time?
Oh. No, you have time.
Yes.
Yes, only
I wanted to hear that.
You have 20 minutes.
Because we usually hear we don't have time, so I said let me verify well in time.
No, you have 20 minutes, so absolutely no problem.
Thank you. So this is another amazing paper is why is it that good people end up doing wrong things, ethical breakdowns, and it gives examples of different situations that organizations create because of which wrongdoing happens. And I'll just talk of one of them, ill-conceived goals. So this company, Sears, had auto mechanics, and the company gave them a target that every hour $67 is what you have to generate. Now, why did they put a target? So that they speed up and productivity gets improved. What happened as a byproduct? They had to achieve $67. They were not able to achieve it, so they started correcting things in the car which did not need correcting. So the intention of the organization was not to actually get them to do something wrong, but because of the target and which they could not achieve, they ended up doing something wrong. So organizations need to think when they are putting certain targets or they are putting certain expectations that there can be something wrong that can happen at the end of it. And the same way, slippery slope. If I ask you that the first time someone does something wrong, should you ignore the person? Should you counsel the person? Should you just let it be because it's the first time? Let's not make him feel awkward or let him feel embarrassed. So think about it, what you would do. And a lot of us may say that one mistake they go to the extent of saying ek khun maaf, no? So we are talking of some minor 7 khun maaf. So no, if we ignore the first time someone slips, an incremental increase in that minor increase, the next time little more would lead to a huge, down the slippery slope. You would end up, and a lot of accounting frauds have happened because of that. I think even as children, I always say that one of the strongest messages as a parent, and which we had, my dad was an absolute staunch, means he would do anything for values and ethics. So now we have mobiles, but at those days you have a phone, and if someone calls up and a parent says, tells their child that, tell them I'm not at home. I feel that that's the first foundational mistake you make in that. And some children are very innocent. They'll say, Papa bol rahe hain ki bata do nahi. But if I feel that you can't, you say this and you're teaching about honesty and do not lie and do not. Absolutely. You've just lost the plot. You've absolutely lost it. So for me, that's, and I had strong values. I mean, my dad used to fight cases. Anything goes wrong, consumer court somewhere, he would write below the chairman, he would not write to anyone. And I had to, telephone issued, gas chairman. And I had to go and I had to fight. And I would tell Dad, what is this? I have to keep going here and there. So much time it takes. And he says, chalta hai attitude. And that's what's destroying. Each one of us needs to do the right thing. And if each one of us did it, we didn't need to keep our eye on someone else. We didn't need to influence somebody else. I lost him 8 years ago, but he has been and is my role model. So when you're looking at an organization, employees, and those down there is a very interesting data that top management thinks the ethics in the organization is better than it actually is. And those who are towards the bottom tend to think it's worse than it actually is. So none of us get it right, but the top management tends to be optimistic, whereas the lower down tend to look. So there's an interesting Ernst & Young report, which is there. A lot of benefits that you can get by operating with ethics, whether you can retain and attrition, the great resignation that's going on right now. So attrition, talent management, reputation, all of that are huge benefits of operating with ethics. So business ethics matters. I'm not going to get into details, but one interesting data from the 26 practices and finally 12 ethical practices. My thesis title is Ethical Business Practices, Corporate Financial Performance. I wanted to show a positive linkage with ethics. And 2011 was when I collected the data, and most of it has gone on to become mandatory by law. So now I have to look for the next 12 ethical practices for organizations. So most of it, from POSH to data privacy, all of that tended to become laws. So I'm not. Last slide, so I'm well in time. So what is needed is a need to be proactive. So I look at it as proactive ethics and not reactive ethics. So whether you had Siemens who had to pay $1 million fines because of bribery in a country, or the Volkswagen case, which actually lost $25 billion because of the Dieselgate scam, whether in fines and recall, all of that. Then the company goes and starts aggressively doing training on ethics and setting up ethics committee and having ethics champions. I was a speaker at Volkswagen for the top management team in India, and they've started a program called Together for Integrity. Absolutely. And despite that, still they don't talk of zero tolerance. And I say, this is reactive. If even 25% of this money was spent beforehand in emphasizing ethics or talking about it or training, because I say that's a minimum that you can do in building the culture, it would have been easier. But most companies tend to do, if you're penalized for it or you are faced by regulatory authorities, to do that. So I said, proactive ethics, let's do it beforehand. If we do that, we don't need to worry about compliance, we don't need to worry about fines that we'll have to end up paying. Zero tolerance, yes, I still get, that's one of the questions I ask before I do any training. Do you want to emphasize zero tolerance or not? Because if you do not believe in zero tolerance, or if that's not the message you're giving out, saying zero tolerance and not doing it is going to be worse than keeping silent about it. Because if they see action that I'm saying zero tolerance and actually I let a good worker or a senior management, I ignore their wrongdoing, it'll cause more harm. But I would say that especially for sexual harassment or corruption, frauds, companies are consistently talking of zero tolerance, but there have been a few companies which said, no, we don't want to use the word zero tolerance. And individuals, we need to create, organizations need to create a speak-up culture, a listening culture. They need to give opportunities for that. And you may have a whistleblowing. It's been found that 20% of that doesn't work well enough. You have anonymous, most of the time, if anyone wants to find out who was the person who did that. So that's the flaw of a whistleblowing. But along with that, we need to have anti-retaliation policy, because that's the number one fear that you have, that if I let out, there's going to be action against me. And that's one of the main reasons why people don't tend to speak out. So this is what is needed, I would say, in organizations, looking at ethics proactively, creating a speak-up culture and an anti-retaliation policy, and having zero tolerance to anything that is wrong. So I end with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anita, for your very nice presentation, very informative kind of paper. And also, it is something which is remarkable that you have completed your presentation within 20 minutes. I think it's a landmark. Okay. Now, the kind of thing she has discussed, I mean, it is from the point of view of practical ethics, it is so important, because every day we face this kind of challenges and problems. That is how to really create a new kind of ethical culture within the organization. And why only in any kind of organization, even in all of us, we are working in universities, even there also the culture has to be changed. Okay. And then she shows that how ethics doesn't come into decision making. I mean, this whole problem that business means basically profit making. Now profit is the only thing, and there you compromise. Okay, you only talk about, sometimes people face the moral dilemma. Okay, but these people easily overcome that moral dilemma, or the company, because the profit becomes the central thing. Okay, so that she really said very nicely that how really it is not profit. Profit, of course, is important. Now, without profit, how a company can survive. But more than that, the ethics has to be there, and the ethics is not just for the sake of you get some benefits, but ethics for the sake of ethics, it should be there. Okay, and also this whole culture to be changed, and I particularly like one remark that she said. That children tell lies, or they start doing immoral behavior from their parents, because we parents, we actually teach them, okay, through our behavior, not that we tell them. In fact, we tell them not to tell lies, but then these children, they find that their parents, they are telling lies, or they are doing certain things which are ethically absolutely unacceptable. Okay, so these are the problems. I mean, this is a remark, and she is saying that the same kind of thing within the organization. Okay, so this has to be changed, and the kind of thing which she said, that proactive ethics and reactive ethics, and in that connection, that whole idea of zero culture, whistleblowing. These are very important things. These things, people, they talk about it, okay, but they are only at the level of talking, not at the level of action, okay. And this is there. That is, ethics has become a kind of thing for talking, okay, not for practice. This has become the problem. Okay, thank you. Any problem? Oh, he's there. Sorry. So thank you. Shall I? Yeah. I address him. Okay. Our next speaker in this session is Professor Chirantan and Chatterjee. He is very well known in his field and ethics and medical care. Now, Professor Chatterjee has a very illustrious background. At present, he is a reader in economics and innovation at University of Sussex Business School, and apart from that, he has wide experience. He is also an applied economist with interest in economics of technological change, pharmaceutical economics, and global health. He was a visiting fellow at Stanford University and an adjunct professor of economics at IIM Ahmedabad. Also, he was associated with other IIMs like IIM Bangalore, then Indian School of Business at Hyderabad, and various places. He has large number of publications, and including he worked at World Bank and various other National Science Foundation in US. So I mean, there is no point to read out this entire thing because that will be taking time. But he is a very illustrious scholar and a very well-known person. So I don't need to give much of his introduction, but just for the sake of beginning, I am telling all this. So welcome, Professor Chatterjee, to this session, and we are all looking forward to your talks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unlike a standard business school talk where you have slides and you are standing in person and sharing your thoughts, today I thought I will just divide my 30 minutes into three components. First, I'll start with some personal experiences in my research around healthcare markets. I hope you can all listen to me.
Yes.
Yeah? Okay. From those experiences, I want to transition into some thoughts on the theory and the topic that I am taking up today to tell you about, which is compassion, healthcare, and systems. And then finally, I'll leave you with some sort of an open session where you can ask me some questions, I can respond to it, etc., etc. So let me, I know we all want to go forward in life and forget what has happened to us over the last 2.5 years, especially at a household and personal level. Okay, and this is true wherever you are, especially if you are in a low and middle income country context like India. But I'm sure all of us in this room have had some amazing and tormenting experiences of dealing with healthcare and healthcare systems, especially during the Delta wave last year. And it's just over a year now since that has happened. So two instances come to mind from the summer of 2021. Which I wanted to share. One is an instance where one of my uncles, he is now expired with the virus, he was admitted at a very top private hospital system in Kolkata while there was this rush to get a bed during COVID-19 days. And what I observed, people thought that when he would get the bed, and I will not take the name, but it's a name which often comes up on newspapers in India and in West Bengal area with celebrities being treated there. So you can guess as I give you some hints as to which hospital system is that. But the point is not about naming a particular hospital systems. It has become a common norm where hospital systems, especially in the private space, have been behaving very I would say in a profit-oriented fashion, which somehow, as an economist and also as a personal citizen of India, I ponder how we have come to in this particular inflection of healthcare in India today. Anyway, so going back to the summer of 21, he gets admitted. Somehow through my social networks, I land into knowing the head of that hospital, her contact numbers, and etc. etc. Things are going downhill in terms of the metrics of his healthcare. This is like end of April, early May. That is the period when this is happening. I'm trying my best. I'm not able to travel from Ahmedabad to Kolkata, trying my best to keep in touch and see what can be done. What I noticed, not at the physician and at the nurse level was, but more at the administration side of the hospital level, was this general apathy towards what was happening with patients. Everybody was stressed. Patients and families were stressed. Doctors and nurses were stressed. But the administrators started behaving pretty high-handedly in the sense that they did not want to keep in touch with patient families, and were clueless about how, let's say, you would be able to get supplies of trastuzumab to the patient because it was needed at short notice, etc., etc. And you cannot just say that this was a one-off incident. I have been seeing this over the last 10, 12 years. I finished my PhD in the US and went back to India in 2011. I'm back out of India now again. But the point is that I have seen these instances at a hospital individual level happening in a Bangalore or in a Chandigarh or at a Ahmedabad or at Kolkata or at Hyderabad. It's all pervasive story. And you start wondering, why is this so? Is this just because people are over stressed out? There is a lot more demand and less supply and provisioning of healthcare? Or is it just because the pandemic shifted the demand curve out so much more that there was a huge friction between supply and demand mismatching? And that gets reflected in human behavior and administrator behavior. So I wanted to start off with that story. And then the other story I wanted to share was one of my own colleagues in IIM Ahmedabad. The chap was an administrative staff again. I mean, he was the secretary in the Center for Healthcare I was heading last year before leaving IIM Ahmedabad permanently. And now I retain an adjunct role. But this gentleman, it's a young guy, gets admitted again in Ahmedabad hospital with COVID, has black fungus, and then he needs supplies of, I think remdesivir was the medicine at that point in time, and suddenly you see that there are not enough supplies. In contrast to my West Bengal experience, where you had to talk to relevant government secretaries to see if vials would be cleared through official channels, in Gujarat what I noticed was there was a black market for remdesivir, and probably that was also there in Kolkata, but I didn't get exposed to it. But these two instances of my experience in Gujarat and my experience in Kolkata last summer refreshed my thinking on how what can be done to create compassionate healthcare systems in contexts like India. Okay, so there are 4 words I'm using. The first word I'm using is creating. The second word I'm using is compassion. The third word I'm using is healthcare, and the fourth word I'm using is system. Let's focus on the word compassion. Why do we need compassion in a context like healthcare? Perhaps because if you see at the journey of healthcare systems in India post-independence, what you will see is that while there has been a diffusion of primary, secondary and tertiary health centers, around sometime after the 1970s, the missionary hospitals that were there, like let's say the RK Mission Hospital in Kolkata itself, and also let's say the Christian missionary hospitals in MGIMS Wardha or CMC Vellore, etc. That generation of missionary hospitals seems to have gone out of the entire health provisioning ecosystem. It was taken over by the public health provisioning health ecosystem, and there was a discussion. There is now increasingly over the last 2 decades a conversation around maybe capacity demand is so high and capacity of doctors per capita and nurses per capita is so low that the twain are never meeting together. So we need to do something about this market failure that's happening, where healthcare is needed but is not being offered either by a public health system or even by a missionary provided healthcare system. Which means that around the 80s, 90s, and 2000s, you see the advent of quasi-social welfare-oriented clinician entrepreneurs. And you can take these names like the Apollo Hospital, or Dr. V from Aravind Eye Hospital, or Devi Shetty and his work with Narayana Rudhyalaya, etc. Of course, you have also the strictly profit-oriented Fortises of the world, but you also see the advent of these clinician entrepreneurs who are coming in and trying to solve this market failure that I just mentioned, where public health and missionary-provided health, missionary hospital system-provided health is no longer working, with a somewhat compassion angle, where profits are balanced with a cross-subsidization mindset. And this is the dominant normal even today. If you go to some of the successful hospital systems in LV Prasad or Aravind Eye or Narayana, where the rich patient's care cross-subsidize the poor patient's care. However, what COVID has shown to us is that because of access issues and because of all kinds of purchasing power conversations, we are seeing this business model suffering, where the rich cross-subsidize the poor in these hospital systems. And yet, what we also see at the same time is that the government is not coming in as much as one would like the government to come in with expenditure on the public health side to complement the frictions that are being arisen by pandemics and this business model of rich subsidizing the poor health systems. So the question then becomes, if you are now trying to think of a world beyond pandemic and thinking about creating compassion in healthcare systems, how are you going to accomplish it? Over the last 30 years, this was accomplished through a conversation around finding these evangelists, clinician entrepreneur evangelists, if I can use that word, who brought in a social welfare mindset to the conversation, brought compassion, but there are boundary conditions that they are experiencing today in making their systems sustain and scale up. This is true not just in the health context, health system provisioning context, but also more broadly in healthcare, which is, let's say, in pharmaceuticals or in medical devices, right? You have the Ciplas and the Mankind pharmaceuticals of the world who at one point in time created a market presence for themselves sustainably over 10 to 15 years, working with registered medical practitioners and general MBBS physicians in non-urban cities of India to solve the access issue. But they are all running into boundary condition, a limit to their cross-subsidization business model. At heart, that is the story. And therefore, the question is, what next? What do we do in the next 10 to 15 years from what we have learned with the pandemic shock in the last 2 years and the fact that a somewhat fragile business model is now completely exposed with the pandemic? I think what we do is get back, and this is where my talk perhaps fits in, and probably this is where I was invited into this seminar, because I was a little surprised when the invitation came from professors at Ramakrishna Mission that why me? I mean, I am working more as an economist, I'm away from India these days, how are you thinking about me contributing to the agenda for the conference? But perhaps this is where I will be able to contribute, which is, let's look at how one can potentially create compassion in healthcare and a system with a system-oriented approach. We cannot, basically what we are trying to say then is that, can we then continue to rely on the serendipity of certain individuals coming into the show because in one's midlife, one is suddenly thinking about what am I giving back to society or country? Or can we just start moving away from an individual-oriented dependency to a system kind of a thinking where you can learn from the Arvinds and the LV Prasads and the old missionary hospital systems and bring in more compassion at the center of how you provision healthcare. And this is where our previous speakers thought on ESG and its central role in all conversation around business and organizations around the world are playing a role. We connect to those ESG conversations, because ESG cannot be just a reactive thing because everybody else is doing ESG. We have to be proactive about it. Similarly, morality and ethics and creating compassion in healthcare systems going forward has to be a central story. It cannot just be a Ayushman Bharat story or a West Bengal health Yojana story, where nice health insurance systems will get you votes to the relevant political leaders' pockets. It has to be, if we have learned anything from this pandemic, it has to be that if you care about 1.3 billion people in India, which is about 1/6 of the world's population, compassion has to be at the center of creating health systems beyond the pandemic. And that's a thought I want to leave you all with and bring more into your conversations, whatever professional spheres you are working in. The other point that I wanted to highlight was why healthcare? Why are we worried so much about creating compassion in healthcare? We can start thinking about compassion in education. You can think compassion in manufacturing services. What is it special about healthcare that we have to think more centrally about compassion, right? And here we have to think about two things. One is a India story. The India story, as I was just telling you guys about, was that a lot of the India healthcare conversation today from the demand side is coming out given these out-of-pocket expenditures people have to do. There is enough research out there to show how out-of-pocket expenditure put you into lifetime debts in India, especially if it comes through health shocks. And that is precisely where the conversation around universal healthcare comes into play, which we have been trying to diffuse out, but uptake for universal healthcare, either from federal or from state level schemes, has been few and far between. So people have argued that you should use like champions, information, education-oriented approach, peer effects, etc., to diffuse universal healthcare. Why you might want to do all of that, but fundamentally, I think the reason why healthcare needs a little more careful discussion around compassion is because, unlike many other goods, it's not like street lights. Okay, what do I mean by what is like street lights? So if you go at the heart of what is a public good versus what is a private good, and this is the conversation around Paul Romer's work in innovation and ideas, the economics of innovation and ideas, which is basically my position here at University of Sussex. The idea is that you have to think about goods, whether they are exclusive or whether they are rivalrous. Okay, so just like street light, if you have a light on a street, you are not basically making that street light exclusive for a certain individual, and neither when you consume that street light on the street, you are going to rival out someone else from consuming that street light. So in that sense, a street light is a far more public good than, let's say, healthcare. In healthcare, when you are provisioning for healthcare for a patient, because of the capacity constraints and the doctors per capita constraints and the price constraint, you end up excluding and creating rivalry situations in healthcare. And this is also at the heart of the justice question, the ethics question in healthcare. Amartya Sen talks about this in his book, The Idea of Justice, where he talks about this distribution question in healthcare especially, and how that completely confounds the conversation around the evolution of healthcare systems in the country, which is what I wanted to highlight today. I don't have a prescriptive solution, but I do have a solution where we can take a step back and look at our immediate history of last 2 years and our, let's say, evolution of the healthcare industry in the last 30 years to say that first we need the intent to have compassion as a central compass in taking healthcare forward in India, and then we can figure out the model around which you can make the provisioning happen. I think those are the key things I wanted to mention. In terms of my other talking points, I also wanted to highlight that I'm not saying that completely democratize healthcare and make it access-oriented. I'm sure there is if we open up for a Q&A right now, you will ask me questions around how can you bring in quality in healthcare provisioning to this conversation? What kind of pricing models to use to have access to drugs and devices and vaccines for the poorest of the poor, right? And not just have access, but make sure that this access is of good quality so that the health outcome question is also sustained. And here you have to go back to the central debate of monopoly markets and perfect competition. So at one end, when you have perfectly competitive markets, the prices go down to marginal costs, and as a result, people get access to drugs and goods and services. And this is definitely a story in healthcare. But at the other end, you will probably disincentivize innovator R&D oriented organizations in healthcare to invest in quality, and as a result crowd them out of the market. So in a more common sense, basically the market could get commoditized, quality could be put out of the window for a toss, and while you might be able to provisioning healthcare, you might do it at the cost of sacrificing quality. And this is where the state plays an important role. Organizations like Ramakrishna Mission play a very important role, where they are potentially going to not just play the standard setting role, or even the manufacturing and R&D provisioning role through public organizations, but constantly remind society of healthcare's vision, which is to have a Sheba approach, right? A service above self approach, which is the essence of Ramakrishna Mission's ideas. And that's something we don't want to forget while we try to balance access versus innovation in healthcare, broadly speaking. My last thought today would be some issues that I have seen coming out from my research. So I have worked on how price controls in India for drugs create strategic behavior on pharmaceutical companies. I've looked at how, on the margin, even trained doctors get into prescribing irrational diabetic medicine combinations. You would expect a consulting physician or a GP, a specialist physician, basically in urban India, to be more rational in the way they prescribe medicines. But there's my research, as well as some other related research, show how doctors are facilitating the ecosystem of combination drugs, many of them potentially having side effects and adverse health outcome considerations. There is a role to be told of today's world. So if you are driving from the Dum Dum airport towards the city these days, you will see large billboards of Tata 1mg, right? So Tata 1mg is the new poster boy in medicines provisioning in the city and around India. It is good in a sense that it helps with technology to provision healthcare, and I work with them, so full disclosure there. But we also need to think about what it does to access to medicines and quality of medicines with the advent of technology-enabled healthcare provisioning. And Tata 1mg is just one example, but you have the Practos of the world, you have the Portias of the world in different healthcare verticals. What does the advent of digital health do to basically access and quality issues in healthcare, and broadly speaking to compassion? Are we going to be more discompassionate having technology and automated healthcare? And how are we going to solve it? How can we hybridize models here is something that we don't want to forget while thinking about the larger conversation around digital health provisioning, solving the access issue in healthcare conversations in India today. The last point I wanted to mention is the story of unknown individuals. We know the big ticket poster childs of passionate healthcare provisioning around the country today. They have big names, they have Harvard Business School case studies, they appear dime a dozen in local as well as Davos-like conferences and share their thoughts about how India can be a paragon for healthcare provisioning. I hope they are also honest in depicting where India has gone wrong in provisioning healthcare. And we also pay attention to the fringe, people who are unknown. They're staying quiet in a Wardha or a Stanley Medical College in Chennai or a rural setting in Chhattisgarh. And you can immediately guess which names I'm thinking about here, who are quietly and silently provisioning for healthcare with a compassionate angle to the best that they can despite their monetary resources. It's time to not forget them and to learn from them and to go back to them to see as a policy measure what can we do to bring compassion at the heart of provisioning healthcare in LMIC context like India. The most exciting part of this, I feel, is that if we can find out a model through which we can bring compassion as the center of provisioning of healthcare in India, this can go beyond India. This is the story that, let's say, Indonesia or a Brazil or a Bangladesh and other country might be is working with. And India has large experiments and experience here over the last, I would say, 3 decades across the spectrum of healthcare provisioning, hospitals, medical devices, pharma, which can offer lessons to the world at large in sub-Saharan Africa, to Latin America, to Southeast Asia, etc., etc. So not just from a monetization angle, but from an impact angle, I think we can change the conversation in global health bringing compassion at the center, and buoyed by some of these famous as well as not so famous, the silent warriors who take compassion as a central moral compass in healthcare. So those are my thoughts. I can now open up to some questions, and I hope I'm doing okay on time.
Stop here and invite questions.
Question.
Yes, so people can ask you some questions, right? Okay, so Nirmalya, what should you do? Should we open up? Yes, please, ask questions, whatever if you have.
You can ask him for any question clarification.
Yes, in case you have some questions or clarifications, please do ask him.
I think a lady near the cameraman is asking a question. Yeah.
Okay, who wants to ask? Yes. You introduce yourself.
Actually, my question goes to Anita first, then yours.
No, you ask him.
Okay. I am Aditya Dasgupta from West Bengal State University. My question is that you said that the policymakers have to have some compassionate behavior and mentality, but I think then the government has to invest more for the subsidy in healthcare. What do you think about the governmental role about healthcare? That is my question. Is it possible for the government in this present economic condition to give more subsidy in healthcare and others which are considered to be basic for us? That is my question.
Of course it is possible. We can tax the richest of the country. India is one of the most unequal countries. Look at the high net worth individuals which have gained from the pandemic profit situation. We can, and this is happening in the US, the Biden administration is taxing the richest there to generate more government revenues, and we can do the same thing, and some of these government revenues can solve the public health funding question at the extensive margin. The second point is you can show intent, you can bring compassion as a central point to all conversations around healthcare today and in education also today. Look at what is happening to these two most important public goods in the country today around us. If we bring compassion facilitated by the government as the key story, and not just for short-run political wins, but for the long-run face of the country, I think we definitely have. I'm not concerned about the monetary resources. There is enough money out there and legitimate means through which money can be raised. And the world is interested to make sure that India succeeds. If we bring compassion to the center of healthcare and education, I think the world will also join in the taxation policy, let's say, to generate revenues for government in public healthcare expenditure. So money is not the issue. The issue is, do we want to do it or not? Do we have the intent to do it or not?
That's true. Any question you have? Yeah, please. No, please come near.
I'm basically an engineer. What is the book which came, Predators and Healers, which Amartya Sen himself has introduced, in that that multinationals and the agreement which we do have about the drug experiment and all that, in which they miss the clauses of a negotiability of the multinationals medicine which will be put in Indian market. Do you have any clue on that?
My view is that if you wear the hat of criticizing multinationals, then we wouldn't even have the basic COVID-19 Astra vaccine or the Pfizer vaccine or the BioNTech vaccine or even the Moderna vaccine. So yes, multinationals cannot be completely let go of in their moral accountability, and they have, it is well established with evidence, research in cinema, You should see the movie Constant Gardener from Hollywood on this. They take advantage of vulnerable populations for clinical trials. But at the same time, it is true that when push comes to shove, they have the innovative capabilities to solve the required need for society. So what can we do then to police, if that's the right word, multinationals in bringing compassion at the center of these conversations? I think there are a bunch of things that are happening in any case. Regulatory oversight is one of them. ESG conversations globally, not just in non-healthcare context, but also in healthcare context, is helping ration multinational behavior and regulate multinational behavior. We can also offer them competition from context like India, which is if you are showing them a social provisioning of healthcare model where they compete with the multinationals and build scale, like let's say Aravind Eye Hospital has done, suddenly they may feel like, oops, did I miss an opportunity? Did I miss compassion as a business model through which I could have succeeded better? And then maybe there could be a pivot. And lastly, I would say it's at the individual level, at households, our children, the way we converse. We should not be taking for granted that we should not have morality and ethics of healthcare when you're talking with the multinational healthcare ecosystem. These days, when I chat with a GE Healthcare or anybody of the world, I'm happy to bend to them. And it seems to me there is a larger receptivity also in the developed world context, like here in NHS, UK, etc., on the role of sustainability, ethics, compassion in healthcare. So I would say the hope is we should not be so morbid about the multinational role. We could do a little more working with them in steering them towards a compassion angle in healthcare, especially in LMIC context like India.
Thank you. Another question is, what I found is, being a surveyor, I do survey certain things in the medical equipments and all that. What I find it, that quality control, there was a global body for equality of the medical, equipments and spares. But that doesn't really function when you put the grievance to them, if you do have a clue.
To me, the key issue about quality control is how quality is used as a political tool to arbitrage across countries. Look at what is happening with the vaccine quality conversation and WHO and India pushback on Covaxin, right? So what we need to take care of the quality issue while thinking about compassion is some sort of a harmonized system across the world where rich and poor countries are not just thinking about political instruments using quality, but also the compassionate aspect of how quality can be used to provision of healthcare. It's a long conversation. I'm happy to have an offline chat with you, but harmonizing quality standards across rich and poor countries, I think, should be the global effort going forward. It has been tried out, but we still have some distance to charter. Especially from this pandemic, we can do a lot more in the way we think about harmonizing quality and retaining a compassion angle to healthcare.
Yeah. Yes, Modik. Oh, Acha. Who will you please decide? Yes.
Yeah. Thanks, Dr. Chatterjee, for this wonderful presentation. Also reminding us our COVID disaster. It's just 1.5, not even 1.5 year, 1 year old thing, and we have started forgetting about it. But I was wondering about your whole perspective and overemphasizing on this value of compassion. Isn't it too reductive in a way? Because rather than compassion, I think we should focus on justice, isn't it? Because compassion is something which is very altruistic, as if something that is expected from you, but it's not on a justice ground that you are sort of demanding that that requirement from the entity who is supposed to deliver that good to us, right? So I was wondering, isn't it very, very sort of reductive way of looking at the things in the health sector? More than that, I think it's the justice perspective that should be brought in, and we need it because there's ethics in it. It's rather than compassion, I think it's the justice that matters most.
Yeah, I mean, I think the simple answer is a very important question. The simple answer is that I'm less of an aggressive person than you probably are. Justice means like go and grab compassion in some sense, and justice for healthcare, whereas compassion is more like I will try to do my best, and if the world doesn't come along with me, at least to me, perhaps I am leaving a legacy. Perhaps somebody will learn what I am trying to do in terms of creating examples and benchmarks. So I agree that there is a fundamental tension between letting compassion be in a more philosophical sense, whereas justice is about go, let's make sure that the right thing is happening in ethical provisioning of healthcare. Perhaps it's my own personal taste that is getting reflected in using the word compassion rather than justice. But it's not that far away from each other as siblings in terms of constructs.
Yes.
Can we have the lady in the front seat? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is Madhuchanda Sen from Yadupur University. And I have a sort of joint question to Dr. Shantaram and to Professor Chatterjee. I have many stories to tell, like you, of the abominable behavior that we all faced during the Delta, and we still are facing from the private hospitals that are, on which we have to rely, given the what you were talking about, the enormous gap between our need and the resources that are available to us. I just want to know, one thing that I thought I have to say to Bhaskar is compassion is the just demand in healthcare. So, I mean, justice and compassion do not go against each other, I think. Well, anyway, the thing that I want to know, like Dr. Shantaram was saying, that, it could be actually profitable to be ethical in business. Is there any data as to which shows that it is actually profitable to be to have compassion as one of the benchmark in healthcare system? Is there any data regarding that? Because I mean, this is probably the only hope that we have vis-a-vis the private hospitals that we are forced to go. Somehow we have to convince them that it would be profitable for the doctors to tell us what is happening to our parents and not treat us like dirt. So I mean, this is what we want to. This is what I want to know. I mean, is it really profitable to be compassionate?
Yep. Great question. I think my quick response would be, yes, there is data. I can't offhand remember the research, but if you send me an email, I'll share the research. I will definitely emphasize that there is a sustainable long-run payoff to being ethical and compassionate, not just in healthcare, but in many other contexts. There are some interesting payoffs that organizations receive when you wear the compassion hat as a central identity in organizations. You retain employees more. There is research coming out from INSEAD and other places showing how moral compassion angle actually creates a long-run brand awareness about your organization at large. And we don't, honestly speaking, we don't need to really look at data and research across sector and countries over time. What we just need to see is look around us. What are the time-enduring organizations over the last 100 years? If you look at a Tata hospital system, like Tata Cancer, right? Yes, there could be isolated instances of some bad way through which they provisioned healthcare in some sense. But for a long time now, they have been pretty respected and exist around us as a well-established Tata Cancer health system. Or there are very few ones like this which have endured the waves of time and the tides of time. But there are certain such organizations around the world, and not just in India, who have persisted. And it is not easy. The central issue is that there's a very interesting book called Small is Beautiful. How much, and in economics, we always pursue this idea of supernormal profits. So if you are okay with keeping normal profits, I think sustainability and compassion as a central idea in healthcare is definitely doable. But if you have an entrepreneur or a founder or the child of a founder who wants to do more, get bigger, have global ambitions, etc., you start losing that central identity of compassion, being profitable for healthcare. It's the classic idea with which, let's say, some of the Calcutta-based organizations operate today. When Borosil, for example, introduced these HR schemes, and it took a lot of, got media attention that it was taking care of employees. Why don't we have so many Borosils around the country today? Or similar such examples, right? Calcutta especially has some old examples of employee-oriented organizations who have not gone beyond the normal profit story and have been able to maintain this trade-off between compassion and profits. And yes, if you send me an email, I'll send you some research on explicit evidence of having compassion at the heart of healthcare and the business model, and yet remaining profitable over time. So it is, but question is how profitable. If you want to have super normal profits, of course, the story changes. But if you are okay with living a simple life, a profitable life, but not super profitable life, I think you can maintain compassion at the center of healthcare.
I have a small question about transparent information sharing. There's a great deal of nervousness going at the state level about sharing data about what's happening over here. And international pressures, as you also mentioned, what's happening with the WHO. With compassion, I think it becomes a double kind of a problem, because in many cases, out of compassion, the doctors say we are not sharing the correct information. Similarly, so I was wondering about the two things, that on the one hand, there is the state nervousness about sharing data and getting yourself in a soup for being ranked low in your healthcare system. And individually, where there are a lot of medical practitioners who continue to believe that it's out of compassion that they do not share information about the kind of things that are happening to that. As about what Professor Sen was saying, that, we want information about our people and we don't get it there. So the whole idea of transparency, like Zizek has been saying, that free speech and transparency are very, very important lessons that we learned from the pandemic. But the fact is that there are arguments, particularly based upon this idea of compassion on one hand, on the other idea of national sovereignty, and then ranking and all of those things which are working at cross purposes, as it were.
Yeah, I mean, is that a question or is that a remark?
No, I was just wondering that how would you respond to it, because you're working at a fairly global level on all these issues.
The way I try to do it is try to be creative in the way I get data around compassion. How do I respond to this? So basically, when you are trying to collect data where data is not forthcoming enough on the transparency and compassion angle in healthcare, you can have some proxies to measure compassion indirectly or ethics indirectly. The second thing you can do is you can be creative with some experiments where you are not getting revealed information of how people and physicians and hospitals behave, but at least stated preferences in the way they may want to behave, while in an online or an experimental setting. So for example, I'll give you one quick example. You can send a mystery patient to different hospital systems, private, missionary, public, and for a particular disease condition, let's say total knee replacement surgery, and say that what would be the prices a focal doctor will charge when that mystery patient goes and have a conversation with the doctor that I need a bilateral total knee replacement. And you collect that data. It's not like the payout actually has happened. It is a stated preference that this is the price at which different hospital systems, different types of doctors is going to charge so much for the TKR to happen, right? And you do that with, let's say, 1,000-odd such patients, and you don't do it with others, like you have a control group of such patients, and then you try to analyze the data between the treated group and the control group, bring in the heterogeneity between public, private, other type of hospital systems, missionary-oriented hospital systems, throw in the heterogeneity question of, let's say, physicians by gender. Research in Harvard has shown that somehow women doctors are more compassionate than men doctors. So is there that aspect, male doctors, which is playing a role here? Many are saying that if you have an overseas medical degree, you have a different orientation to healthcare versus a local medical degree. Is that playing a role here? So we can collect all sorts of data in a creative way through an experimental setup like the way I described, which is not going to give you the exact data in which compassion is happening in healthcare, because let's say government or hospitals or organizations are not sharing the data at which the price actually happens in the transaction for TKR servitioning. But at least you can get a stated information of, oh, this is the price quoted to this mystery patient vis-a-vis the control patient. And from there you can make some inferences of your findings in how data can be used to showcase whether there is compassion, is there a boundary condition to that compassion story, are there heterogeneities from doctors or hospital systems or clinician attributes that is affecting the story. You can even go back to such an experiment 1 month, 1 year down the line and see if there is persistence of this behavior. Is this behavior at the equilibrium level, or does it go away over time, and stuff like that. So there are creative ways you can generate data in a world where data is intransparent to measure compassion in healthcare. This is the thought process I am having here.
Nirmalya?
But these are great questions. I think we have overshot time, and thank you very much for inviting me remotely. Yeah. I loved the conversation. And as I said, my email is chirantan@gmail.com or c.chatterjee@sussex.ac.uk. Yeah. I'm very happy to chat offline for your questions.
Professor Chatterjee, on behalf of everyone, I profusely thank you for your very thoughtful and illuminating talk. Okay. So
thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, they have questions. So shall I now? Yes, now we can come back to our speakers here sitting, and please ask questions.
Yeah, Dr. Atashee, I just have two small things to ask you. One is, when you were talking especially about this question about professional ethics, I was wondering that, what about your response to people like Hare and the others, where you were saying that, it's the organizations which would matter more, that when you have those old papers like, can I be blamed for obeying the orders of the general? So the question is that when you are talking about the personal individual and the personal autonomy coming in conflict with the organization, in that case, how would it function? Because you are just shifting, as it were, the burden on the organization in the slides that you took. But the idea was, in case of Hare and the others, that you can't take that route. The other question that I had was that the whole kind of impersonality that is being used, especially in the case of professional ethics, what about the long-standing debate that we have had as feminists about the ethics of care?
I found, with my little knowledge on professional ethics, I found that professional ethics is rule-governed, and in each particular profession there is a set of rules and guidelines, and so it is like a closed system, because definitely there will be areas for change, and I would prefer that, but I did not have the opportunity to explore such possibilities, but so far as I found it. But as you said, between personal and professional.
So the Nazi soldier story.
So the personal and professional, that gap, that has to be bridged, definitely. And that is why I talked about the philosophers, because I want that the same moral codes or the same moral system will guide both our professional lives and our personal lives. But as you said, that how do we find the differences and the contextualities? Yes, according to the profession, the rules change. But as you said, that is there any space for change? That providence, I believe, must be there. But sorry, not to my expertise.
Okay, just last one question, and be very brief. Huh?
Sorry, I'll be brief. This is to Dr. Anita Shantaram. Yes, I'm here.
Everyone knows him.
So my question to you, Dr. Anita Shantaram. So you very interestingly brought in this concept of integrity in the discourse of business, which is very interesting. So I was wondering about the concept of character, because behind it, what is dictating terms is the character. And to see this concept in the context of business entities, corporate entities, how do you judge the character of a particular business organization? And this is something philosophically very interesting, because the concept of character is quite controversial, because there's a group of philosophers who doubt that there's something called character as such, because this is just a construction. There's nothing called character. There's a theory called situationist ethics. They criticize it. But anyway, so I'm not going to drag you to the battlefield of philosophy. But my question is, how do you judge the character of an entity? I know that there are different models. There's also CSR is there. So on the basis of their performance, on CSR you can judge. But this whole process of evaluating a corporate entity is, after all, done by another corporate entity. Now, my question is that who is going to, put the bill on the cat? Because who is going to judge those corporate entities? Because they will also perform. There are different business model of performing, like university ranking system. Who does it? After all, it is again a business entity that does it.
Okay. Your question was firstly about character, and so that can get very well reflected to the top leadership. So you're not saying that the business is one with character, but it would come from the top management, because whenever we are talking of ethics, we are saying it's the top-down approach. So if the ethical leadership or virtue basis of leadership, if you're talking from that perspective, that's character to me. And who's going to assess? So there aren't too many companies assessing. In fact, even I went through that whole thing that I wanted to create an ethics index and have companies ranked. And I said, there would be doubts on integrity and things like that. Asked if, we are ranking. But Ethisphere is doing that, and you're giving data. I'm sure you can have doubts on it. But overall, when you look at the kind of companies that are counted as the top 100 ethical companies, it's a not-for-profit assessing it. So I think that's fair enough to assess it from that perspective. You said who's assessing? It's not another company assessing, but it's a not-for-profit or someone who's established some criteria and is assessing it. Yeah. She's been asking for a long time, and we've not been kind to her. Okay, we'll talk one-on-one offline.
Nirmalya, can you take another question, because she is asking? Just one. This is the last one. Oh, sorry.
No, I don't know.
She's been asking for a long time.
Already has. Actually.
First of all, I have taken your talk by my head and heart, not only by head or by heart. But the question which intrigues me, that is, it sounds just like some kind of rule utilitarianism that we may win if we take the right path. But in case of zero tolerance, but in case of I have to protest, individually I have to protest. In case of a big company, when a worker protests, he may lose his job, he may starve. Okay? In that condition, we know that in our liberal democracy, and better to say in liberal capitalism, there is always thank you. There is always excess of workers. And
always
excess of workers.
Excess of workers. Okay.
In our capitalist system. then what is the, I want to know how you deal the question about their protection, because it is also a concern of the ethics to protect the person who plays ethically.
Absolutely. So whistleblower, it's supposed to be anonymous. So that's the whole safety part of it, that anonymous whistleblowing can be done and your name is not supposed to be let out by the organization. But yes, in reality, it doesn't happen completely. And we know Satyendra Dubey and Manjunath, but all this has come later. In 2011, the Whistleblower Protection Act has come into play, and that's when we are trying to protect, and that anti-retaliation policy is for that. But I can't say that it's really working effectively, but there is an attempt. So you are protected. We can talk during tea. And
sure, we can talk afterwards. Nirmalya, so I thank you, both of you, for your excellent presentation. Yes. So the session ends here. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you all the speakers and the chairperson of this session. Now we will have a very short break for tea. Please reassemble here by 4:30.
I welcome you all to the concluding session of the seminar on the theme, Morals Matter, Ethics and Human Behavior. With heartfelt gratitude, I welcome Srimat Swami Atmapriyanji Maharaj, the Pro-Chancellor of the Ramakrishna Mission, Vivekananda Educational and Research Institute, who has very kindly agreed to be the guest of honor for this session. Thank you, Maharaj, and I offer my pranams. Since the last 2 days, we are fortunate to be sumptuously treated to a variety of topics in the field of ethics. On behalf of the Ramakrishna Mission Institute of Culture, I thank all the erudite speakers for their participation and for their immersive presentation. Just as Yatiraja Srimat Swami Vivekananda considered the Bhagavad Gita to be a bouquet of beautiful flowers picked from the garden of the Upanishads, we might also consider the paper presentations likewise, of course, at a far different level and scope. I now invite Professor Manoj Panda from the Presidency University, who has been kind enough to volunteer to glean from these paper presentations to put forward before us a summary of his findings.
It's going to summarize the entire thing. Huge to highlight, huge task. What's your subject? Philosophy.
Thank you, Swamiji. The International Seminar on Morals Matter, Ethics and Human Behavior is being organized by the Ramakrishna Mission Institute of Culture with financial assistance from the Ministry of Culture, Government of India, under the scheme of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav during 18th May to 20th May 2022. On 18th May, the seminar began with the auspicious Vedic chanting and lighting of the lamp. Welcome speech was delivered by Swami Shupanananda, Secretary, Ramakrishna Mission Institute of Culture. He emphasized on the importance of the relationship between morality and divinity in his welcome speech. Professor Nirmalya Narayan Chakraborty touched upon various dimensions of the question, why morals matter. He discussed beautifully about the importance of the theme of the seminar by highlighting different important questions that we have taken up for deliberation over these 3 days. Swami Bhajananandaji Maharaj, in his keynote address, made a significant deliberation on the various aspects of being moral. He very remarkably tried to make a grand integration of spirituality, morality, and consciousness. Moral consciousness, he said, belongs to Atman and not to the mind. Professor Miri, in his distinguished address, reflected on the distinction between ethics and morality. He brought out various nuances of the way ethics and morality is grounded in Eastern and Western traditions. While following the philosophy of Mahatma Gandhi, Professor Miri tried to explore the possibility of an ethical life without God. There is a need of cultural paradigm change, Professor Miri suggests, in order to overcome the inability to see ethics beyond human. There is a need to recognize and acknowledge the language of other animals, which is not anthropocentric. Morality must not exclusively belong to the domain of speech, that is the domain of Anthropocene. Swami Tadbratanandaji gave a formal vote of thanks in the inauguration session. On the second day of the seminar, academic sessions began with the first session on a very important question: why be moral? Are we by nature moral beings? Or is it the case that morality is an accidental? Is it the case that morality is an accidental part of our being? What is the relationship between morality and spirituality? Why do I have the moral identity? What kind of identity moral identity is? What commonplace reactive attitudes tell us about being moral? These issues have been reflected on by our esteemed speakers in the first session of the seminar. Second academic session was on a very important theme, that is nature and source of moral values. Respected speakers reflected on various hypotheses related to the origin of ethics, divine, social, and biological origin of ethics. The third academic session was on a very interesting theme, weakness of the will, where the head and heart clash. Moral phenomena has traditionally been understood in relation to individuals, but what about the moral agency of a group? How do groups take moral decisions and act morally? Weakness of the will and the conflict between reason and desire is also being discussed from dharma ethical perspective, taking the sacred text Srimad Bhagavad Gita into consideration. Different aspects of acting against reasons by a textual reading of certain Greek text is also discussed in this session. In the fourth academic session, we deliberated on the nature of moral judgments and moral principles, how moral judgments are possible about the world. Are moral judgments at all about the world? Is it possible to ground moral properties in the world? What is the nature and source of moral principles? Is there a plausible intersubjective basis of moral principles. How and when a principle can be called a moral principle. These issues were being discussed by our esteemed speakers in the 4th academic session. On the 3rd day of the seminar, today, the 5th academic session was on the theme moral dilemma and how do we respond to these moral dilemmas that we face in our lives. Learned speakers deliberated on the nature and source of moral dilemma by analyzing the ancient texts like Rāmāyaṇa, Mahabharata, and Bible. Why is there moral dilemma in us? Do all of us humans have moral dilemma? Whether enlightened souls have moral dilemmas or not? These are the questions deliberated open in this session. The way out of the moral dilemma is also discussed in this session. Whatever the way out of the moral dilemma may be, it must contribute to the good, Shubha, Mangala, Hita of all, one of our esteemed speakers suggests. Speakers of the 6th academic session shed light on how some contemporary Indian philosophers such as Baba Saheb Ambedkar, Sri Aurobindo, and Rabindranath have contributed to our understanding of ethics and morality. To be moral is to be free from the bounds of immediacy. Rabindranath emphasizes on the realm of will. We strive for good. It's a journey for the quest of truth. For Rabindranath, we are compelled to be moral. The interesting distinction is drawn between the notion of immoral and the notion of moral by one of the esteemed speakers in this session. Ambedkar's emphasis on morality over and above religion is an important turning point. Ambedkar made the morality the root of religion. In his philosophy, morality took the place of God. But it is, on the other hand, according to Aurobindo, ethics has a very significant aspect. Ethics is a very less significant aspect of our life, though it is a very significant aspect of life, but after a certain point, it does not remain a significant aspect of our life, in the sense that after mind goes beyond the domain of mental, ethics loses its primacy. These are some of the issues which were discussed in this session. In the last and 7th academic session on ethics in professions, healthcare, and business, our esteemed speakers deliberated on how moral philosophy plays a significant role in various profession and professional competence. In this connection, Swami Vivekananda's view on practical ethics is also being discussed. How integrity should play a key role in business was given importance by one of our speakers. What can be done to create a compassionate health care system, compassionate and patient-centric healthcare system. That was one of the concerns of one of the speakers in this session. Over these 3 days, we are having a great feast of ideas about one of the pressing issues of our time, that is why morals matter. Many significant questions have been asked by our esteemed participants. Question-answer sessions have been very intense and thought-provoking. I'm sure we all are benefited by attending this 3-day international seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for providing us an opportunity to revisit the stimulating ideas and the seminal concepts that were discussed in the seminar, and also for introducing the academic sessions. We now turn our attention to the valedictory address to be delivered by revered Maharaj. Srimat Swami Atmapriyanji Maharaj received his PhD from the University of Madras in theoretical physics for his work in elementary particle theory, and has a number of research publications in reputed international journals in this area. Inspired by Ramakrishna Vivekananda ideology, he joined the Ramakrishna Order of Monks in 1978 and was posted at the Ramakrishna Mission Vidya Mandira, where he taught physics for nearly 25 years, besides serving in the academic administration of the college as vice principal and principal for 19 years. He then took charge as the Vice Chancellor of the Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda University in 2005. As a monk and as an educationist, his interests include Swami Vivekananda's educational vision for the character building in the youth, yoga, Vedanta vis-a-vis modern science, Ramakrishna Vivekananda thought in the context of present-day challenges, consciousness studies as taught in the Upanishads, synthesis of the 4 yogas as taught by Swami Vivekananda and Bhagavad Gita, and harmony of religions as lived and taught by Sri Ramakrishna. He has a good number of publications on the above subjects in the journals of Ramakrishna Order and of various organizations. I now humbly call upon revered Maharaj to deliver the valedictory address.
How much time do we have? 40 minutes is okay. Because we are going late, I thought. Usually there's when you are at the end, there's a cut in your time. I hope it doesn't happen. I am reminded, before we begin some serious talk, I was in Bangkok some years ago, attending an international conference of vice chancellors. They call them presidents in the United States, as you know. The chancellor of Oxford University was presiding and inaugurating the seminar. Very witty person. He said, I went to an international conference and asked the audience, how long should I speak? Everybody said, sir, you have come such a great scholar only for our purpose. You may speak as long as you like, as long as you can, but we are leaving after half an hour. So that's a very bad thing to happen to a speaker. So I always think that the speaker's first job is to keep the audience awake and happy. So with this lighter vein, I'll begin. As we normally do, we begin with chanting 2 Shanti mantras. The one mantra is from the Rig Veda, the other is from the Yajur Veda. The first mantra talks about joy or Ananda, called Madhu in the Upanishad. And the second is about Shanti and peace. The 2 great commodities which are lacking in the present day world, in spite of all the technological and scientific advancements that we have, are peace and happiness. And the Bhagavad Gita beautifully puts it, Ashantasya kutas sukham. A person who has no shanti cannot have any sukha also. So these things are interlinked, and therefore the rishis chanted that we should have madhu, bliss, joy, and also shanti. So with these two elevating mantras, may we begin. Om madhuvatarithayate madhuksharanti sindhavaha madhveirna santoshadhihi madhunaktamutoshasi madhumatparthivagum rajaha madhujjaurastu nah pita madhumanno vanaspatir madhumagum astu suryaha madhvirgavo bhavantu nah. Om madhu, om madhu, Om Madhu, Om Jau Shanti, Antarikshagum Shanti, Prithvi Shanti, Apas Shanti, Oshadhaya Shanti, Vanaspataya Shanti, Vishvedeva Shanti, Brahma Shanti, Sarvam Shanti, Shantireva Shanti, Sama Shantiredhi, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Harihi Om Tat Sat. It's rather easy to deliver the valedictory address because there is no specific subject. Once again, a small piece of humor from Swami Yatishwaranandaji. Two boys were quarreling about the greatness of the mothers. One boy said, you know, my mother can talk on any subject instantly. The other boy said, what is so great about it? My mother can talk even when there is no subject. So the valedictory address doesn't have a subject specifically, and therefore you can ramble. And the Prabuddha Bharata, the famous journal which Swami Vivekananda started, the first editor was Rāmāyaṇa from Chennai, then Madras. When he passed away, it was shifted to Mayavati in Himalayas, as you know. Rāmāyaṇa used to write a series called Rambles in Vedanta. So Rambles in Vedanta, you start at any end and go to any end, because Brahman being the vast and infinite, there is no beginning or end, and therefore the talk also need not begin or end somewhere. So I will essentially highlight the Indian perspective of morality and ethics. In India, we don't specifically talk about morality and ethics, as revered Swami Bhajanananda said in the inaugural address. In India, we don't emphasize morality so much because morality and ethics are subsumed and included in the great philosophical understanding in India of the inner glorious Atman, or to put it in the devotional language, God. So if you depend on God, surrender to God, even if you are apparently not very moral, God protects you and makes you a very moral person instantly. That's of course a concession given to immoral persons, but you have to be devoted to God seriously. Abhichet suduracharo bhajate mam ananyabhag sadureva samantavya samyak vyavasito hi saha, the Bhagavad Gita. Even if you are not moral, not durachara, sudurachara, well durachara, not ordinary durachara, even then if you are devoted to me, samyak vyavasita, if you are serious and if you have decided you shall not commit these anymore, then you have to be considered as a sadhu, as a very moral and great person. Indian morality is not confined to codes of conduct and do's and don'ts. There are two types of morality. One is you do this, don't do this. As a joke once again, there's a child playing around. Then an elder person said, go and see what the child is doing and tell him not to. whatever the child is doing, don't ask him not to do this. This is a common thing with the elders. They'll always say, don't do this, do this. And the human tendency is, whatever you're asked not to do, you shall do. And therefore, the easiest way to tame a child is, ask her to do something, he'll do the opposite. The human tendency is freedom. Swami Vivekananda mentioned this. The freedom of your conscience and the freedom of the soul will compel you to behave in the way in which you feel like behaving and not be conditioned by do's and don'ts. Do's and don'ts are called vidhi nishedha. And the Mimamsakas, one of the very powerful philosophies in India, they always insisted on vidhi nishedha. You are given certain rules of conduct. The Veda says this, and the injunctions of the Vedas shall be followed. You have no choice. And what happens if you do not? Very powerful punishments are waiting for you, and great descriptions of hell in the Puranas, for example. You'll be put in burning oil, and then you'll be fried, etc. So, punishment and reward. These are the two things which are important in the Mimamsaka tradition, do's and don'ts. But now, in the modern world, do's and don'ts don't any longer carry any significance. Bhagavan Shankaracharya, the great Bhashyakara, demolishing the idea of the Mimamsakas of do's and don'ts, he said, if you go by the vidhi nishedha only, then you are not being authentic to yourself. You want to do something, and the nishedha or the vidhi compels you to do something else, in which you live an unauthentic life. And therefore, the entire edifice of the Indian morality and ethics is based upon what they call dharma. It's a very, very significant word, wrongly translated very often as religion. Religion is a poor and wrong translation by the Westerners of dharma. Dharma is much more. It encompasses and includes and subsumes a huge variety of human emotions and thoughts and feelings and attitudes and bhavas, as we call them. And dharma has been defined in a very simple sentence by the Bhagavan Bhashyakara Shankaracharya in his Bhagavad Gita Bhashya in the introduction, Upodkhada Bhashya. He said, dharma is that which is responsible for the abhyudaya and the nishreyasa of all beings in the world. Jagatah sthiti karanam sakshat praninam abhyudaya nishreyasa hetuhu ya sadharmaha. Directly, sakshat, it is responsible for developing the abhyudaya and the nishreyasa. These are very significant words in Vedanta. Abhyudaya is worldly prosperity, and nishreyasa is beyond this world you get moksha, or emancipation in the Christian parlance, the liberation from the little self that you feel that you are, called nishreyasa. And in abhyudaya, artha and kama are important. These are called the purusharthas. In India, we talk about the purusharthas are not values. Values become a buzzword these days. Values education, value-oriented education, it's very common. Value is a word which is borrowed from the West. And the value is a subjective word. There are two words in economics, as you know, value and price. Professor Kaushik Basu, when he was talking here in the Institute of Culture, once he made a very significant difference between these two and pointed out how Swami Vivekananda knew about it long ago. There's a Nobel laureate in economics who was given Nobel Prize for finding the distinction between price and value. What is the price of this? 10 rupees. What is the value? Is invaluable. There's a small stick which is every day worshipped at Dilermma in Swami Vivekananda's room. That was the stick Swami Vivekananda is supposed to have used during Parivrajaka days. What is the price of that stick? Hardly a few rupees. What is the value of the stick? Oh, it is invaluable. A pen was sold for several £1,000s in London. The value of that, the price of that is nothing, but the value is several £1,000s, because that was the pen which was used by Shakespeare for writing his great dramas. So it has been valued for the spirit which touched this. This is the fundamental difference between spirituality and materialism. Materialism says matter gives value to the spirit. Why am I feeling great? I have so many cars, I have a position, I draw a huge salary. I have so much of matter, and that makes me great. I, the spirit, feel glorified by matter. That is materialism. Spirituality says spirit gives value and glory to matter. A small stick, which is worthless on the face of it, is glorified because it has been touched by a glorious spirit called Swami Vivekananda. So these are the questions. The value is something which you assign. India, therefore, we talk about not values but purusharthas. Purushena arthita purusharthaha. That which is sought by a human being. Purusha is not a male or female person. A human being, what does he seek? Our great sages were extraordinary classifiers. They classify everything. For example, suppose I ask any of you, are you sad about something? Do you have some sorrow? None of you perhaps will say, unless you are liberated souls, that I have no sorrow at all. Some kind of sorrow I have. I have a pain in the neck. I have an ache in my tooth. Some problem you have. So they classified how many kinds of sorrows you have. 3 varieties of sorrow. Similarly, how many aspirations that a human being have. Innumerable things we need. Can you classify them? You can. One is kamana, desire. Innumerable desire we have. In order to be able to satisfy those desires, you need money. Money is very important. Let's not say that we don't need money. টাকা মাটি টাকা বলে ঠাকুর ফেলে দিলেন, তারপরে ঠাকুরের খুব কষ্ট হলো, জানেন তো, ভয় পেয়ে গেলেন। মা, লক্ষ্মী মা, তুমি হৃদয়ে থাকো, তুমি হৃদয়ে থাকো। মা যদি খ্যাট বন্ধ করে দেয়। So money is something which you need as long as you are in this world to be able to enjoy. Our scriptures, our sages, our great saints were not against enjoyment at all. Don't mistake the sages for saying everybody has to give up enjoyment. You please do enjoy as much as you can, as long as you can, but do it within the boundary of dharma. The Bhagavad Gita's famous line, Dharma viruddho bhuteshu kamosmi bharatarshava. O Arjuna, I am that kama, I am that kamana, I am that desire in all beings which is not opposed to dharma. Within the framework of dharma you have artha and kama. When you are done with this, then you go for moksha. So this is the sthiti karana which makes the sustenance of the world possible. Dharma comes from a dhru dhatu. Dhru means to hold. The modern world is sustain. Very commonly used this word to sustainability, sustainable development goals of the United Nations, SDG. So sustainability is an important concept in the world, in life itself. It has to be sustained. Sustainability is dharma. Dharma is therefore the principle of sustainability of the world. Jakata sthiti karanam. And what is that principle which sustains this world? Our ancients discovered, the Indian rishis and munis discovered, that one principle which sustains the world and life is principle of sacrifice. You need to sacrifice your individual aspiration, your individual want, and your individuality itself for the sake of the universal. This concept of sacrifice, once again, was discovered by the Mimamsakas again, and the Mimamsakas called it yajna. Yajna means a sacrifice. You go on sacrifice. Swaha, swaha, swaha means I give up, I give up, I give up. But you want something in return, of course. Now, you go on sacrificing. Yajna. And the yajna is translated, goes further into dana. Dana means to give in charity, without expectation of any reward, either here or hereafter, in this life or in heaven. And these two things should be performed with tremendous intensity of purpose. Concentration, purity, and intensity. And therefore, we have three concepts: the sacrifice, charity, and intensity of concentration, translated into the well-known Sanskrit terminology, yajna, dana, and tapas. This comes from the Upanishads. The Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, for example, says, yajnena, danena, tapasa, anashakena. Bhagavad Gita being the essence of the Upanishad, Sarvo Upanishad Saro, Dogdha Gopalanandana, the Gopalanandana, Sri Krishna took the essence of the Upanishads. He took this idea, in the last chapter he says, many people say all work should be abandoned because all work is attended with some kind of defect. Tyajyam dosha vidityeke karma prahurumaneshana yajnadana karma natyajyamiti chapare. Some people say all work should be given up. Some others say all work should be given up, but not yajna, dana, and tapas. Nischayam sruname tatra tyage bharata sattama tyago hi purusha vyagra trivida samprakitita. Bhagavad Gita, last chapter. There are three kinds of tyaga, and he says, Nischayam, you listen to me, my clear, considered opinion. Of course, we don't dare to challenge the Lord. The Lord says, this is my opinion. Conclusive opinion in answer to the question that whether you should give up all karma or give up karma except yajna, dana, tapas. Yajnadana tapak karma natyajyam karyamevata yajnodana tapak karma pavanani manishinam. Yajna, dana and tapas must not be given up because yajna, dana and tapas are pavanani, they are highly purifying, and therefore these three should not be given up. This is the essence of dharma. You sacrifice your individuality. And yajna, the Mimamsakas performed yajna for various fulfillment of their desires. And the Buddha came later on and he saw this has taken up some terrible, abominable proportions of sacrifices. And therefore he said, stop this. This kind of sacrifice has no meaning. Then he said, no, but Vedas teach it. If Vedas teach it, throw away the Vedas themselves. Swami Vivekananda funnily said, why do you have a headache? Because there is a head. So to cure the headache, cut off the head. Throwing the baby with the bathtub, as they say. So he revolted against the Vedas themselves. And therefore he said, this kind of yajna has no meaning. Sri Krishna, all-inclusive and interpreting all the old paradigm in a new paradigm, not rejecting anything, accepted the idea of yajna and reinterpreted this idea of yajna as saying there are different kinds of yajna, dravya yajna, sapo yajna, etc. In the 3rd and 4th chapters of the Bhagavad Gita, dravya, you go on offering so many things, offering bay leaves, and some people offer gold and silver also. Dravya yajna, you can offer material things. And jnana yajna, you can offer intellectual things. And sannyasis are not allowed to do Vedic karma. And therefore Mimamsaka said those fellows don't deserve to exist because they're against the Vedas. Shankaracharya said, no, we are also doing yajna. What kind of yajna do you do? But I don't have anything to offer because I have renounced everything. I offer myself to the Supreme. So my Atman, individual self, I am offering to the Supreme Self. So the sannyasi is called, Shankara always uses this word in the Bhashyas, Atmayaji. Atmayaji is a person who performs Atma Yajna. The sannyasas always say, Chidabhasa Tasmai Brahmane Swaha. I am the Chidabhasa, I am the individual self. I am offering my individuality in the cosmic self. Swami Vivekananda came reinterpreted in the modern times. Where is the Supreme Brahman? The Brahman is there everywhere as Virat, Sarvata Panipadam Tat, Sarvadokshisharo Mukham, Sarvata Shrutiman Loke, Sarvam Avritya Tishtati. Where will you go to search for Brahman? Brahman is everywhere. And the Virat Yajna I do, I offer my individual self as a sacrifice for the service of all these people. It's called Dana, and therefore the entire ideology of the Ramakrishna mission is based upon the idea of Yajna, Dana and Tapas. His famous words, the two ideals of India are renunciation and service. Intensify them in these two channels and the rest will take care of itself. Look at these words. Renunciation and service, Yajna and Dana, intensify Tapas. So I always think this sentence completely captures the idea of the Bhagavan in the Gita. Yajna Dana Tapas, renunciation, service and intensity in performing these two. Therefore he said, Chaturveda Dana, Annadana, Pranadana, Vidyadana and Jnanadana. Entire Ramakrishna ideology is based upon these four kinds of dana, and by doing this you become purified. Pavanani Manishinam. So this is the dharma by which you are basing yourself on the idea of sacrifice. You keep on sacrificing your individual life, individual self itself. The Bhagavan Buddha therefore said, you sacrifice your individual life. Because you ask, what is this individuality? Swami Vivekananda clearly points it out in his Jnana Yoga and the Karma Yoga lectures, in which he says, where is your individuality? You think you're individuals? You are not individuals yet. You will be when you become universal. Your individuality that you cling to is a myth. Is your individuality is in your body, in your hands, in your feet? Is it in the mind? Is it in the intellect? All of them keep changing and they will perish. And your individuality therefore ultimately is in that universality, which is the universal infinite spirit. What you call as the individual is only a myth, is only a shadow of the Supreme Self. That is the Vedantic position. And therefore he said, the entire ethics and morality flows naturally from the idea of the individual sacrificing himself or herself for the cosmic. Ethics does not hang in the air. It is not given by hand by the Vidhi Nisheda of anybody or the Vedas, but it flows naturally from the idea that you are that infinite self. Constantly spoke about this, and he said this can be made practical. This can be made living in everyday life. All kinds of ideas are there in Hinduism. One problem with Hinduism, it's a kind of a supermarket or a mall of all kinds of ideas. You have everything in Hinduism, and you do not know which one to choose. And therefore, the confusion is more, and everybody picks up something. Swami Vivekananda therefore said, these have to be sorted out, and a vibrant real philosophy which shall be practicalized in everyday life. The famous statement which he made when he wrote a letter to Alasinga Perumal, in which he said, what is my life's work and mission? To put Hindu ideas into English and to make out a dry philosophy intricate mythology, queer, startling psychology, a religion which shall be simple, popular, easy, at the same time meet the requirements of the highest minds, is a task only those can understand who have attempted it. The dry, abstract Advaita should become living and poetic in everyday life. Out of hopelessly intricate mythology should come concrete moral forms. Out of bewildering yogism must come the most scientific and practical psychology. And all this must be put in a form that even a child may grasp it. And that is my life's work. It's a remarkable statement which he made. And unless these high thoughts can be made practical and practicable in everyday life by anybody, these high ideals don't mean anything. It was Swami Vivekananda's ideas. Many people think these high ideals are not for the common man. We do not know who is common and who is uncommon, but for people extraordinarily evolved. If that be so, these ideas have no meaning. Swami Vivekananda therefore said, I can teach Advaita even to a child because it's the easiest and simplest. Why? Because it is your own self. Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi, the famous saint of southern India in the modern times, was asked by a person, Sir, am I an adhikari? Am I an eligible aspirant for practice of Advaita? He called him. So what did you say? Repeat again. Did you say I? Then you are an adhikari. Because anybody who has a sense of I is eligible, because the whole of Vedanta or Advaita is inquiry into the nature of this I. Shankara also says, in a sense, everybody is an Atmagya, everybody is a realized person of his own self. Only we do not know what is the nature of this self. Why is it necessary to inquire into the nature of the self? Brahma Jigyasa or Atma Jigyasa. Because although we know the I, we do not know the real nature of this I. We identify the I, the Atman, with the body, with the senses, with the mind, with the intellect. And therefore, in order to clearly know what is the real nature of this I, we have to inquire. Brahma Jigyasa, Atma Jigyasa is necessary. And this ethics and morality is a natural and a simple byproduct of the realization, even intellectually, that you are that universal big self. In the Narayan Upanishad, there is a sukta called Agha Marshana Sukta. Agha means papa, sin. Marshana means elimination of sin. Why is it that the idea of sin is not so important in Hinduism? In the ancient Indian lore and tradition is because sin is when you move away from your own real nature. When you stand by your real nature and realize that there is no sin at all. Apapa Vidha is mentioned. Jyotiraham viraja vipapma bhuyasagga swaha Mahanarana Upanishad. We chanted in the Viraja Homa mantras. I am that Jyoti, I am that consciousness, light of consciousness. Viraja, without any kind of blemish. Vipapma, without any kind of sin. The sin is when you narrow down yourself and says, I and mine. The moment you cling to I and mine, you are covered with delusion. This is called dharma sammudha. You are confused about dharma, what to do and what not to do, which happened to Arjuna. Arjuna was arguing with Bhagavan almost to the extent of saying, oh Bhagavan, you do not understand what terrible things we are going to commit. Oh, but mahat papam kartum vivasita vayam yad rajya sukha lobhena. For the sake greed of this rajya, we are trying to fight this terrible war, and you are asking me to fight? As if the Bhagavan did not know what he was trying to do. Then he collapses. The famous shloka in the Bhagavad Gita in which he declares, I am your disciple, please do teach me. I am completely confused. karpanya dosho apahada svabhava prichhami tvam dharma sammudha chetaha. Dharma sammudha, the moral dilemma. I do not know what is good for me, what is to be done now. Was good to fight or good not to fight? So I am confused. Dharma sammudha, mudha comes from muhu dhatu. Mudha is not foolish or stupid. Mudha means mohita. A person who is overcome with delusion. So if delusion comes to you, then you are in shoka or sorrow. Once again, the Bhagavad Gita Bhashya by Shankaracharya in the beginning of the second chapter, just before the Ashochan Anvashochastun Bhagavan Vacha, he says, what is the problem with Arjuna? The moment he saw his own people, he came to fight. Moral dilemma. But he was very sure of fighting. In the first chapter you can see how valorous he is. Oh, Krishna, put my chariot in the betwixt these two armies. I want to see clearly who are the people who are eager to die at my hands. Kair mayasa yodhavyam asmin ranasamudyame. Sri Krishna, being the Mayavi, quietly took the chariot and put it just in front of Bhishma and Drona. Uvacha partha pashyayetan samavetan kuruniti. Then he saw Bhishma and Drona, Acharyan, Matulan, Bhratrin, Putran, Potran, Sakimstata, Yedanna hamtu michhami khratopi madhusudana. I will not be fighting. They are my own people. 4 times the word Swajana comes in the first chapter. They are my own people, my own people, my own people, my own people. Shankara says, the moment the idea came to Arjuna, Aham yesham mama yete iti bhranti pratyaya nimitta sneha vichhada vichedadi nimitto. Shoka and Moha came to him and he said, I am theirs and they are mine. The idea of Ahankara and Mamakara. Swami Vivekananda points out, the idea of Aham, I, and Mama, mine, is responsible for all the mistakes that we commit. So what is immoral is going into a small cocoon and saying, this is mine, I am this, and I will not share it with somebody, and nature will put her hands upon your throat and make you share. The idea of yajna that you have to share, Pancha Maha Yajna, has been prescribed not as moral prescriptions, but a natural corollary of the life itself which you have to share. You can't live your life without sharing. Bhagavan Buddha, who did not accept the idea of God per se, in the way Hinduism accepts or other religions accept, and he denied the idea of a permanent soul. The idea of Atman, he called Anatta. By Atta, he meant the ego. He also had a religion in which you have to share with others, because the idea of Pratitya Samutpada, the great philosophy, the doctrine of dependent origination, every moment exists after having the previous moments exhausting themselves in this particular moment, and this moment exhausts itself in the next moment, and so on. The chain of causality which goes on, and therefore you can't say there is a permanent self in any person, any being. And this leads to the idea of interdependency, and you are interconnected. The famous example which is given, you take a piece of paper, Zen Buddhism is given, you take a piece of paper. What is this paper? Swami Vivekananda also gives this analogy in the famous lecture, The Open Secret. He used to give very stunning titles. You take a grain of sand, you take a small flower. It appears to be finite. Keep analyzing it thoroughly. Go further and further, deeper and deeper. It as it were becomes infinite. The infinite dimension in the finite. But Rabindranath said, the infinite aseem is it were peeping through the saseem, through the finite, the infinite as it were peeping all the time. So you take a piece of paper and analyze it. What is the nature of this paper? Nature of paper is paperness or paperhood. What is paperness? Analyze it still more. This paperness depends on the tree from which the paper is initially culled out. That depends on the person who cut the tree. That depends on the person who has initially planted the tree, and so on. You have infinite number of causes which make this paper possible, and therefore the paper in itself doesn't have any swabhava. It's called niswabhava. The lack of the swabhava of this paper, the paperlessness of this paper makes it empty. This Nagarjuna called it shunya. Actually it means it includes everything. This paper being nisvabhava, being a void as it were of its paperness, which makes it to be called a paper, actually includes everything, and therefore it is purna. What Shankara called purna in Vedanta, Buddha called it shunya. So this ego or the I is mainly responsible for immorality and unethical behavior. So how do you blast this I? You can blast it in the Buddha way by analyzing and finding out the ego is a myth. So it's a void. It's empty. Another position, Shankara says, this ego, when you analyze it, is actually a vast infinite, and it's only a pale shadow of the infinite. Either you say it is purna, or it is shunya, zero or infinity, and it can be mathematically proved, Swami Ramakrishnanda suggested it, that zero and infinity are one and the same thing. You call it shunya, or you call it tattva or purna. Gaudapadacharya has a beautiful verse which was pointed out to us by the most revered present President Maharaj Swami Smarananandaji, which very much resembles the Madhyamika Karika of Nagarjuna. Nagarjuna has a verse, Shunyam adhyatmikam drishva shunyam kritva drishtva bhashyataha shunyo bhutas tadaramas shunyad aprachyato bhavet. Seeing the shunya within, the shunya without, the nairatmya, as they call it, pudgala nairatmya, and the nairatmya outside, dharma nairatmya, remain as the void. Shunya bhut shunyad aprachyato bhavet. Gaudapadacharya, tattvam adhyatmikam drishtva tattvam drishtva bhashyataha Tatvi bhutas tadaramas tattvada pricyato bhavet. Seeing that purna tattva within and the purna tattva without, remain as the purna tattva and move away, don't move away from the purna. This has been explained very beautifully and poetically by Girish Chandra Ghosh. It's a wonderful simile. He says, Mahamaya came, all of us know Mahamaya. Mahamaya is supposed to be the bewitcheress of the world and throws his nets. Jagat jode jal phele chishma. So he is throwing his net. All of us are caught in this. And the Mahamaya, when he threw the net, two people escaped. One person becomes so small, so tiny, the tiniest of the tiniest of the tiny, and he escaped through the net. He made himself a zero, and therefore net couldn't catch him. And the other person becomes so vast, he becomes the bigger and the bigger and bigger, vaster and vaster become the infinite, and the net couldn't hold him. The first person was Nag Mahashaya, Durga Charan Nag, and the second person was Swami Vivekananda. The two approaches. So these two approaches are called bhakti and jnana. So from which flow morality and ethics. These are high ideas, but very easily practicable in everyday life. The whole spiritual heritage and essence of Indian religion and spirituality can be summarized in just 3 words. The question is, koham, who am I? 2 answers. In the path of bhakti, he says, naham, naham, I am not I, not I, but thou, O Lord. So you deny yourself as a non-entity and assert the God as a supreme, only reality of which you are a part. If you are a Visishtadvaitin, you are eternally subordinate, connected to him as Dvaitin, or you are in essence one with him if you dare to be an Advaitin, boldly. So one is Naham, the other is Soham. I am that infinite self. What you call God is only my own self. This is a very bold statement, and great Advaitins like Ashtavakra has gone to the extreme. Swami Vivekananda, who cried as a Narayan, Tumi Tribhuvananath, Ami Bhikhari Anath. You know the famous song? Jabe ki hai din amar. I am a despicable beggar in your presence, and you are the Lord of the three worlds. How can I tell you to come in my heart? That Narendra, Sri Ramakrishna put Advaita into him, slowly took out the Ashtavakra Samhita. Read this for me. I will not read this. Rishis who wrote this are mad. How can I equate yourself with the Supreme? Sri Ramakrishna smiled and said, Amita murkho putta parina amarjana ekta podna. Till what he read went deeply into himself and transformed him as a paragon of Advaitis who spoke on the world platform. I quote his words, which is quoted by Rāmāyaṇa in his book. Never forget the glory of human nature. Buddhas and Christs are but the waves of the infinite ocean which I am. He thumped his chest. Mai ananda maham bodho ascharyam jiva vichaya udyanti ghranti khelanti pravishanti svabhavataha. All these worlds and human beings and living beings, all of them are the waves of the infinite ocean which I am. It is Soham, from which flows the idea of morality and ethics, which are just pale shadows of the realization of your inner nature. So the Buddhism solved it this way, and Jainism, which also did not accept the idea of God or the soul, permanent soul, had the idea of Anekantavada. The reality is multifaceted. You can't stick to one facet and say this is the truth. Because when you stick to one, assert it as to be the only truth, then you're doing violence to the other people who hold on to other faiths. The whole idea of violence is based upon the idea, my view alone is true. How does it happen? The Bhagavad Gita, 1822, 18th chapter, 22nd verse, and it says, Yattu Krishnavatse kasmin karye saktamahetukam atartha atatvarthavad alpamcha tad tamasamudahritam. You take a small part and assert that to be the whole, the frog in the well story. Anekantavada says every point of view has its own value. Very similar to Einstein's idea of the frames of reference. There is no fixed frame of reference which is true or truer than the other frames. Nature does not have any preferred frame of reference. Every frame is as true as every other frame, which Ramakrishna said, Jatamot Tatapat. This is the idea through which they derive morality and ethics. So why I mentioned this was because the Indian tradition, whether it be heterodox tradition as Buddhism and Jainism, or the orthodox traditions like the Vedanta and the other philosophies of Mimamsa and so on, morality and ethics are derived as corollaries, as byproducts of the idea that you are that infinite spirit. In the Bhakti language, you are connected to the Supreme Lord, who presides over Punya and Papa. In the Jnani's language, you are eternally connected to him, or you are one with him in a sense. And in the heterodox traditions, from the Anekantavada in Jainism and the Pratitya Samutpada in Buddhism, the idea of morality naturally and spontaneously flows. So we do not discuss morality so much so we forgot that also, and this also. We are somewhere in between. Swami Vivekananda came and revived it and said, this Advaita can be made living and practical in everyday life. If a fisherman thinks he is the Atman, he will be a better fisherman. If a lawyer thinks he is the Atman, he will be a better lawyer. If a student thinks he is the Atman, he will be a better student. Atmana vindate viryam, vidyaya vindate amritam. An immoral person, an unethical person is always afraid because he thinks of the other. Dvitiyad vai bhayam bhavati. So many definitions that Brahman has given in the Upanishads. Satyam jnanam anandam brahma, Taittiriya Upanishad. Vijnanam anandam brahma, Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. There's one definition which most of these acharyas did not highlight, but Swami Vivekananda's eternal glory to have brought it out and highlighted. Abhayam vai brahma, abhayam vai janaka praptosi. The name of Brahman is fearlessness. And therefore, there should be no fear. Fear comes only when there are two. Advaita, there is no fear. We are that eternal self, infinite, Satchit Ananda Swarupa, Nitya Shuddha Buddha Mukta Swarupa, eternally free, eternally awakened, eternally blissful. That is our real nature, and assert that real nature. Realize it. Think of it. Dream of it, Swamiji said, from which morality and ethics will flow most naturally as corollaries. Thank you.
Thank you, Maharaj, for the enthralling speech. I now request Professor Nirmalya Narayan Chakraborty, who has been at the forefront of organizing this seminar, to deliver the vote of thanks to formally conclude the program.
Well, it is indeed a very, very pleasant job to offer thanks to everybody who has been associated in organizing this academic event. As you can well imagine, that to organize a seminar of this kind, we had to take recourse to help, cooperation, blessings from many people. At the very beginning, I would like to express my deep gratitude to Swami Bhajananandaji Maharaj and also to Professor Mrinal Miri, whose inaugural address and whose keynote address and inaugural address respectively set the tone of this seminar. Many eminent philosophers of our country have gathered here, have shared their knowledge with us. We are sincerely thankful to all of them who took all the trouble to travel to Kolkata, I guess after a long time, and stayed with us, enlightened us with their talks and also their interventions. I must also express my sincere thanks to the foreign speakers who joined us online, and some of them joined online at a very awkward time in their country, and one of them had a medical emergency in his family. Still, they cooperated with us. So I am extremely thankful to all of them. As you have noted that among the speakers we have some of the very senior scholars of our country, along with some junior, young, budding philosophers of our country. So I guess this has been our idea, that to bring together two generations of philosophers here so that, you know, they can stimulate our intellect, our ideas, our thoughts. I must especially mention Dr. Anita Shantaram's kind acceptance of our invitation at a very, very short notice. I think just last week we got in touch with her, even though we tried to get in touch with her long time back, but for some reason the mail didn't reach her. We are extremely grateful, inspired, refreshed, reassured by the valedictory address of Swami Atma Priyanandaji Maharaj. So I'm very reassured that even a Sudurachara like me would walk along the path of dharma if I can hold on to Lord. So please, bless me so that I can do that. The wonderful staff of the Center for Indological Studies and Research, who have been working all along since we started planning this seminar under the able leadership of Srimat Swami Tadvratanandaji. My sincere thanks to all of you and my regards to Swami Tadvratanandaji as well. And of course, it is indeed a privilege for us to have Swami Suparnanandaji as the Secretary of Ramakrishna Mission Institute of Culture, whose blessings, whose cooperation, whose advice are always with us. And also we are thankful to the Ministry of Culture, Government of India, for their financial help. We are expecting the Honorable Minister of Culture, Government of India, during our inauguration program, but unfortunately she couldn't attend because of some other important engagements. But I hope that even in future we will receive the same kind of assistance from the ministry. And last but not least, my sincere thanks to all of you, to all the participants, without whose presence, without whose cooperation, this seminar could not have taken place. So my sincere regards, my best wishes to my younger friends who have participated, who have actively have been actively engaged in this seminar. And what can I say? I just played the role of a small squirrel who helped Lord Rama in building the bridge to Sri Lanka. So I am blessed, I am privileged to play that role here, nothing more than that. So let us end this beautiful, fruitful, vigorous, intellectually enriching academic event from a quotation from Upanishads. Om Purnamada Purnamidang Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shri Ramakrishna Arpanamastu. Thank you.